All right, folks, we're live. We skipped a little bit of the intro music. It doesn't matter. Schlocktober just got off of the Cannoli Sasquatch Shining screen. We're going to do a little after party. I might have a full house. So, Luke, if you're watching, if anyone bounces out of here earlier, I'll send Northern English Master the link. But yeah, we're going to have a fun time. We're going to talk about the creator. We're going to talk about Schlocktober getting kicked off. We're going to have a drunken old, gay old, ye old time. I don't know. I'm doing 10 things at once, obviously, in case you can't tell. Let's go ahead and just bring everyone up on here. We got myself, Penzo, in the dark void. We've got, obviously, Blue Collar Loser. You haven't been here since last week. Got Lord Toxic. How are you, sir? We've got some new guests. We've got Jay. Yeah. How you doing, Jay?
What's up?
We've got Mr. Adam Gray.
What's up?
How are you? And then we've got Emperor Goodwin. How are you, Goodwin?
I'm the other Jay.
I know that guy.
Two Jays, one stream.
Exactly. 2 Jays, 1 stream. How are you?
Only one Emperor.
Only one.
Only one.
So yeah, I don't know. We just got done talking about The Shining for a good 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that was
damn.
It was nice and quick, honestly. I was like, dude, Shining's one of those movies I could talk about for like 4 or 5 hours, you know? I could probably talk about it like twice the length of the actual movie, especially if we like really did like scene by scene.
You could do a PhD on that fucking movie, man. Like,
my
the
God.
lore goes deep.
My ex, she had like a whole shrine in the corner of our apartment for all things The Shining, and she had like books and movie
Nothing
and like
creepy
all the different
about
various. Yeah, no, it's totally fine.
Sure, she was a totally sane and balanced, stable individual.
Lovely woman. Lovely woman. That.
Blue Collar, how are you, man?
I got this for you today, sir. Here.
Oh, wait. You're a, I can't. Oh, shit. Hang on. Wait. You're a.
Say.
You're my boy, Blue.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. I always say that to you, Blue.
Yeah, you're from old school. You're fucking Will Ferrell. He's like, you're my boy.
You're my boy.
You're my boy, Blue.
Well, we were talking briefly about the creator before, Schlocktober's happening, but, we're going to talk about the only good movie in the theaters right now, which isn't saying much right now, but I know we got some range in opinions. Most people seem to think it's mid. Some people seem to think it's trash. Blue Collar thinks it's one of the best movies he's seen in a while, which I don't disagree with. But
it's like saying the best-looking girl in the leper colony.
Yeah, it's the best new movie I've seen in a while.
I heard she does anal.
And seeing the IMAX, it was fantastic in IMAX. Holy shit!
I like the extra widescreen aspect ratio. You don't see that enough these days. I liked how it was just, fun to see. There's little stuff peppered in here and there. Great battle action. But yeah, it just falls flat on some of these character arc standpoints.
Agreed.
I don't know.
Agreed.
But yeah, that being said, I mean, what did you guys think about it?
I haven't seen it, but I've heard good things other than it's kind of very Rogue One. Like
for you, Enzo Kraken.
It follows that same sort of story arc, which is
fine. I was also reminded of Elysium, which had like this constant why can't you do something right? What's going on?
It's very
frustration.
Elysium.
Yeah,
it's very Blade Runner, Akira. It's
Spielberg's AI vibes.
Yeah. The pacing's horrible. There's no character depth. You're constantly trying to catch up to what the story's telling you because you're kind of getting lost. You get about I want to say a good 50 minutes before you're kind of slowly figuring out what's going on.
Yeah, I appreciated the breakneck pace, but like I said, it was just for me. My favorite part was the soundtrack. The soundtrack was on point.
Really,
and I loved all that Asian soul funk 70s stuff that you kept getting peppered in. I was like, dude, I legit listen to this stuff when I work. I'm like, oh my God, I like recognize some of this music. And then the Radiohead, that was like one of the best uses of Kid A music in a while. All that cyborg music when they're flying over with the laser light thing that didn't make a whole lot of sense.
I respect that.
Why can't you shoot that thing out of the sky if it's such a big problem? The Nomad.
It's pretty big.
The movie was very predictable. It was just I had a tough time watching that movie, man. Like, the acting was flat. I gave it, if you were going to rate it out of 10, I gave it maybe a 4, just because it's visually stunning.
Yeah,
But
I mean, as someone who is into conceptual art and all that production design stuff, like that is the reason to see the movie. Period.
I'm wondering when Denzel Washington's kid is going to get like a good thing that he can actually show off his skills, because he's been kind of putting out stinkers.
We talked about that off air.
Oh, did you?
Ballers.
No,
Ballers
yeah.
Is the only thing he's good in.
I've never seen. I hate The Rock, so I've never seen Ballers, but I get what you're saying.
The Rock's also good in Ballers too. If you hate him, you might come around with him only on Ballers.
Well, I do have HBO. Maybe I'll give it a look. Ken Watanabe.
I like sports
how do you say
movies
his
and
name?
shows that aren't really. Ken Watanabe.
Watanabe.
He is another one that, like, I don't think he gets enough. I don't think he's been given the right thing yet.
The Last Samurai, and that's about it.
That's it. Well,
Batman
I mean,
Begins as the fake Ra's al Ghul.
This has to be good conversation.
That's 20 years ago.
Yeah.
He's the man in Japan, though. He gets a lot of stuff over there.
Yeah, he's the new Chow Yun Fat. You know,
less action.
I don't know.
In terms of like American recognition, Chow Yun Fat's Chinese though, so never mind.
Yeah.
Racist.
Well, are we allowed to talk spoilers here or no? Like, I don't want to say too much.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't care.
Try to go easy on it if you can. We get a lot of our people from the group in here, and we have a rule about waiting a week, and has it been a week?
Okay.
Well, it's been 5
days. Weekend.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say too much. Yeah. Well, his character, I don't understand why he can come back, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That doesn't get explored. That doesn't get explored.
That was jarring part when he kind of just stands up again and just goes right back to doing whatever he was doing. We're like, thought he was dead. Okay.
Earlier in the movie,
I heard somebody.
Is it the memory scan brain stuff?
Yeah.
Is that kind of their foreshadowing for the explanation?
Yeah.
The little girl is somehow able to like bring like Jesus him back to life or something. But what it was I was not joking. I was not joking in my video when I was talking about how I was legit confused why Sturgill Simpson was 2 characters. I literally thought that other guy who dies in the back of that car was Sturgill Simpson again. And I was like, and then he shows up again with the hot robot bride with the ice cream. And I'm like, what's happening? And I was like looking around because I mean, I don't know. Maybe I was distracted by Sturgill Simpson in general because I recognized him. If I didn't recognize him at all, I probably wouldn't have noticed that, there were 2 guys.
Well, the cop that survives the bombing in the helicopter or the liftoff ship when the guy jumps on, and I don't want to say too much other than that, but then all of a sudden he survives and she's like, "Oh, it's a rough day." I'm like, okay, wait a minute. How did he survive that?
Yeah.
Plot armor.
Him also playing pretty much the same character in Ozark. Just bearded, rough, gruffy guy,
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was the other thing, the levity. I think the only joke that kind of landed was where he was like, "I missed my damn turn." But every other joke was just like horrifying. Because there would be jokes and it's like, "Oh, we're like executing robots. Haha, genocide."
So do we think that maybe Gareth Edwards is I mean, obviously good effects director and visual director.
He knows.
Should he stay the hell away from writing or?
Well, I don't think anyone should stay the hell away from writing, but yeah, it doesn't help. It doesn't. I think the problem right now is everything's got to be so expedited to where it's like scripts
Ryan
should
Johnson
take years.
Should stay the hell away from writing. That's
yes.
Well, scripts should take years to develop.
Yeah, I think the problem is everyone puts like Filoni and what's his name, Goodwin. What's his? They put him on a pedestal and think, oh, like they're knocking it out of the park, and then when they have the opportunity to do something on their own, it's the same regurgitated trash. It's like this movie was like I don't know which one mentioned. I think maybe it's Adam. I can't remember. Mentioned it was exactly like Rogue One. It's the same thing.
From what I've heard, and I haven't seen it, it follows. I think I'm quoting Vex's review, but it follows basically the same arc as Rogue One, where you have
Yeah.
someone that needs to be protected and reunited. And
I also got very Last of Us vibes not the
Yeah.
game, but the
Yeah.
show.
Yeah. District 9, Elysium, Blade
Yeah,
Runner,
District 9.
Terminator. Simon Stalenhag is one that I was like getting a lot of the art, the production design stuff. I don't know.
The
You've probably
Golden
seen.
Child, whatever.
Yeah, you
They can't think of anything.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you, sir?
I'll show
I gotta-
myself out.
Simon Stalenhag. He's the one who does all these crazy like Americana with like robot art. You know, it's cool. But
Well, it's
the
Akira.
visuals look
You might have-
great. The design looks great. It's very
Oh,
I do
yeah,
a lot
the
of
loop.
District 9. It looks cool, but is it going to hold me for 2 hours? I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
see, that's the thing that's concerning is I mean, visual candy is nice, but at some point, especially if you're dealing with sci-fi and the kind of weighty philosophical issues that's in this movie, man, you better know what the hell you're doing, or it just is going to land flat and just be, oh, this is kind of a crap video game, but at least the shooting is good.
You need something
Yeah.
to put the sprinkles on top of.
Well,
Mhm.
Well, or the depth, right?
I
And-
kind of
and-
blame. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I mean, you can't do either, right? You know, the idea of, I mean, a good example of something that like halfway got there and then actually delivers much later in the film, but was so poorly marketed was Bicentennial Man, another
Yeah.
fine
Oh.
Disney
I actually
flop.
like
flop
I
of
do like
Matic.
that. I like that movie actually.
Which also reeks of Spielberg's AI.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah, I think Bicentennial Man came out.
it predates
first,
it.
Yeah.
didn't it?
Yeah.
And it was just marketed terribly because Disney was like, "Oh, look, it's got Robin Williams. It'd be funny." Nah, I mean, yeah, maybe the first bit of it, but it becomes very much a philosophical question about what is it to be human, and the society. But despite all of the things that he gives society and that he is trying to become more human, they eventually fall down on the point that in order to be properly human, you have to be able to die.
Mm.
Yeah,
Sentience
apparently
isn't enough, right? There has to be a limit or whatever. And that kind of deeper philosophical exploration is why that movie gets good as it goes. Blade Runner is interesting because they're not robots. They're literally
Replicants.
biological,
Synthetic
Yeah.
humans.
right?
Mhm.
That they're manufactured, but otherwise, you can't detect them other than through emotional examination because they're immature. Because they
I did
they
like
have
the
such a
name
limited lifespan.
symbiont. I thought that was a cool word for the fake people, the cyborg people.
What did they call? Did you guys ever watch that show, Space Above and Beyond? What did they call those people that they used
No.
to fight with?
No idea. No
Not
idea.
the aliens, but they had like a war before. Silicate?
Space. Maybe. Let me see.
Damn, oh, okay. So I'm the old fuck in the group. Okay.
Yeah, you are.
I remember
got it.
Space Above and Beyond. I also remember not watching it because it didn't look all that
Yeah.
interesting.
No, I will fight you on being the
They're
oldest.
called the
person.
Chigs.
Yeah, I got a good. I got a
No,
good
the
chance.
Chigs are the aliens. They have
Oh.
this really cool. That show had a really cool. I'm not gonna start. I'm gonna bring us off. My tangent, but it had a really cool premise that like they had already fought like a space war with these AI type synthetic humans that they built and that revolted against them. So
My God.
Yeah, that's kind of Dune-ish with the Butlerian Jihad.
okay.
Well, I mean, there's a reason that Dune depends on not especially technology and AIs and all
Right.
that. It's because
You know-
in the
Right.
books you have the Butlerian Jihad, right?
If Dune was still coming out this year, then it would be easy to say that,
Oh,
we
God,
wouldn't
that
we wouldn't
really-
be saying, "Oh, The Creator was the best sci-fi movie of this year." We'd be pretty saying
mean,
What
Here's
other
a hot-
sci-fi movie was there?
right. It is exactly.
was
If
gonna
Dune
be
hadn't gotten
Dune.
pushed
It was
back,
gonna
if
be
Dune
Dune.
hadn't gotten, it would have been Dune.
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
I think
so
they're all
it'd be
really
the best of two.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited. I mean, I think they pushed it back specifically because they know next year is going to be bunk in terms of
I
profits.
think you're right. I think you're
There
right.
is Snyder's movie on Netflix coming out in December, so that might.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not holding my breath on that. but-
Rebel Moon. I'm sure
Yeah,
just like
that-
The Creator,
Star
it'll look
Wars
cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the thing
Well,
about
if
it,
you
like
can see it,
Inception,
yeah.
Inception and Avatar kind of started this trend where it's like movies no longer need to be great; they just need to be awesome. As long as they're awesome, and badass.
Inception had a really good premise and story, though.
Yeah,
They
but
just
I mean,
need
at
to
the same
not be
time, like,
horrible.
I hate that you do that. You always put a great movie next to that piece of shit
compare They both came
Avatar.
out
You
around the same
always
time.
do
Is why I
that.
brought it up.
You
I brought
always
it up.
do that. It's like, oh,
Temporal.
a 3-hour movie. Well, I could think of 2, Avatar and Godfather. Yeah, they really belong in the same sentence. No, they fucking don't, man.
Avatar.
I love
James
Avatar.
Cameron.
Our
Yep.
expectations have been lowered so far that as long as
Yeah.
it's not offensive, it's worth watching. I mean,
Yeah,
we've
that-
gone
that's-
this route.
Yeah, I haven't got there yet. No,
Here's
I'll just
another
keep
hot take
skipping
though.
it.
Here's a hot take, and not don't come for me. All right, I don't want to have to get attacked. But is it?
Dude,
see
you
how
just
we all
invited me coming for you, and you go, no, don't come for me. Let me just get in the starting stance. I'm ready.
Jay, get ready. Jay, get ready.
I'm in the blocks. I'm in the blocks.
The way that all right, pack a lunch, boys. You're gonna be gone for a while. Is it that the way that we all rattled off all these other things, TV shows and movies, I mean, like we were like just zinging them out there. Is it that this movie's mid, or is that we've seen too many movies, and that is that it, or is this thing just like a ripoff?
It's
a
hard to
hodgepodge of
come
all
up
these-
with original ideas nowadays. It is. I give it credit because it's
No,
like
it's
it
not.
is
It's hard to
harder
get them made.
It's
Yeah,
hard
well,
to get them made too. Yeah.
Well, not only that, but I don't necessarily need you to come up with original, but I do need you to do it in a really good way, right? And so
Agreed.
the idea
Agreed.
of sentient AI or
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, that's an old trope that goes back to the old Twilight Zone and Outer Limits,
Yes.
and before that, I mean, Metropolis. But doing
Who did
it well,
best? Who
doing
did
it
best?
in a twist.
So that's
I mean that Twilight Zone with the robot that was built, the one that had Leonard Nimoy in it. That's a pretty good and early examination that really is kind of the first revelation of like a Turing test, and the idea of what is culpability. How do you define humanity, and then the legal complications that come with that or not.
Yeah, but even if you go all the way back to like before computers, like even like Pinocchio, that's like one of the earliest
or
ones,
the old Jewish myths of the Golem.
The Golem, yeah.
Yeah.
There's also I think my favorite.
How about the Animatrix?
Yeah, that's heavy. Second Renaissance is heavy in this movie. Creator.
That's
But this
actually
goes-
I saw a lot of that, and I stand by Animatrix. I know Matrix really shit the bed. I'm not going to disagree. 2, 3, and then whatever that abomination was that came out last year.
No,
But,
I like the Matrix, but it's very heavily built on top of things like Ghost in the Shell in the
Yeah.
90s, early 90s
Yeah.
and 80s.
But the
like
Specifically,
70s
this-
philosophy about simulacra and
Yeah, sci-fi
simulation.
used to be philosophical. That's what's missing now.
Right,
This
that's
leads
the
me to
thing.
my-
Well, so
there was
that's a good
philosophical stuff in this movie, but it's just stuff we've seen before and done better before.
right, and that's the problem. So
Yeah.
I think we've had a subtle redefinition of what is sci-fi in modern movies, where it's look, it has spaceships, that's sci-fi. No, it's not.
Yeah.
And that they think that the technology is the interesting part of the look, I got blasters and I've got lasers and so that must be sci-fi. No, the idea of sci-fi is that you take normal humanity and you usually spin one thing different, right?
Yeah.
That puts them in a different setting, and then see how they would react to that.
One thing I liked about the movie that I saw visually that was like something that stuck out was like there's like the temple and they've got these little robot statues in the temple that they kind of worship, and I was like, that's cool. And then I walk out of the theater, I'm like, that makes no sense at all. Like, is
Well,
that
it
supposed
does.
to be like an old temple or like
Well,
a
or
new
is it
temple?
Battlestar Galactica, the reboot, where the Cylons have a desire for religion as
Yeah.
part of their evolution
Right.
as more sentient beings, right? That they want to have meaning in their life that is more than just them.
Artificial intelligence. That
damn.
was the other thing.
Who
With
put
like
this really fucking smart guy on this thing? Like we're just a bunch
Jay
of
was
dumbasses.
supposed to be the
It's-
funny guy.
It's
I did.
Stupenzo's channel, man. I'm just here. I don't
No
know what
worries.
you're talking about.
Well, toxic.
Northern English
going
Bastard.
back to
yeah,
your
Go
back
ahead.
to your point, toxic. When you're talking about the movies, and like we've had so much garbage in the last 5 years. One movie makes it look amazing. So, like for example, Joe Rogan and everyone getting all horny over Talk to Me. Is that a great movie? No. That movie's been done a million times.
Yeah.
And it's like it's a copy of Sixth Sense pretty much. and everyone's getting
yeah.
thinking it's the in the end, the ending is like
yeah. No, I don't disagree with you. I didn't take that as the big selling point. I mean, yeah, Joe Rogan blowing his load over it was silly.
But why is that? Why is that?
I think it's
Because
just
there's
the fact
nothing
that
but
there's
garbage.
YouTube
Yeah, you're not
filmmakers
wrong.
making a movie.
You're not wrong.
It's something
What'd you
different.
Say it again. Say it again, Stupenza.
Oh, I was just saying it's like the idea that these YouTube filmmakers were the ones
That's
that
what I
were able to
liked.
make this movie.
Yeah.
But also
Yeah.
like for me, like it's like the sequel and the prequel potential, like just like for the first Final Destination movie, you're like, I could see many of these having a similar plot, you know, it's like a
Exactly.
similar thing. And the same thing with Talk to Me. You're gonna see that hand in a bunch of fucking movies and crossovers and shit over the next 20 years. Get used to it.
Hey,
I'm not
if
gonna see it.
while his comment is still up in the queue, I just want to say I listened to Northern English Bastards review of The Evil Dead. It's probably the best video he's done so far. I posted it to the group, and I had
You got a new
I
mic.
listened to it. What's that?
You got a new lapel mic. It sounds great.
Yeah, no, it's really well done. I listened to it twice in a row while I was at work today and laughed my ass off. People are like looking at me in the hallway. They're like, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Why is he laughing?" And he was cracking me up the whole time. It's a great video. If you guys get a chance and maybe give him a listen.
Cannoli Sasquatch, thanks for having us on earlier. We'll see you next week. But yeah, he has got an early.
He's the best.
Just wanted to drop
He's
it, leave
the
it
best.
like early morning for me. So I'll check and the replay. Have a great night. Thanks for coming, man.
Thanks, you hairy bastard.
Everyone just giving I was like, I was happy that he was able to like invite another hairy giant Italian man on the stream. There's room for multiple of us paisans on
What
the
are you
Cannoli
saying?
Sasquatch
What are you
channel.
I'm saying that I qualify for 2 out of 3. I'm just missing the Italian part.
Well, you can have my back hair. I don't.
Monday nights are for the boys.
I don't have back hair.
You can have mine.
I'm a smooth Italian. Yeah, like I'm just tired of like these wannabe writers and directors and just stealing scenes. Like watching Ahsoka and watching the creator and watching a lot of these so-called sci-fi or even new movies. It's just stealing scenes from other previous movies or TV series,
like
or even
Tarantino does with his remixes, his sampling, he calls it. You know,
but he has depth to his movies.
True.
Though that's
There's
the
a way
difference.
to
I think with Gareth Edwards,
he
comes from a special effects background, so I think with his movie, it's like this movie's going to be like eye candy, ear candy, and yeah, it's going to be the same surface level stuff. I mean, as far as like enjoying the movie, it's like I don't know if I'm going to like this movie more or less as I see it again, but I know like I'll probably have to watch it again, revisit it again in a year or two, and see like how it grows on me, because sometimes like they get worse after viewings and sometimes they get better.
Sometimes they do get better. Yeah,
we're talking about how The Shining was universally panned when it first came out and people kind of started coming around on it.
There's nothing terribly original about The Matrix per se. It's a remix of a lot of already predefined ideas. It's just a perfect soup.
Yeah,
It
and the thing about perfect soup's
out of
great.
anime and Blade Runner.
That's the
and
problem.
all these good things, and it makes a beautiful cake out of it, and it's delicious.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with paying homage, right? And usually the way you do that is to do it better in some way, or to echo it in but not just straight up photocopy.
I'll give you an example of that. The best movie that I've seen this year was The Covenant, and that's a standard, soldier stuck behind enemy lines type story with a little bit of a redemption twist type thing. It's been done before, but I thought it was done very, very well. So like kind of what Jay was saying, you can do something with a plot that's been done a million times, but just make sure you have a riveting story and good action and good actors in it, and that will be compelling.
Right.
Dialogue.
So, yeah, I agree with you.
Dialogue means everything.
Yeah.
The dialogue.
Yeah.
Give
And
me
a lot of
sharp
these
dialogue,
shows.
give me an arc, and I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'll watch whatever you want to do.
But a lot of these movies that are out there, you have no idea what's happening, or they're dismantling everything that's been previously made. It's just it's brutal. It's brutal.
I think with this movie, what I said the problem was with it's like all the dialogue is like utilitarian, kind of like James Cameron style, where it's just like utilitarian dialogue to further the plot along. And then towards the third act, when spoilers, like we start finding out about Nirmata, that becomes kind of convoluted and kind of like loses some steam a little bit. What was that fart? Somebody fart in the microphone?
I'm sorry, James Cameron.
Oh, I heard I heard a little trumpet, a little barking
Had
spider.
a little Cameron earlier today, and
Yeah. Well, Chris, I mean, blue collar, you've been quiet. I know. I don't want to give you a hard time. You love this. Did you like this movie more than Covenant? I know you and Toxic both loved Covenant a lot.
What's like
And you
Toxic said, I love Covenant because it was like you saying it's behind enemy lines, but because of the redemption arc of what Jake Gyllenhaal goes through, and I feel like it's a lot of times films they go by what you can relate to. So I know that knowing a lot of soldiers, and Toxic was a soldier. Sometimes a soldier film may hit you harder, and I feel like a film like for something like The Last of Us, or even with the creator being a father, I feel like I'm not saying non-parents wouldn't get it, but once you become a dad and become a dad of a little girl or a little boy, and you see what's going on, sometimes you may have more of a bias on something. Like say Avatar, for example, because I was on an Indian reservation, I have a certain bias towards Avatar with some of the shit that happens in that film. But I can see why some people may not care as much about that.
Yeah.
But I also
the lone wolf and cubs story.
I think that sci-fi, though, I know they always say Star Trek isn't political, but damn sure every version of Star Trek, it's not the main focus of that. But every sci-fi, like I said, the Matrix was big into the 90s. AI is so close right now. We just had a fucking strike over AI. So we're gonna start seeing a lot more AI-based movies, because of
I'm excited.
Dude,
we were talking about The Shining and remaking The Shining. I didn't bring it up, but like, dude, the idea of like, let's remake The Shining, but like AI. Like, what if like Chevy Chase
they've remade
The
Shining so many times, though. Like,
but like, let's
literally
just see The Shining.
remade it.
Let's just see The Shining with Kramer in it as Jack Torrance. Like, literally the character Kramer. Like, you could do whatever the fuck you want with these AI movies down the line.
Here's Jerry.
Yeah, and then also like, yeah, dude, it sounds so cool. But also like with AI, I'm glad you brought up Star Trek because like, whenever people bring up Star Trek, like where to begin, what to do, I always say the same thing. My favorite episode, and also one of the greatest starting episodes, and probably the first great episode of The Next Generation, was the Measure of a Man episode, where Picard has to argue that Data is real and alive. Like, and it's a courtroom scene. It's a courtroom episode.
Is that before or after Drumhead?
It was season 1, so...
Measure of Man season 2.
Season 1 TNG.
Season 2, yeah. Early season 2 then. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Drumhead is...
Riker had a beard, so it had to be at least season 2.
Oh, that's season 2 then.
Yeah. And I can't remember. I was thinking Drumhead was before Measure of a Man.
Maybe. I don't know.
Which is also an excellent...
regardless, I mean, the original series is heavily cultural, societal, not political.
Yeah, you can't
say.
Well, no, it is political. The difference is that it presumes that your audience is actually intelligent, that you can't, and in good faith, present both sides of a situation and the
it's not political propaganda. It's just political.
And it's not just this is obviously the right way, and everybody else are just knuckle dragging.
Anyone who doesn't agree is literally the enemy. Red-faced demon.
Like they're that planet they go to that everybody wears black with little red armbands and
the speeches.
Yeah, but
it's an opportunity for discussion as opposed to an agenda being shoved down your
but by disconnecting from the modern whatever's going on and making it dispassionate in that way, right?
Just laying it out before the audience and saying, here's what it is, you decide. Like
with a situation that isn't what they're going through right this minute, right? It's the same argument, but separated from whatever passion you have about my side thinks this about this thing, right? They don't talk about the Vietnam War. They may talk about a war that involves a lesser technology race versus another one. And it talks about the trade-offs back and forth, right? Is it a private little war with the one with the Klingons, where they go and it's just the simple folk. It's the first time we meet the Klingons.
I don't remember the name of the episode, but the point being is that it gives you room to think.
Right, without the emotion, right? It removes that emotional component of being modern day, current, whatever you're talking about.
You could have people from two different sides of two different political aisles watch the same episode and take away two different things, and they'll both feel validated and both kind of put themselves in the other shoes of the other person's. It's like
but both at least have an understanding of what the other side says, right? The argument, and so you can evaluate it. Now, if your bias is overwhelm whatever the proffered argument is, fine, but at least you've heard the other argument in a way that isn't, that's just those damn hippies, or it's just that son of a bitch Johnson, in this war.
Yeah.
I always think of Blazing Saddles. Mr. Johnson is right. Howard Johnson is right. They're all named Johnson.
Johnson and Johnson.
Yeah,
the sheriff is near.
Did any of you guys get a chance to watch? I know not everybody has Hulu, but did you get a look at No One Will Save You? Did you get a chance?
Yes.
Talked about it briefly last week.
Thoughts on that?
We were talking about how we felt that the humans were the bad guys. The woman was actually the villain. And like,
it had a lot of potential.
The aliens were like looking for help. Like, hey, our car broke down, stabbed in the head. Ah.
Well, I'll tell you this. I tend to get distracted pretty easily. I've always got something to do with the group. I've always got something going on. And it was about 2 hours before I was getting ready for my work shift, and I popped it on. So me and Chris, for Blue Collar, could have something to talk about later.
Yeah.
And I couldn't take my eyes off it. It kept my attention the whole time. I've been a big fan of that actress since she was on Justified, and I really liked it. I know it's kind of what did somebody somebody likened it to something else, and I was like, yeah, that's I would give it that as well. But it's been getting the rounds, and I think it's pretty. We'll say what now?
I was saying it might go back to that whole thing about how we're so like quality starved, like 3-star stuff seems like 5-star stuff.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. But
I think this movie was your prime example of edging. You're edging and you're about the climax, and then it just gives you blue balls at the end.
Well, it's like a classic horror movie. You gotta hold your load, bust your load later at the end, and
but inevitably, too much edging leads
this is
to
an all
shrinking.
male stream. This is all male stream right here. You can definitely tell.
Well, that's something to give credit for is in the trailers was Joshua's wife there was saying that, it's not exactly, but akin to what Sarah Connor was saying in Terminator 2, when she's watching John with the Terminator, and she goes, this thing will never yell at John. It'll never hurt John. It will die for John. It will protect John. And it's this constant thing with people going through Chat GPT right now and these fucking real dolls. And his wife is like, well, the thing is, these AI treat me better than any fucking human ever did. And I'm like, well, in terms of like programming, right? A machine in this situation is not there to harm you, and people are pretty fucking shitty. Like I can see a lot of people relating more to an AI.
I mean, yeah, but didn't AI said it was going to kill all of like Congress or some shit like that?
Well, suddenly I'm in favor of the AI. Okay, sign me up.
I'm
don't say you're not going to sell me on it. Toxic.
I'm talking in terms of the film, though. I'm just saying, like the premise of this movie, like Terminator, was no matter what, the Terminator was not there to fucking hurt John. No,
I hear you.
Her character in the film was just like, I was dying because of the fucking fall of the bomb and the war, and these things treat me better than any person ever fucking did. And I'm like, well, it's not hard to pop in TikTok or pop in fucking New York Post and see what we do to each other every single day.
Well, it just shows that Sarah has like really bad taste in men, like her. All the other father figures just didn't really cut it.
I mean, it's pretty hard to get apocalyptic training amongst the straight normies.
If Sarah was dating a bunch of guys, a bunch of ex-military guys like me, she probably was getting good call.
Westworld season 1, obviously.
Westworld season 1 is fucking. You can't touch it.
Yeah, so there's an interesting argument about the idea of AI and people's preferences for there's an app that basically gets you like virtual girlfriend / boyfriend depending on what you want, and has millions of subscribers. These people losing their shit over it, right?
Because you can sext. You can sext it. That's why.
Yeah, but even before, because the sexting was a boost that they added like a year or so after they first released it, right? Yeah. So
what's the name of the app? What's the name of
the app? I do remember that app.
There's an interesting argument. Yeah, there's an interesting argument that's similar to they call it the screw fly theory, where so there's a fly that they were trying to eradicate, and the way that they do it is they provide these pheromones and these little things that look like the flies, right? And they're actually more attractive to the males than the real females are. And so the males will go and dump load after load and end up dying, and they don't reproduce because they're more attracted to this, right? So what happens to humanity if you go far enough where people are into this kind of
thing?
They're
doing
right?
that with mosquitoes now. I listened to what do you call it? What's the free
Podcast?
radio?
Oh,
NPR.
And I was listening to NPR in my jail cell a couple years ago. Drink.
Drink.
Cheers.
We went 35 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty good for us. And I remember them talking about how they've developed mosquitoes, male like drone mosquitoes to
sterile males.
Right.
Yeah, to kind of wipe out the mosquito race. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So the interesting thing then is who is most likely to survive? Well, I bet on the Amish.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
the new thing is to have these new mosquitoes engineered to give us vaccines and stuff against our will. They're like being released amongst the public without our knowledge.
That's not very feasible.
What's the ripple effect of that, though? That's my
who knows?
question.
Who fucking knows?
You end up
All you know is
that's-
Bill
yeah.
Gates is behind it. Bill Gates is behind it, so that's all you got to know.
yeah, I mean, the biggest thing, I don't worry about AI. I got enough problems dealing with
Away.
other humans who want to have power and run everything.
I, for one, welcome our artificial intelligence
Exactly.
overlords.
Well, I was,
This is how big my last
They help me make funny
semester is.
pictures with my Midjourney
Yeah.
and help me make fun
well, it's
movies
just-
with AI
what's like-
cinema.
it's like any kind of war situation. That's what I'm saying. Like I could see in this situation why some people like why would you side with the AI for? Because of that. Like some people, if aliens invaded us, everybody knows here. If aliens actually started invading us, how many people would fucking side with the goddamn aliens over humanity?
Oh yeah, collaboration
say-
is
let's
always a
just
huge
say,
thing
like-
in war.
Yeah,
let's
that's
just
what I'm
say
saying. That's
aliens
one that I was
invade
expecting about this.
They hang out in China and the Chinese embrace them and the Americans are like, no. And we just start bombing China, like New Asia. We start
Well,
bombing
Goddamn
Asia.
right.
Will
Like,
the
how is
aliens
that-
give me free health care?
How
Because
is like
I'm willing
NATO
to.
cool with that?
Right.
Well,
I
you
would
know-
just like to,
I mean, they're giving the
point
same
out
kind
to
of free health care you get from Canada.
Yes. Our future
Oh,
Asian
God, don't
overlords
even
that
go
are
there.
listening in right now, I am 100% in
Well,
on that. So
you know,
you do
joke-
not need to do his comments. Do not represent me.
but you know, not joking to what Adam was saying when we were watching The Thing. Like Enzo said, The Thing actually cured his diabetes. It was there to help us, and we fucking murdered the bastard.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah.
Once The Thing was copying people stopped getting sick. Like, come on,
Yeah,
Keith
blue
David,
collar.
you know?
I don't know if you listened to the Shining stream, but we were talking about the thing. I talked about the Thing stream because we were talking about
I'm
how,
gonna
like
do
in the
Greek life,
Shining, the color red is like in every scene, and then like
Yes.
the Thing, the red is only apparent is when the gore shows up, and it's so like insane. Oh god, it was a good stream.
Enzo, I want to ask, since you just are fresh off the fuck griddle from the Shining stream, let me ask this: do you subscribe to the theory that the little quote unquote mistakes are stuff that the director put that he put in there to fuck with the audience, or do you
I
think
was
there's
talking
just...
about that the whole stream about how
Were you?
Stanley Kubrick's
Okay.
an insane genius,
Anything by
meticulously, doing
Yeah.
everything.
I
There's
mean,
nothing
What's
accidental
even
in
crazier
Kubrick.
about the lighting stuff? Like I was telling about the lighting, how the lights turn off in between cuts. Stanley Kubrick could have done that stuff without the knowledge of the crew. He could have just been like, "Hey, let's do a different cake with different lighting."
yeah, but also,
and then he could have
what a-
edited them in intersplicedly.
what a brilliant way to, like, you make mistakes in your job and everyone goes, oh my god, he's so fucking
Well, it's a horror
brilliant."
movie, so
Look
even
at-
if it is mistakes, it only makes it creepier.
Look how he made those mistakes. You know he did that on purpose when he's like,
So
damn, I was just drunk as
so
fuck
Disney-
that day.
Toxicity is saying that Stupenzo is one of those Star
Maybe.
Wars Disney simps who's like, Filoni is, this is so genius. Look at
Here's-
this. You have to
here's the
totally
thing.
insert all of your head canon in order for any of it
I
to
would
make
never
sense.
accuse Enzo of simping for Disney.
You would
or
merely infer it
I
very
only simp for
hard, yes.
Verhoeven. All right, Paul Verhoeven's the only director I simp for,
as you
All right.
should.
and
As
Michael
you
J.
should.
Nelson from Mystery Science Theater. He's the only. Those are the only. Mike Nelson for president. ladies and
William
gentlemen.
Friedkin can also get a bit of my simp as well.
Oh yes. We've learned to respect Mr.
I'd
Friedkin
simp
and his
Nelson.
We
illustrious
respect
career.
Billy. We respect
Not to be
Um,
a downer here, but I do have to get up early. But
No worries.
Hey,
thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah.
Good to have.
got
Yeah,
40
one less
minutes,
J
man.
now.
I leave you in good hands because
I'll message
Jay's
you,
awesome.
Some stuff about some comics skate stuff I want to do with my vampire book and stuff. And
Sure.
I'm planning on really building the audience and start marketing it for next October because I want the book to be partly done. And like I said, with this crowdfunding stuff, it's like I plan for a 48-page floppy. But if we get enough backers, dude, I'll make it an 80-page book because I got enough script for it, you know. So
What
I'm
about
excited.
the Gooch cinematic universe? Is that
Yeah.
a thing yet? Or
That is
yeah.
a strong That's a
Let's
strong
do it.
possibility.
Okay,
That's
thank
always
God.
a strong
Thank
possibility.
God.
But
Cheers,
it's
Jay.
awesome to be on with you there, Adam and Jay, because I've known you guys the longest in the chats and everything.
Oh.
So,
Well, I'll just go
it
fuck
was-
myself then. Thanks.
we're all
Um,
making friends. Yeah, new friends. It's always cool, man.
Ignore
I
toxic.
was just gonna say, Toxic, it was nice to meet you, bro, and
It's not.
and Blue Collar. Enjoy prison. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but
Oh no.
Yeah.
yeah. If you guys, anytime you guys want to hop on, just shoot me,
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
in the DMs, and we'll
Same to
Careful
you,
what you
man.
wish for.
in the future. If you saw the show last week, yeah,
Gooch.
I'll leave it at that. The Gooch show. Yeah, but you guys take care. Have a good stream
too,
as
buddy.
always.
All right, brother.
Great stream with you guys.
See you later, Jay.
Ciao.
Best to you,
All
buddy.
right, man. Later. Nice meeting you, man. Come on anytime.
Time's always against us.
I'll send Luke
Look at
the
me
link.
dead center. Look at me dead center exactly
All
how I
right.
should be and exactly how I see myself in life. Because
You're
Yeah.
the small white girl on the couch, and we're the ones
Yes,
standing
I
behind you.
am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
He's
I
between
like
four,
him. He's funny.
between
He's
four-
funny. I like
he's
him.
between four men here.
I mean, just like prison. Just like prison, am I right?
Yeah.
Mind if
I
we
sent
dance
Northern
with
English
your
the
dates?
bastard. I started Northern English bastard to the link in case he wants to come in. Because I don't pay for
Okay.
StreamYard, so I think I can only have 6 people max.
If you're a
I
chance,
can't
Jay,
Pay for StreamYard yet, but I'm
if you
working.
chance,
on it.
our fucking thing review when me and Toxic had this fucking running joke with
Oh.
with the rope. Oh my
The
god.
rope. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Auto
so
asphyxiation.
The thing
the
thing
autoerotic
may or may
asphyxiation.
not cure diseases of a physical nature, but it certainly does not cure a man of his fucking sexual
Priapism.
perversion.
So like
Because-
when the thing abducts Norris, it inherits his heart disease. But when the thing corrupts becomes Blair, it also has his affliction, his need,
Diabetes.
Yeah. So
diabetes, and his need to jerk off with a hang rope.
Yeah.
So I noticed this on Drinker's thing about the thing earlier
Christ.
today, and the everybody's going on with the Norris, and that the thing, these people are actually the thing, but they don't know that the thing. I don't know how anybody's reading that into what's going on.
I don't
in
know
the-
either.
the
Thank you
actual movie.
for saying that. Yeah.
Norris,
I had a
notice
lot
that
of
Norris
problems with that.
complains about his stomach and is having issues, and he says that after Bennings goes and says, "Hey, I've looked at Blair's stuff. Maybe everybody should prepare their own food and eat things out of cans." Norris then later starts having and he's having the stomach problems,
Yeah.
but then it keeps going or whatever, and all of a sudden he then collapses. And then you have the doctor try and give him CPR, and surprise, motherfucker! You get the chomp.
Maybe he ate something and he's becoming the thing from like the inside out.
Right,
And he
right.
doesn't realize
That he's had a small ingestion, and so
Yeah.
what's happening is his stomach and digestive system has been
I'll buy
turning into
that.
the thing.
I can buy that.
Yeah.
I can buy that. Also, I listened to that today too at work,
Yeah.
and the guy that was on there with Drinker was saying that they can recreate your clothing and stuff like that.
Yeah. And I'm like, did
I
you not notice the coats on the walls that
Yeah,
suddenly
that's
keep
not
disappearing
right.
when people
That's
go
not
outside?
right. No, they don't recreate the clothing. Where did he get that from?
Yeah, why didn't he just recreate a helicopter and fly the hell away?
Right,
Stupid shit.
exactly.
It's a flyway.
I like
What's
this
like-
guy. Man, it's I don't understand. Sometimes like there'll be things from classic movies that will pop up and somehow like infect into pop culture, like the whole Huckleberry thing and Tombstone. And I don't know where it starts from, but people pick it up and run with it. And I'm just like, no, man, that's not right. Like, where are you? And God bless him, man. Drinker.
Are you saying people use the term "you're my Huckleberry" incorrectly? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's been this thing in the last like decade where I don't know where this has come from. I don't want to go off on a tangent. I'm going to, where someone has said, oh, well, when he says I'm your Huckleberry, he really means I'm your Hucklebearer, which is the thing on the side of the casket because he's going to kill the guy. And I'm like, No, the fuck, that's not what the fuck
No,
fucking
I agree.
means.
I agree.
Shut the fuck up.
Does it, when he says you're no daisy, is he talking about the floral arrangement for the casket?
No, I'm your huckleberry is a thing. My grandfather used to fucking say that. I'm your huckleberry means I'm the man for the job.
There's a reason Huckleberry Hound was called Huckleberry Hound.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. God damn, you're fucking smart as fuck. Are you single? What's going on? Like, what's your deal?
He belongs to me.
You boy.
Okay, that's fair. My bad. I ain't trying to.
I mean, for a pack of smokes, you know, I might be willing to trade a night. That's about it, you know.
It's
I got a whole pocket full of dance.
Does that count for drinking for prison talk? Was that prison talk I just heard?
Yes.
I mean, listen. Hey, listen. If he wants to pull his pocket out and have me hold on to it, and I'll follow him around. That works for me.
You know what I do to you for a can of sardines?
Yeah,
can of
How many
sardines.
ramen does that work?
I gotta say, I like those
not
smoked
cheap.
oysters more than sardines. Those canned smoked oysters with crackers and mustard. If you put yellow mustard on them, it's a fucking game changer.
I don't know. I'm allergic to shellfish, but anyway. But yeah, man. The guy that was with the drinker today was going off on this whole fucking tangent about you know, they can recreate the clothes, or it was a mistake in the editing. And I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Like,
it's just again, it's head canon that runs amok because nobody else went, bro, are you high? What are you talking about?
The whole sequel, I mean, the prequel, as bad as it is like their whole thing was like it can't replicate, you know, the fillings and inorganic stuff. So like, what the hell? Like, what's your excuse?
Right? That's how she caught. That's how she caught the guy Carter at the end of the thing prequel.
His earrings in the wrong ear.
Because he put the earring in the wrong ear because he didn't fucking know any better.
You're in the gay. You have the gay earring pierced.
Oh no.
Your left earring.
Yeah, there's I want to hear the argument about that. Like, did she really burn him because she thought he was assimilated, or did she burn him because she realized that he was swinging for the other fences and he was going to be no use to her?
Dude, I always think of like Homer when he shoots a zombie Flanders, and you're like, oh my god, you killed zombie Flanders. He was a zombie.
Flanders was a zombie.
Yeah.
No, it's one thing I've noticed in certain happy hours. I never forget the worst one I heard when Drinker had the quartering on, and it's like the guy just never watched the fucking movie, and Drinker was just carrying the entire fucking
he gets that a lot. What was the guy? What's the guy's name that I don't like? That
if I ever get on the Drinkers channel, I promise to do the same thing, to talk nonstop and not let him get a word in. Anyway.
Listen, you can. Nah, I ain't buying.
I'm just kidding. I'm very polite. I can be polite.
No, Stupenzo, he may act like a big old clown, but I'll tell you what, man. There's nobody that comes more prepared with random fucking trivia facts about a movie.
I was kind of upset because, or not upset, but I kind of realized like, oh yeah, they do a trivia section at the end of the movie, and I was like, oh well, I kind of should have.
I knew things were not going to go well when, like, the first thing he leads off with is talking about Ennio Morricone's soundtrack for that, and I was like, do you actually know that Morricone left and most of the music that he submitted was like, here, just use it wherever?
Hell,
and it wasn't used. It was John Carpenter did most of the music for that. Morricone's music actually gets reused in The Hateful Eight, and that's from the thing.
Difference, Jesus.
But Morricone wasn't there, especially once the movie was done, to actually proper track it and all that stuff, because he had another gig he had to go do. And Carpenter was like, no, it's fine. And Carpenter did most of that. And he's going on about, and this is the greatest Morricone. And I'm like, miss, slow your roll, bitch. Slow your roll.
Yeah.
And Morricone.
Enzo, how do you say his name?
And Morricone. Whenever I speak like Italian gibberish, I like to say that word. And Monaco Bellucci.
I will simp for Stupenzo tonight. I was very impressed with what you brought to the Shining discussion, dude.
Oh, thank you. I plan to do the same for the Exorcist, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I'm impressed.
Well, that's what that's why, like, I think that's why Dark Hour, I think he damn sure earned a Drinker's respect, because whenever Russ, even on My Cousin Vinny, Russ has a whole fucking, like, this guy does his homework.
Dark Hour is rad.
Yeah, like Russ really does his homework, but also, yes, Enzo, he makes hosting our stuff a lot easier because I'm trying to focus on keeping the clips a certain way and do this and that and talking, and Enzo does all the side homework for me, so I don't have to focus on trying to take notes on top of keeping the stream.
Enzo takes like a bump in the back. And Enzo does a bump in the bathroom, and then he watches movies at like double speed, and he's like,
I'm just an alcoholic. So like when I start drinking, it has I've
never seen this movie before, but I watched it at double speed 20 minutes before we went live, so I know everything about it.
I do. Dude,
Yeah.
I've watched movies at quadruple speed with subtitles, and I'll like some of these older movies, I'll absorb them that way if I
Yeah.
just like fucking pay attention.
I remember
right
my
here.
first Adderall.
Oh yeah, I'm very
It's a great drug.
what's the word? Susceptible to uppers. Like I don't know. I take an Adderall, I'm up for like 3 days.
Shocker.
I
was
smoke a
shocked
ton
at
of
this.
weed to balance this out. You know what I mean? Like,
But it damn sure is the premise that if I'm assuming any person here
Nice.
was invited to a drink or happy hour, I would at least I hate the whole like, hey, drinker, you contacted me 3 weeks ago and I never had a chance to watch the movie. Like, dude, really? I mean, I've seen it a couple times in his happy hours. Like the guy offered
We had
you.
remember that guy he used to have all the time a couple years ago, Danquish.
Oh,
Yeah.
That guy would get
wow.
shit about alien. They did an aliens happy hour, and
he would do like some of the better movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is like I would love to talk about a movie I've never seen. Like when we did the freaking stream, it was like I had to watch so many movies I didn't even realize he made.
I
like,
was
dude,
gonna admit to you
they look
guys,
so
you know how
good.
I submitted for our movie watch this week, the Firestarter or the Fog. I got both of them.
Hmm.
I'm gonna admit to you now, and I'm sorry. But hey, Farrell, what's up, brother?
He did a gravity hit.
Gravity
Stoned.
hits.
All right.
But
In the
I've never seen the Fog. I've seen
Yeah,
Firestarter like
I've seen it
Really?
once.
times. I've never seen the
Man.
Fog. So
I said if
seen-
we were gonna do another Carpenter movie, I would say The Fog because it's the one I'm least familiar with.
Yeah.
I'm more familiar
Say.
with Prince of Darkness, which
Yeah,
I've
Prince of Darkness
also
is a
seen.
great movie.
I've only
okay,
seen
well, I
that one a
couldn't
couple
get
times.
that. I couldn't get that one.
You
So
cheap son of
it's,
a.
it's the Fog or Firestarter, as I said.
Wow.
I think I'd have taken
We
Starman.
can always do one of these streams on Discord, and I can
Fuck!
just.
I should have got Starman. Damn it! I should have got
Starman.
Starman. I
Well,
love
fuck it.
Starman. I
For
love
us-
Starman.
It's a
If
pretty
for
good
any
movie.
reason-
It's
Yeah, I love Starman.
Oh shit!
I forgot- I
there
forgot
is
Star-
one
I
serious
forgot
piece of
Starman.
bullshit in that though.
Yeah.
There's no way that fucking Mustang 2 is burning tires anywhere.
You say,
Yeah.
fuck that prequel.
Yeah.
For the thing.
Which one?
Thing,
What
yeah,
prequel?
Yeah,
Thing prequel.
Thing.
Oh, the thing.
The thing.
Yeah,
prequel.
Fog is pretty
I
decent.
don't. You know, I don't mind it. I think it's okay. It's not
Yeah.
great.
Yeah,
but it's
I
not
love.
bad.
Oh, Drew Barrymore and Firestarter. See, the thing is, I don't want to Stephen King. You know, but I think Firestarter is one of his better
Yeah.
adaptations. Honestly,
John Carpenter score. John Carpenter.
Did you ever watch the
They-
new one that came out? I had to watch it until I was bored.
No,
It
no,
was-
Which one?
Maximum Overdrive. Fuck
it
the
was-
world.
the newest
Ooh,
one had
yeah. I
fucking
like Cat's Eye.
This
Stephen
machine
King's
just called
Cat's
me an
Eye.
oh.
yeah, it
I
came
like
out,
Stephen King's anthologies, like
I
Cat's
think it
Eye
was
and
on,
Creepshow.
I think it was on Peacock. Came
I
out-
love him in Creepshow.
I
love
just
him
watched
in
the
Creepshow.
Raft
Oh, yeah.
last night.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen
Yeah.
the Raft in forever, and I
Yeah.
watched that last night.
Oh, the
Great.
Raft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
What's
the
the
best out of
Raft?
all the Creepshow
Oh, yeah.
stories.
Yeah.
Even though Creepshow 1 is better than Creepshow 2, the Raft from Creepshow 2 is the best.
Even though the
out of
guy
all the stories.
technically grapes the chick on the raft. but
Yes,
lets her
and
get
that's why he
eaten.
gets what he deserves, man. That's why he gets
Yeah.
killed.
I
They all get killed.
mean,
I mean, she's
Yeah.
dead.
Bad
She
philanderer.
doesn't really care. It's fine.
She was a
You
slut.
can't
She was
say
gonna
no.
fuck that guy. The plan was for her to fuck him anyway.
God,
I mean,
she
the
was
point
hot.
is, it's like Jason, and we didn't bring this up in The Shining, but like Jason, Friday the 13th came out like a few months or weeks before The Shining, and because that movie actually made more money, and that was like a huge part of why horror pivoted in that direction instead of like away from The Shining, kind of like how Star Wars, 2001, Stanley Kubrick making these like cerebral science fiction. That was like science fiction up until Star Wars. And then Star Wars made a shit zillion dollars
God,
and everything.
Are any of you guys old enough to remember what a shitstorm Stephen King kicked off about fucking The Shining? Man, he had his
Yeah.
fucking pussy. It was bleeding for years over the
Yeah,
fucking Shining.
decades.
They brought
decades
up how,
was
like-
pissed about it.
They brought
Yeah,
up
I
when he
mean,
had to beg for the
whatever.
rights to remake it because he had to beg for Stanley Kubrick to
But
give him
then
the
he
rights
fi-
back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
but
said
then he
you can
finally
get
did
it,
that
but you
TV
can't talk
movie
any more
and it
shit.
Sucked.
Yeah, but
didn't have
one
to
of the
sell
part
the
of the
rights.
stipulation that Stanley Kubrick said is like, I'll give you the rights to make it, but you can't talk any more shit about my adaptation. You can only talk shit about Jack Nicholson's casting, and that's it.
No,
Like,
Adam,
the
he
weird-
did
Sell
he
the
did need to sell the rights. That Coke was not going to buy itself.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's
Hey,
still sore about it. And like I said, it's an inferiority
he?
complex.
Is he still
He's
sore
sore-
about it?
Oh
He's
yeah.
sore about it because Stanley Kubrick literally took his he realized his story's not that great, and he had a much. It's like I always think of that.
I don't know about that.
Have you ever seen the movie Gentlemen Broncos? Napoleon
yes.
Dynamite directors like follow up. I
Yes,
love
yes.
that movie because it's a great message about how
I
like,
love it because it's got the fucking dude from Flight of the Conchords in it.
Yeah, Jared. What's his name? Is that his name?
He's fucking great.
He's wonderful. But I like that movie because it's a great message about how like filmmaking is collaborative. And if you're like Mr. I wrote a book and I'm going to adapt it into a movie, this idea that they're going to no, I mean, yeah, but I'm just saying the idea that if you're going to hand it off to people, you have to trust them to put their own spin on it. You can't be controlling. Yeah, I know. It's like a give and take. It's like a give and take. Nothing's ever going to be the way you envision it in your head when you try to make it. It's rare. It's so rare.
I like Bab's comment. He's a New Englander. No one holds a grudge longer than them. That's
to differ.
I've always said holding a grudge is such a feminine trait. Not getting over stuff, not letting bygones be bygones, agree to disagree. Holding grudges is such a bitch move.
Oh, see, it's one thing. It's one thing to go. All right, I'm not gonna I'm not bringing this up. I mean, if you wrong me bad enough, I'm never dealing with you again. But my friends who been friends for 40 years, and my buddy one time was like, "Yeah, one time Jay was mad about this," and one was like, "Oh, I still am."
We love fine. That for you, Jay.
But I assure you, it's in my book. The account is still sitting there unpaid. Yeah. Be careful.
I like that. I like to think of Jay with that list, like fucking not Happy Gilmore, but Billy Madison, where he's got the kill list, and he calls and apologizes, so he takes him off the list.
He puts lipstick on.
I guarantee you're ever getting off the list, depending on how wrong it was. It'd be like, I accept your apology. Oh, he didn't erase shit. I accept that you apologized.
I think the Italian thing is just like, hey, you know what? Here's a plate of spaghetti, meatballs. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Yeah, I'm Scots-Irish, so
my father's German-Irish, so
we hold grudges to the grave. But let me tell you this. Okay, first of all, The Shining, the book, if you read it, The Shining, it's actually fucking scary. It's actually will scare the fuck out of you. So, and that's hard to do. Stephen King has a real talent for that. And then I was 100% in the wrong because I read Dr. Sleep, and then I saw the casting on Dr. Sleep, and I'm like, man, this is going to be some woke dog shit fucking bullshit movie. And it wound up being amazing. And they intertwined. Woke. It wasn't. It was not woke. And it intertwined both the book and the movie together fucking brilliantly.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to risk when you do an adaptation of a book. I mean, I read Silence of the Lambs before the movie was out, and I remember when they said, "Oh, we're going to make a movie," and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" No, I'm not sure this is going to work out right. The movie is different. I don't know that I would say it's better. I
can objectively say that it's better. I can because I love books.
I can argue both because again, I read the book first and reading it. And the internal monologue that goes on, right? It's the same thing like with Christine. I read Christine before the movie came out, and then heard, oh, they're making the movie. What? Oh, okay. And saw it, and I was like, okay, it's different. It's different. I understand why they had to make the changes to make the movie. I like the movie. It's not the same as the book, and that's fine. It shouldn't be the same, right? They're different mediums. They're different things, right? And one of the classic things is you run into a lot of people that paint really well. That doesn't mean they can be good animators. It's a different medium with different requirements, right? And you have to see that.
I will submit to you this. One of the best examples I can give of book versus, and I'm an author myself. I love books. To my left, right here in my room, is a bookshelf of over 300 novels. Okay, almost all of which I've read multiple times. And I will say this: you can take something and turn it into a medium, and if you have a respect for the source material, I feel the Dr. Sleep movie surpasses the book. And I love the book, and I read the book first. I feel the best example I can give you is The Prestige. That is a dog shit book. That book is fucking terrible. And Nolan took that and turned it into a.
I absolutely think that you can make good movies out of pretty fucking questionable books. The Outlaw Josey Wales. That movie is much better than the book it's based on. Right?
Agreed. The shootist.
Yeah, the shootist. And in the same way, you can take a really great book, turn it into a dog shit movie.
Yeah,
that's true too.
The
And
Running
that's
Man,
more
for
common.
example.
Yes.
Sub-Zero's first appearance. I remember always hearing about like
The Running Man is an incredible book.
It is a great short story.
Anybody that has ever even maybe thought about doing like listen, the biggest complaint I hear about Stephen King, and I sent one of my prison girlfriends the Stephen King's It for October, and she's like, I don't know why you send me Stephen King because his books, like, listen, you got years to do, like, fucking spend some time with Stephen King, you're fine.
Might want to skip that one scene towards the end, but other than that, it's
right. But
one of these days they're gonna remake it, and it's gonna be like the 100% faithful adaptation.
No, they
Rated
fucking
X.
will not. No,
And
they
we're gonna
will
be
not.
like,
no, they will not.
Yeah,
But
the only issue I have with King's writing is that there seems to be a lot of weirdly pubescent sort of grapey things, and
well, he was molested as a child. And he puts a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, the library policeman is very much.
The library policeman is the biggest indicator of that.
Yeah,
and you know, he alludes to that in his book, his autobiography / memoir on writing. How he
is that Danse Macabre?
No, On Writing is the name.
On Writing.
Yeah, and nice. Good for you. Good for you. You know what? Fucking Luke will just bust out a Western culture reference, and I'm just like, good for you.
It's impressive because he's English.
I know he's English as fuck, and then he's just like he busts out with one of the best lines from a Clint Eastwood movie. But
the thing about Stephen King is like he's got like that Tolkien thing.
Dying ain't much of a living, boy.
When you read it, like the descriptiveness is what's so creepy about it. You know, with Tolkien, it's like it's all the descriptiveness of the elves and stuff. It's not a whole lot actually happening.
I still submit that the reason why Salem's Lot works so well as a novel is because you are so invested in the town by the time the vampire starts attacking that you're just like, oh my God, this is horrific.
That is something I didn't talk about it a whole lot. Was like the Stephen King. We were definitely sucking Stanley. I was definitely sucking Stanley Kubrick's dick all night on the Shining Stream. But to give it to Stephen King, and I have mentioned this before on some of the Wii watches, but like with From Dusk Till Dawn and some of these other movies, like the Stephen King method is like you get to know these real characters with their real problems, and then some fucking monster shows up or an axe murderer shows up.
Yes.
Then
or a
all
monster
the problems
comes
don't
out
matter.
of you yourself.
One of them becomes a monster, right?
But the point is with Stephen King, we get to know them. We get to know the characters.
He's great at not only giving you like these whole life stories of these characters where you know, even if you can't see yourself in this character, you know this character. This guy has been your mailman, or he's been the guy.
My favorite thing in novels is when different chapters are from the perspective of different characters, and in The Stand, when you start reading
when you go from trashy to flat,
pyro, the pyro guy, I forgot his character.
Trash man,
Trash Can Man.
And you feel him, like you're like, okay, yeah, I could go that crazy, no problem. Like, he just starts worshiping fire, you know.
See,
that is something that doesn't translate very well into film because you have to keep a certain pace.
Right, it's that inner monologue that's always difficult to convey.
Yes.
Yeah, when you see,
I love
that
about novels.
Traffic had a great idea of like showing like different settings with different filters. If you could do something similar with that, with these different, because the idea is like, oh, okay, all of a sudden I'm in the mind of a stupid person. Oh, all of a sudden I'm in the mind of another person who is like heroic and brave. And, it's just like, it's weird, jarring. But in the book, it's flowing because the writing style changes so drastically.
Well, and I think the thing is that it takes a really deft hand to be able to both convey it from an actor standpoint, but also from a screenwriting standpoint to have this. So Forrest Gump is clearly a dumb person, right? Yeah. But he's not played like stupid, right? He still has a basic moral character, right? He's just not terribly bright.
He still knows what love is,
and he has the base, and at times makes insightful comments because he's very foundationally, grounded with his emotions and his morality, right? It's a simple morality, but it's not simple-minded,
Yeah.
I'm glad
Right.
you brought up Forrest Gump because that is another dog shit novel that was done
Yeah.
much better.
Much
as a
better.
movie.
Jenny's
Much
not even
better.
in the novel. There is no love interest in the novel, apparently.
There's so much stupid shit in that novel. Like I read
saw the
that.
trailer for Apollo 13 for the first time, I was like, is this like the deleted space chapter of Forrest Gump? They're turning into its own movie?
No, because there's no
And then
monkey.
they were like, no, it's
there's
Apollo
no
13. I
monkey.
was like,
There's no
monkey.
monkey in it.
I
Yeah.
literally thought it was going to be that when I remember being a little kid seeing that trailer in the theater thinking, this is Forrest Gump 2? No
So-
way.
So Stephen King is the first author that I ever read. I was a big comic book nerd when I was like 10, 11, 12. And my mom had a book of the month club. And so she was like, okay, well, we're spending too much time and too much money at the comic book store. You're reading these things. You read them in the car before we even get home. I'm like, well, yeah, but I reread them. And she's like, no, you're going to start reading books. And so she started getting me Stephen King and John Sanford novels.
Good on your mom.
What's that?
Good on your mom, man.
Yeah, good on my mom. That's
right.
probably the
My mom
best.
did the same thing.
Yeah, so she had book of the month club because she enjoyed, like she was a nurse, she enjoyed medical thrillers. But she was like, listen, tell me some stuff that you like and I'll put it in the thing and then I'll get you a book and then we'll see how you do. And I just started like devouring these novels. She wasn't super happy that I was reading Stephen King, which is ironic because if you read his memoir On Writing, he started reading like Bram Stoker's Dracula and things like that. And his mother, who was an English teacher, was like, well, this is trash that you're reading, Steve, but I'm going to just let you can decide for yourself. So my mom was kind of the same way. And she got me into books and I started just devouring everything that he had. And I have actually read The Stand 6 times.
Me too.
Which has been explained to me that's insane.
Would you guys say that that's your favorite Stephen King work?
No, it's not, but it's one that I go back to a lot because it's so intricate and because it has
it's such a world. It's such a world and the characters and the different morality and what's going on.
Are you guys excited or dreaded about the first like big screen attempt to make the Stand movie?
Who's making it?
I don't know. I'm just saying if it ever happens, I'm sure it's going to. If it's
I want to see it.
Do you think it could be done well, or do you think it's going to be shit no matter what?
I think if they gave somebody that really loves the source material, like Peter Jackson, the Dark Tower series, I think that could be amazing.
We said this earlier tonight on the Shining stream. Like,
did you?
Really, really want to see a proper adaptation of the
So
Stand.
do I.
Yeah, and I said it would have to be like Lord of the Rings. It would have to be 3 movies of big, and you would need someone like Peter Jackson.
Over to my left in my room here on my file cabinet, I have where I keep my manuscripts and stuff. I have 2 pictures, and one of them is the gunslinger standing over the people he's slain in Tull, and then the other one is the 2 cross pistols. I joined the army in 2000, and I picked the military police corps because the military police corps branch of the army has 2 Harper's Ferry cross pistol, old musket style pistols, crisscrossed, just like they have it in the Gunslinger novel, the original. And that's why I picked that job in the military.
I want to see it properly done really badly, but I'm afraid of anything Hollywood
so
makes
jaded.
now.
Zero trust in anything.
And that's it. That's what the Toxic was saying. It's like the problem with these movies nowadays is with the original stories, you're not spending enough time developing these stories. Like they should be like my vampire book, dude. I'm spent like years thinking about this before I've even thought like, okay, now's the time, and it's like, when you tell someone, hey, Johnson, we need a story about the Shining sequel, like on our desk by next 3 weeks from now, it's like, it's not the same. Whereas
first of all, what they say is Simple Jack. We need a story for the, that's what you get. Yeah. Nobody builds a Bible anymore. For stories and universes. It's just, I'll make shit up as I go and fly by the seat of my pants. And by the way, we'll fix it all in post, right?
If you're coming up something with the ground up, it should take years to develop. And if you're going to adapt something, it should be something you're passionate about adapting and not something that you're just assigned to doing. It's weird.
Unless you're just a consummate professional.
Yeah,
who's demonstrated that, look, you can give him anything and he just has tremendous pride in his work, right?
And I think Stanley Kubrick kind of did that as a fuck you to Stephen King by picking The Shining, because like he was the story was that he would read books. He was trying to figure out what to do after Barry Lyndon, and he was reading books, new current books that were bestsellers, and he would constantly like throw them up on the wall when he didn't like him. And the secretary apparently knew that he was going to pick The Shining because he read it and didn't do that. Stephen King doesn't believe that story because he says the book starts off like pretty slowly. But, you know, Stanley Kubrick said himself that, hey, this book is by no means like some literary great masterpiece, but the basic bones of the structure of the story are there and they're great. And that's all you need to make a good movie. So, you know, and it's one of those things where it's like you got Stanley Kubrick who takes an adaptation to like the nth degree and does a totally reversal and like upstages the source material. And then you've got these other things where it's like it's so faithful, like Watchmen, and it's like so faithful it like falls flat. Because like I remember showing that to my girlfriend at the time, and it's just like, oh well, it's obviously this guy Ozymandias is the bad guy. And it's like, you know, when you read the book,
was that Meg?
It actually
Meg figured that out.
No. This is a different time, a long time ago. But it was like, no, don't worry about it. I mean, I've dated other girls. Don't worry, she's not gonna get upset. But like the idea is like, you know, when you read it as a comic book, it is kind of like, oh my god, it's Ozymandias. But when you watch it in a movie, it's like so obviously Ozymandias.
I
like,
agree.
Hello.
No, I agree. Here's my thing is like, I don't think that Steve should have gotten so fucking bent around the axle about The Shining, the movie. I'm glad that he's kind of come to terms with it with Dr. Sleep. But I'll tell you this, like, okay, so if you take Elmore Leonard, he's a great author. He created a small character, Raylan Givens, and they turned that into a Justified TV series. They did use a lot of his stuff, but then they went and they took it and went running with it. And it was supremely popular. Chris, back me up on this. Then when they went back and did City Primeval and actually stuck to the Elmore Leonard style of writing, it was a dog shit miniseries.
Yeah, I think again they're two different mediums, and you have to adapt them correctly. You know, I'm just going to regurgitate exactly the book. Good luck with that. You know, you are always going to have to make allowances because you're dealing with a visual medium versus you know, the written word. And
visual and audio medium. That's the other thing.
I submit to you guys that Green Mile and Shawshank are better represented in the movie than they are in the novel form. Yeah,
I like Stand By Me a lot as well. Stephen King. What are the other good ones? Jesus, there was another one I was thinking of. Not Repo Man. Someone said it earlier in the stream. Maximum Overdrive.
I mean, Maximum Overdrive. I mean, one, that's a short story.
Yeah.
Two, I mean, that is 80s as fuck.
Another short story I like is The Jaunt, and I heard they're turning that into a movie.
That would be pretty cool.
The idea is like you go into hyperspace when you go into travel.
You go into into space flight travel, and you have to be knocked out because if you're awake, you'll
go crazy.
See the whole thing. Yeah,
it lasts an eternity, you know, when you go into hyperspace. So if you're conscious, excuse me, it feels like 100,000 years.
Dolores Claiborne was a good, you know, Stephen. And a lot of people are like, well, you just keep bringing up Stephen King. Well, okay, Stephen King is the most prolific writer in the world. I don't mean he's the most prolific writer in the last 20 years, or he's the most prolific writer in America. If you go to,
but is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a great thing. No, it's a great thing, and I'll tell you why.
Great thing for him.
If you go to Dubai and say Stephen King, they know who the fuck Stephen King is. Well, John Sanford has written as many novels as Stephen King. Nobody here on this panel knows who John Sanford is.
I can't say I do. Who is he? What did he do?
He writes a series of novels called the Prey novels, which are
Lamont Sanford's father.
Lamont, you big dummy. No, that's
Barbara Lawrence. When I was 10, I watched From Dusk Till Dawn in the theaters. I joke about it all the time. That was a great year. And I think that The Watchmen didn't really fall flat in terms of like, I loved it because it's the most faithful adaptation.
The director's cut's really good.
The ultimate cut, I was going to say, with that's one of those movies that I didn't like it so much when I first saw it. But when I saw it with the cartoon Black Freighter stuff, I was like, this is great.
Best opening credits I have ever seen. The Watchmen.
That was one of those things that wasn't in the source material that worked pretty well, adding it in.
I'm a Snyder fan. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a Snyder fan. you know.
Adam Gray, what is the Darkest Rising? Is that more?
I don't know what that is. I don't know
It's
what that
kind
is.
of a okay. So when I was in grade school, I was bounced around between dummy classes and accelerated classes because they didn't know what to do with me, and much the same way that you don't know what to do with me right now. But we read this novel called The Darkest Rising, which is super dark and very similar to The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, or
Okay.
anything similar to that. But it was full on like dark, dark. And
Okay.
I'm really surprised that it hasn't come up, and no one has bought the rights to it or made anything about it.
Yeah.
In cinema, it's a lot to digest, but yeah, like imagine a very dark version of Narnia without all the Christian stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Nice. Well, we got Northern English
Northern
Bastard
English
in here with us.
Bastard
He
is-
snuck in.
Morning.
He snuck in, hasn't he? Oh, your evil
Happy
dead stream
Mr.
had me
Breakfast.
laughing.
Did you eat lots of beans for breakfast?
Nah, it's just a nice sausage sarnie sandwich, which is it's what we
sarnie.
call a sandwich here. We call it sarnie.
Oh,
How
Lovely.
wonderful.
I like
Yeah.
that. I like that. That posh English accent.
You
did
guys,
for the evil
You guys
dead
got to talk
stream.
about. You guys got to check out Northern English Bastards channel. He got a shout out from a drinker recently, and I was telling him,
Yep.
the critical drinker was telling him like, "Hey man, your video's great. You might want to work on your visuals a bit." And I was like, "Bro, you should tell him that you're making all your videos from your phone." Oh man, it's amazing. Like,
Yeah, I did.
Have a crisp buddy on me.
Are you busting out the new lapel mic? It sounds
No, I have misplaced it somewhere, but
Okay. I
thankfully
was like-
it's only 99p. So
Cause
I've ordered a few spares anyway.
I was like, it sounds the same. Your lapel mic is your phone. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm glad.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it might be useful when I get a laptop and start doing streams anyway. So
Right,
it's good to have it
Look
anyway.
how educated we are, talking about books for once instead of stupid horror movies. And,
I
and,
mean,
Does Jones Magazine count as a book?
I do.
I used to read Wizard magazine all the time when I was
Oh
a kid.
yeah,
I do.
Starlog
Joke
for me.
count as
I
a
do
book?
like
Casting
me-
call.
I do like me some horror books. There are some really good horror books, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's
some,
why I want to do my comic book. I want my first comic book to be horror because it's like with the art. Because drawing a comic book is the hardest thing to do, and it gets the least credit because you have to learn how to draw everything in perspective, and you have
We
to
should
convey
do
a
the
story.
Yeah, I've been
We should do
trying
the
that.
vampire sequel as a graphic novel. That's
I
what
can
Comic
definitely do
books
some
are fucking
illustrations
hard
for your
work.
novel. Sequential
like
story
that.
is way harder.
I like that idea too. I like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
I really like that idea.
That'll be easier.
That's easy peasy.
Yeah.
Try doing a story
Comic
via
book-
interpretive
Comic
dance.
book is hard. Yeah, exactly. Interpretive dance. What was one I watched where there's an interpretive dance scene and like it was one of the Schlocktober movies, I think. Night of the Demons. Blue Collar. We watched Night of the Demons. That's gonna air on Halloween night. But
you just woke up, Blue Collar.
No,
There
I'm
he is.
with
He's
you.
awake.
don't worry.
He's
The
awake.
girl who does her demon dance, that was like her
Right.
interpretive dance choreography that she worked at herself and stuff.
Yeah.
It was
Hey,
like,
was
How do I
Night of-
not know that
I don't know
movie?
what story Selma Hayek was doing via interpretive dance, but I'm buying it. I'm down.
I'm gonna show you the
so
cover for
hot.
Night of the Demons, and you're
So
gonna be
hot.
like, "Oh, I've seen that cover of that
It-
movie."
Is
Hey,
it public domain?
Did Night of
No,
the
it's. I'm gonna edit that one for Halloween just for because
Okay.
it's such a good movie.
Did the sequel to
Um,
Night of
I
the
actually
Demons-
had to edit like 4 or 5 of them because it turns out Brides of Dracula is owned by Universal.
Oh
There's a
no,
couple TV
dude.
stations and assholes that are there's like 5 of these movies that I have to edit, put over.
No, I go through this shit on a weekly basis
Yeah, yeah.
because all
I
we
was
basically
surprised it was
show
that
is
little.
public domain, and people.
I'm
make
so
false
glad that I got
claims.
at least 20 of them up with no
I
problem.
syndicated it once. That does not mean you own the copyright. You pain in my ass.
Yeah. And the other thing is sometimes they I don't mind when they say, "Hey, it's this copyright claim." I dispute it and they're like, "Nope, still copyright," and the video stays up. That's usually what happens. But lately it's like, "Nope," and also the video's still blocked. And it's like, "Oh shit." Okay.
It's
So I'm
blocked
gonna
in
have
the
to figure it out.
following countries. 50 countries later.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is Night of the Demons. If you've seen this cover
don't
of this
know.
movie.
I've seen that movie. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you might not have watched the actual movie, but there's several of them. There's like 3 or 4 of them.
No, I've seen that movie because I damn well picked it off the shelf from
Yeah.
when it was VHS and was like, okay.
It's
that
so
looks
funny
cool,
when
let's do it.
high schoolers are at a party and they get naked and they all have fake silicone titties, and it's like, you got fake titties when you were 16, 17? That's
It's
crazy.
Hollywood. It was all fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, fun fact for Schlocktober, Bad Moon was based on a novel. Yeah, we talked about it. It was called Thor, and it was a family dog. Yeah, I
was
actually
just watching a video earlier today where they were talking about like underrated 90s Schlocktober movies. And I'll forward it to you, Enzo, where they mentioned that one.
Yeah, me and Uninspired watched Bad Moon, and he never seen it before. And when we were done with it, he was like, he loved it. It was great. Awesome animal acting. All of B-Roll's movies are public domain. Yeah, exactly. That's like the other thing is like after doing Schlocktober, this idea of like recording the movie, riffing it, stop recording, and just uploading it as is. It's like, holy shit. These Wii watches take like hours to edit and more hours to render. So that was fun. And the fact that I have to edit like 4 or 5 of them, not a big deal.
It's a horrible fucking game of spending 4 hours waiting for your upload to get scanned, and then fucking, these 5 seconds are music owned by your boy.
You guys do the B-rolls on Tuesday, what days? Sundays?
Our live streams are on Friday nights because fuck Gary. But
I'm totally down to pop in on any one of those, man.
Yeah.
We post trailers and movies all the time. We have about 200 public domain movies. And,
I've seen those, but as far as like these new the B-roll riffs, how many of those have you done?
We have 4 episodes so far. This week will be our 5th every Friday without fail.
Well, yeah,
Blue collar. Put me in,
coach.
We're still like 5 for 5 on our thing with John Carpenter. Like we haven't been hit yet, have we?
So far, been lucky. Well, no, so they live just because I shared 10 seconds, and that when the contact scene, I'm like now. So that's like I know the 10 seconds is a no, but
you can smell a fake copyright claim on like a song or whatever a mile away because you look at the alleged license holder and it's like.
For Schlocktober, it was like this fucker's Fanatic film. They were claiming Horror Express. They claimed a couple other movies, and I had to be like, "This movie's public domain."
Yeah,
and they were like,
Horror
"No,
Express
sorry."
looks rad.
Yeah, I had to actually put an overlay over that one, and I made it super spooky too. It's like a little orange with film grain, and it took like 5 hours to edit because it was so intense. So I was like, "Well, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna try to go back. I guess it's just so long to make.
Really wanted to do Shockwaves. There's a Peter Cushing movie from 1977 with underwater Nazi zombies.
Yeah,
I love that.
Really wanted to show that on Halloween. God,
I love that,
dude. Horror Express. Me and Blue Collar watched that one, and we were like, "Dude, if you remade this one, I'd be all for it." Like the super psychic, super monkey.
They should do a thing. Remember that other stream? Enzo, remember that other stream we were talking about? It was the Billy Freakin stream where we were talking about that thing in the 90s that had all the like they did like the retread in the 90s of all the 50s movies.
Yeah.
What was it called again?
Monster
Rebel Highway. Rebel Highway, right?
Highway.
Oh, Rebel Highway.
That's what they need to do, man. They need to do
an
anthology series.
We're doing one. Me and Dark Hour did how to make a monster, the double feature, because apparently Showtime did do these. They were all terrible, and I heard about them just then. But like he told me, like, "Hey, I want to do How to Make a Monster," and I was like, honestly, I was going to put it on the list.
Showtime, of course.
I was going to put it on the list, and it's because that 1958 public domain movie. He's like, "No, I'm talking about the one from like 2001 with Tyler Maine, Sabretooth."
Oh wow!
And I'm well, we'll watch both. So like both of those are coming out on the 11th, and they'll both be they're both pretty funny. But terrible movies, both of them.
I'm tired of fighting fake copyright shit. Like, Universal Studios tells me that they still have the rights to something, fine. But, if it's, your boy 69 at fucking Hotmail, then damn it. Go to hell. It's gotten better, but it's still a
fuck you, your boy 69. Eat a dick.
It's funny how like Disney was like a lot more cooler than I thought they'd be. I thought Disney would be the hardest one, and they've been one of the most chill. Like they literally, I will give them like disputes, and they'll be like, "You're right, we drop our claim." I'm like, "Whoa, fuck!"
Oh wow.
I'm like some of these other guys, like Universal, definitely like with like Dante's Peak and some of these other movies we put up. It's like, yeah, no, we're gonna keep the claim, but the video still stays up. And honestly, like I'm fine with that. I feel bad getting any kind. If I was monetized, I'd feel bad getting monetized for some of these. We watch videos because, like, Jesus Christ, like you think? I mean, I'm not pulling out my DVD of Broken Arrow.
Yeah.
What are they gaining
Pulling it
from
up
it?
on the internet for free.
What are they gaining from it?
What's that?
Blocking these videos. Like, your videos aren't monetized. So what are they gaining from blocking it?
Well, yeah, exactly. I think with some of these newer ones that are getting blocked, it's because it is the full movie. So I think with some of these, I think I'm gonna have to edit like 2 or 3 of these Schlocktober movies.
It's because you can become monetized, and once you post a full video,
Yeah,
it remains there. So
yeah. I think
they're
I'm
blocking
never
you.
gonna seek monetization. I think that's the thing is once I get over 1,000 subs, I'm
you'll
afraid
get
to
it.
ask. I'm afraid to ask to get monetized. They'll be like,
Oh, no.
not only are you not eligible for monetization, you've been breaking countless rules with the content you're posting. We've been listening to the shit you're saying on these podcasts. Holy fuck.
I didn't know you could smoke a cigarette on YouTube until I saw White Bear earlier tonight.
I'm not smoking cigarettes, but whatever.
Fuck,
try
I mean,
not
my
to.
addiction
like,
is my problem, but I didn't know it was
listen,
allowed.
I have a
wanna
glass
talk-
cigarette that I put
Those-
one hit of tobacco in and I smoke it at a
Drink
time.
We were gonna
That's not
monetize
tobacco.
you. We want to talk about this Lord of Toxicity guy that you keep having on your
Yeah.
streams. Like that's a problem for us. Can you edit him out in any kind of way? That would be
Well,
great.
That's why
He
it's
has-
funny
he
whenever
has
like
views, and that's not
That would be
okay.
great.
Oh, my
yeah.
my email and nickname on the internet for 30 plus years is Phallus. Guess what I had to change to get on
Love
YouTube?
it. I love that for you. But yeah, my friends that do a
Alice.
lot of rewatches, that like TBR Schmidt and Popcorn in Bed and stuff like that, they get hit big time over Paramount. Paramount is obviously the biggest.
Paramount and Universal are
cocksucker.
bad.
Yeah.
Did you
Paramount
spell
really-
phallus like Alice but with an F?
No,
That'd be
it was so originally I actually got to spell it correctly, and then the university said, "Wait a minute, we recognize that word. You're gonna
This
have
is
to
how I
change
know
it."
you're
And I
a
was
Mystery
like,
Science Theater fan
I
because
was like,
the
"Oh,
word's like
so I'll
phallus.
just make it Fallous." And they're like, "Oh, that's fine. Okay, huh?
Yeah.
You go right ahead then."
Love it. Love
But that's what I've always loved about Mystery Science Theater is like being dirty without being dirty, like
Mhm.
it's so
They were the
clean jokes.
kings.
Dude,
Like, whenever they talk about Georgia
Mystery
O'Keeffe,
Science Theater is so me, you, and Blue Collar watching fucking.
no,
old
these
movies and
guys,
shit.
these B-roll dudes, man.
Oh, thank you,
dude. It's like that's totally Mystery
It's
Science
what we
Theater.
grew up on, and here's the thing.
I've
is-
joked about how what we do is more like EFAT movies, but with like drunk Americans who curse and smoke pot.
Well, the thing is, Barbara and I sit around at night and do this anyways for free
Mhm.
with nobody
Love it.
watching. Like we do
Love
this
it.
every night. We watch everything from B movies to old Price is Right episodes, and we make fun of
Hell
dead people.
yeah.
And that's what we fucking love to do.
Yikes.
It
I
brings
love-
us joy.
I love that for you.
I mean,
love
I
that.
have my wife has gotten to the point where if there's a song that she likes, she won't tell me, because if I hear it, I will immediately start making alternative lyrics, and it will ruin it for her
I
because
will
she
also do
can't
that.
get those lyrics out of her head
I
That's
because
why I
they're more
can't watch a
memorable than
movie
whatever
with,
the hell.
with
Megan-
my stepson anymore because like I'll just ruin it for him. I'll destroy it.
Yeah.
Like he'll be loving some Star Wars thing, and I'm just like sitting there destroying his moment.
You know what I like to do? I like to tell people like alternative internet theories on movies that are so close to being true that they must be true. Like how in Greece that all of that shit is a fever dream that she's having as she's fucking dying of oxygen being
Deprivation.
removed from her brain because she fucking actually did drown, and that Danny drowned trying to save her, and they're both going up to heaven at the end of the movie. I love telling people that at the bar. They're like, "What the fuck? Why did you ruin that for me?"
And the sequel is Xanadu.
Yes.
Well, it's funny.
Yes.
Oh, Xanadu. God, I love Xanadu. What's so funny is my girlfriend, for instance, she doesn't love watching these shitty movies, but she does it
No,
anyway.
she does
she
not.
loves me. She loves
I love
me.
the fact that Enzo will ask his girlfriend
Make
to come
her.
on and do movies with him, and they're movies that I fucking love, and he doesn't
Oh,
invite me,
yeah.
but he has her on it. She's like, "This is fucking stupid. I don't want to watch this shit." And I'm like,
yeah,
"You watched The
ninjas.
Hunted? I wanted to
Ninjas.
watch The Hunted with you."
She hates ninjas. I didn't realize that, and I was like,
I
"Oh,
love
I'm about to
ninjas.
watch a
Hates
ninja movie."
ninjas.
How that-
What did
oh,
you
I
hook
mean,
up with?
You need to reevaluate your relationship
Yeah,
choices.
this
That's
is
all
not
I've got.
okay.
Yeah,
man.
that's
Love
I've
Megan.
been telling him that.
Megan's obsessed with the murder stuff, thrillers, and
All
we watched
women are.
Jade.
True crime.
She loves
Ninjas kill
Jade.
people? What the hell? Come on.
Yeah, she
Leave
likes
Van
that kind of
Cleef,
stuff, which is
bitch.
like I'm all about it.
Okay.
Yeah, my wife had the same.
Meg cried during the Meg.
Yeah, dude, I saved all the kid stuff for Schlocktober for Meg. We watched The Worst Witch. We watched Worst Witch
Yeah,
and
watch that.
Mostly Ghostly. We watched Mostly Ghostly. We also watched The Lady in White, which was not bad. There was some Pizzagate stuff in The Lady in White though.
Yikes.
I hadn't seen it since I was a little kid.
I wonder why I'm not getting monetized. I keep bringing up Pizzagate. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm afraid to even ask, like, to get monetized.
It's gonna get worse though. It's gonna get worse with
Your
the
wife had
Old
some
Man Safety
attitude
bill,
with the
though.
Worst Witch. Yeah, the thing about Worst
Yeah.
Witch, I was joking about constantly is like, what is up with the British, English bastard? Maybe you can help us, but like, what is up with like, English people's obsession with not just like boarding school, but like magical boarding school stories? Because like, I understand, like that
think
seems
it's
to be a trope.
Point. Damn,
I
good
think it's
call.
because
Boarding school.
well, I think it's because the authors who write this stuff usually come from these boarding schools.
Oh,
but
they're rich assholes. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm public school. That's why my education
Oh,
shit.
English bastard. He was in the workhouse when he
Boarding
was
school would fuck you up, man. Your parents
was
don't
at
like
down there
want
in
you
the
for 3 months of the
workhouse.
year.
He didn't have a chance, did
One
he?
of those
Oh.
goddamn urchins
Oh, we
out
didn't.
on the street.
Because their education system is as much of a nightmare as
Shut
ours
up,
is.
Meg.
It is. Oh yeah, we run round with fucking teachers. We used to run round of teachers, but
Ninja hate should be
Please,
illegal. Who hates ninjas? Well, I mean, to be fair, Megan's ex-husband was a ninja, so she's kind
That's
of.
fair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
fair.
sorry.
That's understandable.
Sorry.
Hey,
I'm not
one
joking
time-
either.
The first year I was in the army.
He
It's
was
not
a
a
joke.
real thing.
He was a joke, but okay, yeah.
Yeah,
first-
he's a
the
martial arts
first
guy.
year I
Martial arts guy. That's what I mean.
Not the same as Ninja.
The
Yeah,
first year I was in the army, when you're a brand new private in the army, you have basically no skills. They have nothing you can do. So your fucking Babs is funny as fuck. So they put me in a tower at the military prison, and I fucking one night I'm up overnight pulling a 12-hour shift, and I remembered watching American Ninja when the fucking ninjas attacked the military base to go get the one ninja guy, and I just started fucking giggling, and I couldn't stop, and my sergeant showed up. He's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, Kelly?" And I was like, I was just thinking about like if ninjas attacked and like climbed up the wall. He's like, "Do you need to get a piss test? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you right now?" And I'm like, "No, from American Ninja." He's like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to do your analysis when we're done with
Lee
this shit."
Van Cleef, Sarge.
Your analysis.
I mean,
Your
Shokasugi
analysis.
was the best ninja, in like Enter the Ninja and Revenge of the Ninja.
I'm a big fan of the American Ninja movies. I like them. I think they're well done.
I love them for what they
Miami
are.
Connection. Gotta watch that one.
No, if it's not Golan Globus, I ain't in.
I
But
love
the
Revenge
Hunted,
of the
the
Ninja.
Hunted is literally one of
Snob.
my favorite movies, and
know.
Enzo did not ask me to do that, and he asked Meg to do it.
Well, I know
He
I'm not
hated
gonna
it.
watch. I'm gonna watch next summer. We're gonna watch Body Count. We're gonna watch The Immortals. There's a few others we've talked about.
I love the Immortals.
I'll
I
save
love
you.
the Immortals.
We'll start kicking in action season again next year. I want to kick. I guess this winter, I'm gonna keep. I think we're gonna try to do the Warlock movies for November, and then December. Yeah, we'll kick into thrillers and stuff, and then springtime go back into the kids stuff. Riffing the kids movies are so funny because we're usually so obscene. Like I
What
can't
kind
think
of
of
kids
like
movies have you done?
Yes.
Tank Check and Surf Ninjas and Suburban Commando and
Surf Ninjas is amazing. Surf Ninjas is
Surf
great.
Ninjas was one of those movies where we started coming up with a name for it, where it was like where you have this idea of like, because Queef, my cousin, he wanted to watch Surf Ninjas so bad, and we watched it and it was painful. It wasn't as good as we remembered when we were little kids,
I
For
love that
goddamn
movie.
sure.
I don't care what anybody says.
The problem with I remember when I saw the ads for Surf Ninjas, and I immediately had Top Secret flashbacks to skeet surfing, and that was
Skeet
all I could.
Won that.
In the USA.
I always think of Weird
Who's gonna
Al's.
do Gleaming the Cube first.
Gleaming the Cube. Fuck that movie. Fuck that movie. Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh.
that was
I mean,
bad.
Yeah.
listen,
There's so many of these other
you guys gonna
Christian
keep
movies on the
Slater
shitting on
and his
if y'all are gonna
Vietnamese
keep
brother.
shitting on my childhood, we're gonna have a fucking problem.
I'm
I
cleaning
wanted
the
to
queue
Shitting
do,
on my
ass.
childhood too.
I mean, there's
okay?
no real
I mean, I'd rather
rhyme
have
or
the
reason.
Legend of Billie Jean than
Come on,
clean the
get
queue.
on.
Oh, I like that one.
Easy,
I'll number 12 down.
easy. We
I
will
like
not
Legend
be
of Billie Jean.
disrespecting Legend
yeah.
of Billie Jean.
I know,
Helen
that's what I'm
Slater,
saying.
right?
If I got to pick, I'm going Legend of Billie Jean, and
Yeah.
Christian Slater and his Vietnamese brother can go pound sand.
That's a
Yikes.
good one.
I'd
What
watch
about
that.
Christian Slater as the older brother in The Wizard, the little Nintendo arcade game?
Yeah, the kid where he gets the power glove.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Man, Christian Slater, even though he's gone seriously downhill, I just rewatched Bullet in the Head with Sylvester Stallone the other night on HBO Max. It was fucking really good movie. And
Yeah.
Christian Slater makes a cameo quick as like one of the mob bosses or whatever. Good fucking movie.
Christian Slater had like a 3, maybe 4-year run of some really
Heathers.
interesting movies, and then
Heathers.
the coke got
Heathers.
to him. Well,
Yeah.
and the one where he's the Pump Up the Volume.
Yeah, I was
That's
about
a
to
good
say I
movie
want to
too.
rewatch. I want to rewatch that one. Pump up the volume.
Pump Up the Volume, Heathers, and then Young Guns 2.
Yeah,
My girlfriend
like-
Megan looks like Samantha Mathis, and we watched Broken Arrow. Me and Chris, and it was like, dude,
Yeah.
Samantha Mathis looks like Megan, and then I realized like they're in another movie together
Yeah, it's a good film.
called Pump Up the Volume. A radio show, independent college radio in the '90s. You know,
Pirate
kids
Radio.
playing hacky sack.
Rebels.
Yeah, pirate radio. Yeah, there. you go.
Pirate Radio.
Happy
in the
Harry
90s.
Hardon was his name.
Happy Harry Hardon. Yep.
I never seen it, so I'm excited to watch it.
'Cause
What
he was-
the fuck?
Oh,
How the
Jesus.
fuck?
Yeah.
Dude, he's literally you. He's literally you as a teenager.
It's
yeah,
funny
he
because
is.
my brother,
Enzo.
my little brother Aldo, looks like Christian Slater. He looks like the
no,
dude
I'm
from
saying
the
his
Kingsman movies.
personality. His
Cool.
personality is literally you as a
Great.
teenager, like in that
Yeah,
movie.
him
literally-
going off
Nicholas
on his
Nicholson.
couch while playing Wild Sex with the working class is excellent.
I swear to
then-
God,
Movie was
Enzo,
Heathers.
Enzo, that character in Pump Up the Volume, he's you.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna love it then.
Yeah, his
Tough.
the final
yes,
line
yes,
of the movie
tough.
is "Talk hard."
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
it is. Cuffs,
Nice.
fucking A. Cuffs is amazing. Cuffs is
Peaked with
amazing.
Heathers. Year of the Dragon, Mickey Rourke, classic. Hell yeah, Tyrell.
Yeah,
Let's
old
not
school Mickey
forget
Rourke
his-
as well.
His
They
Oh, yeah.
remade
played
Pump Up the Volume with
Supergirl.
a female lead. Are you joking?
Nah, no, they did.
Yeah, they
That's
did.
some bullshit.
They did. No,
Oh,
they
Oh,
did.
Fucking
Slater.
really?
I'm gonna watch both. I want to watch both.
Where is that?
We'll watch
Where's
both.
who was in that?
I don't even
never-
remember. I just saw the remaking Pump Up the Get Fucked. I'm out. No, I
Get
don't
the
care.
fuck out of here
Fuck
with that
you, Hollywood.
bullshit.
Let's see.
That's crazy.
1990. That's like the first one that comes up. So
Was that Empire?
I have
Record?
not. I think that can't be true. That
Farrell
cannot
in
be.
the chat says
2000
they remade,
and
they remade
one?
Pump Up the
2022?
Volume with the female lead. Was that Empire Records? What was it
No.
called?
No,
It's Pump Up the Volume. They did it.
How
There's a-
dare you? How
there's a
dare you
remake of Pump Up
disrespect
the
Empire
Volume.
Records in that
Oh,
way?
hey
Oh my
man,
God.
I'm not slashing on anybody. I
I'm
just
not-
don't know what it is.
hang on. I'm not thinking. I'm not seeing anything.
Josh, you better not be lying because we're gonna find out.
I'm not
right
seeing
now.
anything about Pump Up the Volume remake unless it has a different title.
Josh, put it in the chat.
It's shit.
Please,
No
I
matter
hope
what.
you're joking.
Josh.
Could be a
Oh,
joke.
by the way, Josh used to be one of our moderators in the group, and so that's his real name.
He lost
name's
his
Joe.
wrench.
Farrell?
Is
name's
it
Joe, not
Joe?
Josh.
My bad.
Yeah.
Did I just
Tyson.
call you Josh? Farrell, my bad, bro. My bad.
Yeah, Josh is the other dude, Grafton. Who,
Sorry,
uh,
I would have remembered your name, but it wasn't important for me to do so.
Whatever
no,
your
no,
name
it's-
is, I'm triggered.
dude, my guitar player changed his name to Kermit something or other, and I forgot his real name after that. You know, it's like when you change your name on social media, I'm like, I forgot your
Like,
real name.
okay,
you know?
let me
That's
put
fair.
it this way, Enzo. If they were to make an updated 2023 version of Pump Up the Volume, you could play the main character.
Sweet.
Like he is totally you in that.
All
movie.
right. I'll take
What
that
is
as a
even
compliment.
happening?
You should, but you should because
okay.
he's pretty badass. But
Thanks.
But
Well,
yeah,
now I
Cuffs
want to
is-
watch that movie immediately.
yeah, Cuffs is fucking amazing. I did.
Also,
I
Farrell forgives you for your.
yeah,
your-
it's Joseph.
your
It's
slight.
Joseph Heisen. It's Joseph.
Oh, we're gonna
Heisen.
dox him. We're gonna list his name and his address. And
My
his-
bad. Yeah, he lives at 2312. Yeah, I don't know
Elm
street.
Street. Anyway,
Yeah.
what do you guys? What else you got going on for the rest of the week? It's been a fun weekend.
Well,
Nothing.
Well,
No, nothing.
Every Friday night at B-Roll Stage, we are making the funnies with
Dude,
B-sides. We watch
I
public
watched
domain
that other
movies.
one, but I had to record my last one of my last Schlocktober movies with Dark Hour because he's so busy.
I really
Dark Hour's
like
on
that.
our list too. We're gonna.
I like that My Cousin
Cool.
Vinny thing you guys did this weekend. I really
Yeah, that was
enjoyed
good.
that.
Yeah.
That was funny.
That was one of those times where I got to sit into a movie and didn't do any research. I just watched it like the night before, and it was like, fuck yeah. Fun. It's still a great movie.
I should admit to you guys that if we do wind up picking The Fog this week, I have never seen The Fog, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know.
No,
I know.
I
My
said
bad.
I wanted to watch The Fog next because it's like the one I'm least familiar with.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I have literally never.
The Fog suffers from a rather weak ending.
Yeah,
okay.
well, I just know Rob
just
Bottin,
ends.
he's the man.
Well, no, more importantly, it has Adrienne Barbeau and her two big assets.
Also,
She is
Jamie Lee
very
Curtis,
important.
too, and her big assets.
Jamie Lee Curtis ain't got nothing on Adrienne Barbeau.
Maybe.
Did Jamie Lee Curtis get her shit enhanced? Because they do not look the same.
No, they're
True
natural.
Lies. As
Yeah, it's
they
when
do.
you get that some girls gain the weight in their titties,
Okay. Okay.
Jamie Lee
Menopause,
is definitely one of
them.
them.
Menopause will actually trigger breast enlargement in some women.
Yeah.
Selma Hayek
Yeah.
actually
Okay.
has that.
Yeah, Selma Hayek.
Oh my
Drink your
God!
milk,
Don't even get me
ladies.
started
Drink
on
your
That's
milk.
Selma
natural.
Hayek.
Come on, that's got to be
Jesus.
natural.
I got friends who had big boobs and now they have huge boobs. You know what I mean? Like it
No,
happens.
she's a natural from everything I've heard.
Yeah, Jamie Lee, even if she did have a big fake penis clitoris that they had to remove surgically because she was a hermaphrodite, I'd still hit it.
I think it would
Before
depend on
the
which
surgery.
era of Jamie Lee Curtis we're talking about.
Yeah.
She's lovely. Trading
Yeah.
Places? Oh my
True
God.
Lies. Yeah, Trading
Fish
Places.
Called
is like-
Wanda. Fish
Those
Called
are like
Wanda
perfect-
era.
Fish called
Perfect
Wanda.
Fish Called
Oh
Wanda
my
is
God.
drop-shaped
fucking
titties.
brilliant.
You want to talk about a character that's based off of a real person, man. That fucking guy, Fish Called Wanda, Kevin Kline is me 100%.
Yeah.
But you speak Italian while shagging women.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys definitely be checking out the B-sides riffs on Fridays. Friday night.
dude.
What time do
Yeah,
they start?
yeah,
They start
well,
around
well.
the same time or usually
6 o'clock Pacific time.
Pacific.
Every
it's like
Friday.
8 p.m. Central Time, basically,
Cool.
right?
Yes.
At
Yeah,
B-Roll
8 Central.
Stage.
Yeah.
That'll be 9 p.m. your time, blue collar.
Cool.
And God only knows what Adam is going to subject me to this week.
Thank you.
As
yeah.
long as it's not Henry Silva.
I'll try to
my
be in the
God,
comments this
no.
time.
Does Adam subscribe to the Stupenzo theory of not letting you know what the topic of whatever stream you're doing is until like
Yeah, we do.
8
We just,
hours?
yeah,
8
Here's
hours
the thing.
before?
give me the meat and give it to me raw.
We tried that and we ended up with Henry Silva in The Return of Mr. Moto, and
Oh my
everyone is
God.
just ashamed and disgusted with themselves. So
Yeah.
No, we're mostly just ashamed and disgusted with you. That's what
Thanks.
that was about. Yeah.
thank you very
That
little.
was the first
Hold
one
you
I watched
responsible
with you
for that,
guys,
sir.
and it was so funny, man.
Yeah, no. So I'm gonna pre-watch pretty much everything, but
I was bringing up the
generally
fact that like nobody blinked in that goddamn movie.
it was painful.
I was
We,
like, back in those days, if you blinked, they had to do another take.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
It was-
mostly
that was
public
a shit
domain
movie.
stuff, but we do sift through for the good things. We did The
Yeah.
Manster, we did The Head, which is a great German movie.
I still will tell you that Henry Silva played the best villain in Steven Seagal's first movie. Above the Law.
Yeah. Above the law.
Oh,
With
he's
the chemical
fantastic.
interrogation. Yeah.
He's just not
He was
fantastic in the movie we
Oh,
watched.
no, he is absolute Kentucky Fried Dog shit in the movie we saw. My God.
It was painful. It
Oh,
was
that-
agonizing.
Silva,
and there
wonderfully
was-
miscast.
Had I known ahead of time that there was no coherent plot, I could have at least tried to make up shit to explain. But we just keep watching. It was like, wait, what the fuck? Where? No. I
Yeah,
hope this
every
no.
Friday we do live riffs in the spirit of MST3K, and God
Okay.
bless them. They've inspired us, and we also post the uninterrupted whole movies. So check us
Yeah.
out, please.
We're
At
doing pretty
B-Roll.
much what Loser Lounge is doing and kind of what Dorkside's doing, but like unedited, live on StreamYard, public domain stuff, totally unaltered commentary. It's great.
Thank you.
And
Somebody
it's also
should
cool 'cause-
alter Mr. Moto Returns. That's all I was
Yeah.
saying.
Fucking get over it, Jay.
Jesus, wept. That was fucking
Caine.
bad.
What about Michael Caine? Michael Caine in the
Michael
hand.
Caine.
The Hand is
The
great.
Hand is an excellent movie.
I love
Aren't they
that
supposed to blow the bloody doors off?
Oh,
That was like the age of the hearse and A
The
lot
car,
of
yeah.
yeah, the car, all that good stuff. I love that movie.
It's all fun, man. I mean, like I said, like we were talking about, I talked about with Uninspired, I think, because I made him and Blue Collar and my cousin watch like the most of those movies. I think they each watched like half a dozen each.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you watch these shitty fucking, some of these movies are a lot less watchable than the others. Some of them were good, some of them were not so good, but even the bad ones, it's like you still learn stuff watching them
Yeah.
at least once, you know.
I mean, the ideal thing is either it's a bit crazy but it's a great, you know, it's like a roller coaster ride, and you get off and you go, I don't know what the hell that was, but it was hilarious or great and whatever. Or it's so terrible that just every scene you're busting out and pointing out all the bullshit or whatever.
Yeah.
The problem with Mr. Moto, it was neither. It was
just convoluted bullshit.
It was, well, and none of it had anything. At the end, he goes, "Okay, and here's the bad guys," and it was like, "Wait, what? No, this motherfucker wasn't even in this movie. What are you talking about?" And then this other thing that just happened completely out of his ass. There's no clue given in the movie as to how he resolves this stuff. Right, and
they're all the worst at their jobs. The secret agents are terrible. The fucking villains are terrible.
Mr. Moto like falls down from sympathetic gunshot wound because he's not hit, but the guy next to him is shot. They both fall down like they're both shot, and then Mr. Moto decides, "Oh, I'm fine now. It's good." But he drops like he just got shot.
Yeah,
Barbara, you're talking about
I'm
the Trip.
really sorry.
There's three of those Trip movies, and they have Steve Coogan and what's his name from Mirror Mask. Northern English Bastard keeps popping in and out. Northern English Bastard.
Yeah, sorry about that. Fucking playing up here.
Oh no, don't worry, you're fine. I'm just gonna kick
the
this.
UK internet.
There's two of you. No, you're still here though,
Yeah,
right?
no, my voice is going.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me try and sort this out.
No, you're fine. You're in here.
Yeah?
You're working.
Oh, good.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, it sounded like there was two
But
voices for a second.
But yes, there's the trip. There's the trip to Italy, and then there's the trip to another country. But yeah, they just like sit around doing impressions for each other. Michael Caine.
Michael Caine.
When he does the Michael Caine, you don't
Michael Caine.
You don't do the broken voice when he gets emotional.
But when it gets emotional, you got to get.
And when he gets loud, you get bloody loud. Anyway, Steve Coogan, yeah, he was the guy who got his head blown off in Tropic Thunder, the director.
Tropic Thunder.
If you guys haven't read this, I mean, I know Alan Partridge is big overseas, but Alan Partridge, Alpha Papa, his movie's very funny, but he's got a book called Alan Partridge, and it is so fucking funny. It's about a fake radio host who works for BBC and all the shenanigans he went up to, and it's just like, dude, talk about a great writer, like able to put yourself in the shoes of this character. You know, you're able to write a memoir, autobiographical memoir from a fictional character, from a first person standpoint, like nothing.
I could do that. I think I could do that. Yeah, I've got a couple fictional characters that I think I could probably do it like a.
It's kind of like what we were talking about, The Shining, where like, you know, just from like, it reminds me of Flowers for Algernon, where like the quality of writing like improves
deep cut
throughout the book.
Should watch Alan Partridge's live show, The Man Who Thinks He's In. There's a bit where he's interviewing this woman, and she's talking about cleaning rocks, and he goes, "I work with a guy. He's a chink." And he's like, "Wait, you can't say that." And he's like, "No, he uses a chink to smooth the rocks." I was like, "Oh, I thought you meant," and he slants his eyes, going, "Oh."
Hey, you know, FYI, that's the premise of The Prestige, the book. Just so you know,
what's
like
that?
that's they do like a memoir of the two main characters, and then they like follow it in present day, like in the 2000s, and then it's fucking terrible. It's so cheesy and terrible. Like Nolan really took that turd and polished it into a fucking diamond. He really did. Like, I'm not trying to suck Nolan's cock here,
a piece of
but
coal.
I'm just saying, like, he really just not coal, turd. Like like that book is dog shit.
Barbara Lawrence played Alice in Flowers for Algernon high school play. How sweet. Yeah, Flowers for Algernon. the movie Charlie, again, like that was like the quality was lost. The quality in writing was lost in translation when they tried to make it into a movie, you know, because
I thought it was a pretty good movie.
It was a good movie,
movie.
but it's just suddenly like we kind of realize like all of a sudden he's much smarter, kind of not so gradually.
The book
when
is,
you read the book, it's like every
better.
page
Yeah,
he's
the
getting
book is
smarter.
better.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, one day we need to do a stream on like books versus the books that did it right and then the books that did it wrong.
You know what I like about the movie? No reading. That was my favorite Jim Gaffigan joke.
You know, fuck.
Yeah, there's certain authors that have they've made plenty of movies and
Cliff
the
Robertson,
adaptations have
Babs,
been
good call.
real hit and miss. Philip K.
Yeah.
Dick being one of them.
Yeah.
Where there's some bangers and there's some dog shit.
Yeah.
Well,
I've just finished reading Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and yeah, it is drastically different to Blade Runner. It's got the same plot, but there's a lot of major differences.
You read Valis, it's hard to adapt, and I feel like Blade Runner is actually in spirit a really good adaptation of androids.
Yeah.
I think
Total Recall versus we'll remember it for you wholesale. Not so much.
But also when you have Total Recall remake versus Total Recall, it's like, why don't you just go back to the source material and try to do something new?
Well, we did
there was no remake.
We did John Carpenter's Vampires a few weeks ago, and it's a great, I still say it's a great movie. I love the movie, but you know, the book is fucking phenomenal. And had he stuck to the book, I think he would have had a much better movie. So
yeah, John Carpenter's Vampires is like a guilty pleasure for me. I know.
Have you read the book?
No, that's the part. So the movie itself, I know it's a bit shit. I still like it. It's
well. See, now I worked at a movie. I worked at a movie theater when it came out, and I remember I you know, we'd all go watch. We'd watch everything that was in the theater. We were like blue collar. Like we would just like watch every single thing that came in.
Right.
And I walked out of it, and I remember a couple of the concession guys were just like, well, what'd you think of it? And I'm like, well, why didn't they just, if they knew the vampires were in there, why didn't they just blow up the building? Like, why are they
down?
You know, like, why didn't they just do that? And he goes, and then he literally handed me the book, and he goes, here's the book it was based on. Do you like to read? And I'm like, yeah, I love to read. And he goes, okay, read this. Tell me what you think. And he gave me that book, and I've been obsessed with that book for like 20 something years. And I'm actually working on a sequel to it right now because the author died several years ago. So, and I've actually sent it to Enzo, as a matter of fact, but he has not decided to even look at it yet.
It's sitting right there.
He threw it in the bottom drawer of his.
I literally
closet.
done with all my Schlocktober stuff.
No rights. There's no rights issues you have to go through though. Is they're toxic?
I don't know what the rule is. We have to go to his
estate.
His estate and find out. Now I do know there's a precedent that's been set for like Robert Parker, his novels, like the Spencer novels and the Western novels that he does has been taken over by another author. So what I would like to do is do an unpolished version of it and send it like a spec script, for lack of a better term, to the estate and go, hey, I have been, and just give them a whole cover letter with like, I love this book. I have read this book 17 times. I would really, really like to carry on what John Steakley had originally intended with the next novel. Can you, like, if you guys will bless me with the rights
also, like,
for
worst case scenario, you could do the Nosferatu thing, which is like, just like change the names and, just whatever.
Have the same story. But most stories are kind of like variations of different ones anyway. So, just like do your own version with different characters.
I'm leaving room for that. I've asked Enzo to jump in a little bit because I know he is heavy into the vampire genre right now.
I have several books in mind or movie. It's like, I was disillusioned with Hollywood back when I was a kid, because the idea of like making movies or starring in movies is always like a cool idea, but you learn pretty quickly, like when you start dabbling in it, like you have one meeting with an agent, you're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah,
this isn't for me.
I could definitely see how it could go wrong.
And then back to like Napoleon Dynamite sequel, not sequel, but Gentlemen Broncos, like this idea, like, oh, I would love to make a movie, but it's like, what's to say I sell a script and it becomes some movie that you never even, you don't even
It's like that
yeah,
episode of Family Guy
else.
where he has a great pilot and then they completely fucking
turn it into some
It.
we like the bare bones.
Well, that was their. That was.
You don't want to be Stephen King, like arguing, like, they took my book and made it all shitty.
Okay. Well,
I guess that depends how big the check is. Now you go ahead and do whatever.
I sold it for coke money.
Yeah, I'm not on cocaine.
But
so
as like a graphic designer, illustrator, I'm like gonna dabble in comic books for my first foray, and I thought horror would be the best bet because like you can get expressive with it. You don't need to be super
and not to downgrade it, but you get a little bit of leeway with horror.
Yeah,
you
do.
No, I can do. I want to do like straight up medium changes in the middle of the book. You can't really do that with like a superhero book. With a superhero book, everything needs to be drawn realistically. Everything needs to be drawn as best as possible.
Just claim it's a multiverse. It's all good.
Yeah. I mean, if I was going to make a movie, my first movie would be the time travel story because that's the cheapest one to make. But like if you're making a comic book, it's like, maybe the vampire one would be the better story.
Make a time travel movie. It's the cheapest one to make. It's the hardest
everything
one to
filmed
write.
in the woods. Just film it in the woods.
It's fucking impossible to write, but okay.
That's Looper.
I'll tell you what one needs to be adapted. One author whose work needs to be adapted more. Elmer Leonard that you mentioned, because I've read some of his books. They've made good bloody films. Good films.
Yeah, and Jackie Brown, it's like
they've done a lot of Luke, they've done a lot of Elmore Leonard stuff has been turned
in the 90s. I know they did Hombre as well in the 60s, Mr. Majestic in the 70s. They did a shitload of good ones in the 90s with Get Shorty and Jackie Brown, which was from Rum Punch.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see the first story, The Switch, which was set years before Jackie Brown.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a movie on that.
Yeah, it's hard to adapt Elmore Leonard, and I'll tell you why, because he doesn't give you what would be a Hollywood ending to where it like tightly wraps things up. The heroes or the protagonists rather, very seldom are the ones that wrap up the stories in the Elmore Leonard stories.
Yeah, it's a good 70s era story.
Yes. He has very like open-ended, ambiguous stuff. Like his criminals tend to be like Raylan is a side character in a lot of Elmore Leonard stories. It's only until the TV show came out that he actually wrote another novel based on Raylan himself. But Raylan was a side character, and he was a second banana to the main mafia character in the original story that Raylan was in. And he was a side character in what the show was, basically based off of. So Elmore Leonard has always been better at writing criminals than cops. But they did turn it into a great cop show.
Yeah.
Now the problem is if you adapt it faithfully, which to a certain degree, and I'm not going to
be about Boyd.
Yeah, with City Primeval, which Blue Collar and I did a whole stream on the entire series. Is it faithful? Yes, to a certain degree, but is it worth watching? Is it as enjoyable as Justified? No, it is not. Because all of the stuff that is in Justified is not in City Primeval. They'd have been better off keeping the original main character in it and just doing it, like faithfully to the novel. But what they wanted to do, because it's Hollywood, they took this very popular character of Raylan Givens and inserted him into a story that he doesn't really belong in.
Right.
And that's what went wrong. I mean, am I wrong, Chris, or what?
Yeah, 100%. It's like no, because it felt like Raylan said the stuff he was doing in Primeval. It was so against his character, especially with the
right.
We were joking about the quality of his love interest.
Yeah, like that's just one example, but yeah, for sure, you're completely in the right, Blue Collar. Is that like in the miniseries, the Primeval miniseries, he's banging really
hot chicks. These are gorgeous women in the original.
Yeah, he had gorgeous ass women in Justified, and then he switches over to this fucking Ninja Turtle in
April O'Neil from the new one. Everyone
Yeah.
from the new Tales movie.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing, man?
Lord.
Like, it's crazy.
So,
So yeah.
going back to the discussion about vampires, what's your favorite vampire movie?
30 Days
Aside
of
from Dracula?
30 Days of
I mean,
Night.
it could be Dracula. I don't care what's your favorite.
Yeah, it's absolutely 1931 Dracula.
Bela Lugosi Dracula.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
Bela Lugosi.
30
there's
Days
so
of
many.
Lee as well.
There's
30
like
days.
there's different favorite vampire movies for different reasons. Like,
Hunger.
Just
I
pick
love
one.
From Dusk Till Dawn. That's like the funnest vampire movie, I think.
That's half of a vampire movie.
Yeah. I think I like
Correct.
Salem's Lot.
That's a Quentin Tarantino movie. It's not really a vampire movie.
Half of
I
it.
think
think the
I
first
think
half
Mr.
was
Barlow
good.
from the 1970s, Mr. Salem's Lot. That's like one of the best. I think that is like what my vampire is going to look like. I love the Master Vampire, the Stephen King Master Vampire thing.
Like
I
the Night
also love.
Flyer or something like that.
Yeah, that one's a good one too. I think my favorites though, I gotta say, it's one I don't wish was the best one, but I think Interview with a Vampire is technically the best vampire movie made in terms of what I want vampires to be.
It's solid.
It's solid. I also love Bram Stoker's Dracula for how weird it is.
My favorite vampire movie would be Shadow of the Vampire.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great one.
Yes.
The Willem Dafoe making eye contact with John Malkovich scene is so fucking good, dude.
Yeah, or the one where he suddenly shows up and they're talking about, oh, he's a beast or whatever. It makes me sad.
Yeah.
And they're like, sad? And he's like, yes, he's a prince. He used to have all of these servants, and now he's alone in this and that, whatever. And you suddenly get this empathetic understanding of Nosferatu.
Mm-hmm.
The weird thing is as well, because Willem Dafoe's going to be in the Nosferatu remake by Robert Eggers.
I heard
Hope
they're
so.
remaking that, and I'm terrified.
Well, Robert Eggers, I mean,
good,
it's like
though. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be
see, I'm worried it's too good. Like, what if it's too good? It like steals the steam out of my book. It could happen. Sometimes someone comes up with like what you're doing like better.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. That happens. I mean, I'll tell you the reason why I like 30 Days of Night so much is because it has this oppressive quality in which vampires could possibly exist in this snowbound 30 Days of Night thing. And I had never read the comic. I
remember hearing about the comic, and I was like, dude, it's only a matter of time before they make this shit a movie, because this is such a good movie idea.
I was still in the military at the time, and I was on what's called standby, which is like you stay in uniform, but like you don't have to technically go in until your shift's over unless you get called.
I'm glad we pivoted to Schlocktober, by the way. I'm glad we put
to horror. You're welcome.
Let's do that for the next hour.
So I went to Kansas City, and I was like, well, fuck it. If I'm gonna piss away my time, I'll just go to the movie theater, because I definitely don't want to deal with my wife and kids. So I went to the theater, and I went and saw 30 Days of Night, and I remember that scene where they do the overhead shot of the town being like overrun with the fucking vampires, and I reached for my weapon, like I checked my like Beretta just to make sure I had it on me. I remember, and I did that as instinctually, because I was actually fucking, I was like, God damn, this is fucking serious right now. Like I did that without even thinking about it. And I still remember that to this day, of me putting my right hand down to where my Beretta was, just to go, oh shit, it's still there. Like, because
I think the interesting thing about actually both Shadow of the Vampire and 30 Days of Night is that the vampires live on the edge of civilization and humanity, right? That they don't walk among us and they're sparkly and isn't it wonderful, right? They are feral creatures who have to hide and they're opportunistic feeders.
Also, I like it when the vampires are few and far between. I don't like it when like the world is like there's like fucking like 10% of the population.
Stake land or something like that.
All throughout The Hunger and Blade and Martin, which I believe is George Romero. I know Tom Savini did the effects, but if you haven't seen Martin, make an effort. It is an amazing psychological trip, because it's someone who is mentally disturbed and not a supernatural vampire, but somebody who believes that he needs to drink blood and actually has to use razors, and hypodermic needles and stuff to get his victims.
Right.
If you haven't seen it, check it out. It's super interesting.
Yeah,
But
he's a psychopath who has the belief that he's a vampire. Yeah.
But other
Another
than that,
one is what's
Blade and
the
the Hunger.
God? What's the one with Bill Paxton and Lance Hendrickson?
Near Dark.
Near Dark.
That one
Alien?
rules.
Yeah, that's another interesting one.
Near Dark and Lost Boys, I think, are good sister movies
Lost
because they came
Boys
out the
is
same
good.
year and they're both so 80s, but like one is like grungy 80s and one is like glam rock
I
80s.
think that Near Dark is by far the better movie because Lost Boys again is just getting on that sparkly vampire bullshit.
Yeah. Lost
kind of
Boys
thing.
has that.
I remember Lost Boys being referred
Lost Boys
to
had
as,
sex appeal.
Yeah, I
Near Dark
remember
didn't really
Lost
have
Boys.
some
It was
sex
Young
appeal.
Guns with vampires.
It's an
Yeah,
MTV
I remember being
vampire.
referred to as MTV vampires.
Yeah,
Northern English
exactly.
Bastard, are you there? Northern English
I
Bastard,
don't know
are
if
you
I
here?
am.
Okay,
But
yeah.
yeah.
There was
Pages,
two
yeah.
of you,
Gotcha.
and I kicked one of you. There's like shadow
we got you.
Northern English
We got
Bastard. Okay, cool. All right. Anyway, continue with
Pick a
Near
limey,
Dark.
any limey. But yeah, I think that Near Dark that their examination of what it is to be alive or dead, the kind of reckless and the difference in personalities, right? Depending on how old they are, how long they've been a vampire, how much shit they've gone through.
Which you get in Blade too.
Yeah. Well, Blade is more the full bloods versus the half bloods.
Yeah.
Well, I
you
mean,
get-
yeah, that's kinda-
Although Blade does have one of my favorite things that I'm tired of slapping you. It bores me.
Udo Kier for the fucking win,
Oh.
man.
Udo
Blade-
also in
Udo
Shadow of the
Kier-
Vampire.
Udo Kier.
No.
Yeah,
Correct.
I believe he is a vampire.
He's
Yes.
born to
In
play
real
a
life.
vampire. If he's played a vampire
Willem Dafoe.
more than once.
He's in Johnny
Willem Dafoe
Mnemonic,
too.
which is one of my most guilty pleasures. I love Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah, I like Johnny Mnemonic too, and also it was like very predictive programming with COVID and some other things.
Yeah. I just love the world building.
Any movie with Henry Rollins in The Chase, Heat, Johnny Mnemonic,
Henry
and Henry Rollins
Rollins
is in
as
it.
Henry
it's probably good.
Rollins is, he does make appearances in some
Have you
very
guys-
interesting movies.
Have you guys seen what is that Henry Rollins movie where he's
Henry Rollins is in Heat?
Oh,
Yes,
he's
he is.
he's William Fincher's little right hand man.
Yeah,
He's in
yeah.
yeah,
3
he's the
scenes.
thug for William Fichtner.
Yeah,
what
the
is,
preppy tough guy.
he-
Yeah.
He never died. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, that's a
With-
good one. I thought that's the one
that's
you
a
were going to bring
fucking
up.
great. He's
He's
basically
like
a
some
vampire.
angel, some kind of angel vampire. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
he's well, because you guys aren't Catholic. But he's what you call it? The he's Abel or Cain.
Gabriel.
Kane's
Gabriel.
line.
To the
Oh.
and that's a fucking great movie. If you get a chance, watch that shit. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pivoted to horror stuff all of a sudden randomly, but yes,
Well,
vampires.
yeah,
I think
in Schlocktober, that's crazy. What
yeah, another good vampire movie that I always liked. I like Once Bitten with Jim Carrey.
I do like that. I like that
Yeah.
movie. I like that
And-
movie.
My wife loves that movie, and I refuse. I mean, you go right ahead. I saw it
It
once.
is a
That's
really
more than
admire
enough.
your
it's a
honesty.
fun.
Also,
it's a
my
fun
best
movie.
friend's a vampire. That was another fun comedy vampire that was like trying to like sparkle the vampires again. But another one, I think another really good vampire, even though it's not a vampire movie, is the Dracula in Monster Squad.
Yes.
So awesome.
Did you know that he's been voted as the scariest version of Dracula?
He's up
By,
there.
like,
It's because
Yeah,
he
I
grabs
think
that
you
little girl by the
mentioned that.
face and tells her to give him the amulet, you bitch. You know, it's like
Yeah, he has no
It's
fucks
freaky.
to give. Yeah,
he doesn't
he's
care. And it's got that badass like red Dracula cape. It was so great.
Oh,
Yeah.
Barbara Lawrence brings up a good point. We got to talk about Coppola's Dracula
Yeah.
because man,
Great
Not a
movie.
bad one, that. Yeah.
That was so
90%
huge.
banger.
I was a sophomore in high school when that came out. That movie was like people were going to see that movie 20 fucking times. It was crazy
it's
how much
beautiful, and Keanu Reeves is just like the worst gonorrhea.
the worst
star.
actor. Yeah,
Yes.
that is the worst acting Keanu Reeves has ever done.
You
That is so terrible.
Colfax Abbey.
It's beautiful though. It is
Oh,
so
yes, it's
perfectly put together.
Listen,
What are you
you're not
saying,
gonna
North?
Gary
tell me.
Oldman.
I will fight anyone that says that Winona Ryder was hotter in any other movie than that movie. Like she is the
Oh, yeah.
hottest.
that
in
and
that movie.
Beetlejuice. Yeah.
No, she's hotter
No,
in
she's
Dracula.
hotter in Dracula
Wait
because
till
she
you only
runs down those
Beetlejuice.
stairs in that pajama thing, and you see him bounce pretty well.
Oh yeah.
But also, yeah, I mean, Bram Stoker's, like I was saying, it's like so expressive. Like this is where you can get like really, artsy fartsy in a good
It's
way.
super
Vampires
artsy, and it works.
Vampires allow that kind of expressiveness with the medium, whether it be film or literature or graphic novels. Like you can get really crazy with vampires, and I think people tend to like, when you keep them like realistic. I really hate it when vampires are portrayed scientifically, like it's a virus or something. It's like, no,
Yeah,
That's
no, it's
fair.
supernatural.
they're the
It's
undead. They're the
supernatural.
undead. Yeah.
I still to this day, my favorites will always be both Fright Nights. I just have a soft spot for
Oh, the
Fright.
original Fright
Yeah, the
Night.
original is
I
I
brilliant.
love.
love Fright
Fright
Night. I
Night?
grew up on Fright
Yeah.
Night. I can't take Fright Night seriously anymore because fucking Marcy Darcy is the female in that movie, and I can't
Yeah,
take that
Oh, it was
seriously.
always hilarious.
Evil Ed is amazing.
Yeah, Evil Ed is absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
Oh,
He's great.
Mister,
So
you're
sad
so
about-
cool.
The
So sad
master,
about
the
his
master
career.
would, the master would make you pay.
That's
He
right.
did. He did
Yeah.
976 Evil, and then he went on to do a bunch of gay porn after
especially
that.
because the makeup
Yeah,
job.
he
Hell
went
yeah,
porn.
I love that for him.
I want to just
I
point
love
out
that for
the greatest, the biggest victim in that entire movie is the 65 fastback Mustang that Chris Sarandon destroys.
Boo.
We just
Fright Night
just
1
hear
and
crumple,
2
bang,
are so
bang,
good.
bang, and he looks out the window and his Mustang is destroyed. And I'm like, now that he needs to get staked for. The hell with everything else.
F's in the
The
chat,
other-
folks. F's in the chat.
Other thing I don't like, I don't really typically like it when vampires eat or drink human food, but I do like how Jerry Dandridge is a fruit bat. He eats fruit
Yes.
all the time.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
He
yes.
eats whole apples in one bite.
Yeah,
I
He's always
also
eating
like the
grapes.
fact that they brought him back in Bordello of Blood to be the preacher fighting the vampires.
Funny.
I like that.
I'm gonna throw
Bordello of Blood
out,
is also fun.
I want to throw out a weird one. Has anyone seen Nadja?
Yeah.
I don't
I
think so.
love that movie. I absolutely love it. Portishead does the soundtrack.
I love
and
Portishead, yeah.
some of it is shot on one of those Fisher Price pixel cams, the video camera for kids that
Yeah.
recorded video on audio
On cassette. Yeah.
It is the one of the most atmospheric, wonderful movies I've ever seen.
Yeah.
What was it? The
Copies
Pixel
of it
2000, I
sell
think,
on
is what it's
eBay for like $100, but if you can find a copy of Nadja, it's absolutely
1994.
worth watching. Oh God, it's so
Dude,
good.
hey, maybe we'll do a wee watch for it. Let's see if it's on the old secret movie site I use that
I
shall not
bet
be
we
named.
could slip past copyright on that, dude. I'm there.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
love
I
that
mean,
movie.
It's right here. Yeah. We'll watch that
It's
ASAP.
really good.
Cool. This ultra hip postmodern vampire tale is set in contemporary New York City. Members of a dysfunctional family of vampires are trying to come to terms with each other in the wake of their father's death.
Peter
Nice.
Fonda, Bridget Fonda.
Ooh.
it's
Yeah, I think I
fantastic.
might have seen it on telly once. Yeah,
On the
remember it
telly.
now.
I'm just
It's
kidding.
an unsung gem. It is really good. I
Okay,
recommend
we do have to respect Barbara
Wow.
Lawrence with What We Do in the Shadows.
Good night,
Yeah.
Farrell.
Yeah,
Of
I was just
course.
about to mention that. Just about to
Yeah,
mention
what-
that. That was a
What We
that's a
Do in the
fucking
Shadows, the
funny
show
movie.
and the movie, so funny. And
Back when Taika Waititi was fucking good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he gave a shit.
I love his early movies, man. I think Boy and Eagle versus Shark and Wilder People, those are so good. Those movies are fantastic.
Yeah, I like the
At some
fact that
point he
he's
climbed up his own ass.
It's like you
Like
got to
the fact
start you bark orders, you get orders from the top brass. You know, it's like Gareth Edwards with the creator is like this is his first time he gets to do something he wants, but still like I didn't really talk about this on the other at all earlier, but like the funding from the creator is like from weird sources, you know, anti-American kind of Zionistic sources. It's weird.
So
so it's like-
NFTs.
Yeah, who knows? NFTs. But yeah, who knows what's going on with that movie? The messaging
I honestly
was
don't.
strange.
I don't believe that anybody should have carte blanche over anything. Like anytime that you have
Yeah.
somebody that just does, like Zack Snyder goes too fucking hard with his Zack Snyder shit. George Lucas went nuts with the prequels.
You
I
have
think there
to
should
earn it.
always. I think
Well,
there
not
should
everyone's
always be
Kubrick.
like
I don't even
balance.
think look, even Kubrick climbed up his own ass on,
Yes.
on
Yeah.
more than a few occasions. So the thing you have to do,
He was the Cameron back. He was the James Cameron back then. You know, in those
Well,
days.
what you see is a lot of it's the idea of the single great man.
The
which
utter
tends
bullshit.
to be bullshit, right? The fact is that most of those the people that were making really great movies had really good teams, and that team may just be 3 or 4 people up at the highest level, but there's enough respect amongst all of them that they call bullshit on each other, and you're willing to listen and hear that. When you see them on their own, Kevin Feige, George Lucas, Cameron, a whole lot of Snyder, definitely, Watiti, they climb up their own ass, and the only thing I had an idea and I'm a genius, so it must be
Ridley
right.
Scott.
Ridley Scott definitely has
Gladiator.
fallen out.
I'm hit or miss on Ridley Scott. I like Blade Runner. I like Aliens. But
he's done. He's done.
I
He's
hated
done.
Robin
He's
Hood,
been
though.
done. And you know what? Even though he's a fucking weirdo, he's a weirdo, foot fetish, fucking, he's okay with like underage sex bullshit. Quentin Tarantino at least knows, he's like, I'm only going to do 10 films because after that, we're fucking garbage. We don't, like.
Yeah, but he'll probably pivot to TV shows or something.
But don't announce it ahead of time.
I think he wants to do theatre and novels as well, so yeah, he might still do
novels,
that.
Yeah.
No,
most of his films would be good novels because he's always writing tons of dialogue, like having
writing scripts. You
can
can easily write scripts and not direct them,
Filmmaking is impossible to do alone. It's a collaborative experience, and the people around you affect everything you do, as much as your limitations as far as a budget or access.
But you could easily see, like, we all have jobs, right? You could easily see, like me, I work in the bar business mostly, and I've seen people who just like tell the owner, yeah, man, oh yeah, great idea. We should definitely have a kickball.
Yeah, you got
team.
the political yes men.
Yeah, we should definitely have a kickball team associated with our bar. That makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's so like, yeah, great. No, you're
Gladiator
not wrong.
Was the
Babs.
beginning of the end.
Babs, you're 100% right. I love you so much. Because fucking Gladiator's overrated as fuck.
It's not that good.
I didn't think. I remember when it won Best Picture as a kid. I was like, "Why this one?" I didn't like it as a middle schooler.
It's fucking watered down Braveheart. That's all it is. It's Braveheart and Rome. That's all.
Yeah, I think that the problem you have to surround yourself with people who recognize that the best thing that they bring to the table is telling the truth as they see it.
Honestly,
right?
Authenticity.
Right. That anybody that's kissing your ass or whatever, that tells me they don't do anything well other than kiss ass and move up, right? Dave Filoni. You need those people, and then you need to have the fucking good sense to listen to them.
Yeah, and
right? That doesn't mean just go, oh yeah, you're right, but listen to them.
That's the thing that most of us fight in real jobs every day. I mean, that's like just on a baseline level. Like that's what you're doing in corporate America every fucking day is fighting the people that will, tell you bullshit to keep something going. And,
Yeah, the good news is that people around me very quickly learned that you're going to get exactly what I think because that's the best thing that I can bring to the table. And if you try and bullshit me, don't bullshit a bullshitter. I'll fire you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true on the micro and the macro. And George Lucas is nothing without the talented people around him that, Marshall
Some of
Lucas,
the ideas that I heard about what the original trilogy was supposed to be when George Lucas was originally going to do it, and then some of the directors were like, that ain't going to work. And some of even the actors like Harrison Ford were like, yeah, I'm not saying, like Harrison Ford literally told him, I'm not saying that. That's stupid. That's
and Mark Hamill,
Mark Hamill did as well. Yeah. Remember an interview where he said he had to recite a line, and at the end he was like, "Who the fuck talks like this?"
Right. Yeah, Mark Hamill.
Fancy coming out of you, Northern English bastard. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, Lucas. So Lucas has it, and frankly, I think that Lucas is overrated for his vision with regards to story. Lucas, however,
Hollywood.
His vision is very much about the technical side of movie making, and especially with effects. Right, there's a reason he built ILM. There's a reason that he started to push movie theaters to have much better sound systems. By pushing THX and things like that. Right, he recognized that these are the kind of fundamental things about cinema that makes it different. He can't write dialogue for shit. He can't direct human beings. I think he gets a broad idea of hey, I'd like to do a thing kind of like whatever. And when he has a team of competent people who are willing to say, no, George, that part is especially stupid, stop that. Then they are able to assemble, because he has the good sense to go, okay, I know I can't direct people. I'll let somebody else deal with that shit. So, somebody else wants to write dialogue? Absolutely. Go ahead. Right. Irving Kershner wants to go ahead. You go get him. Right. It's when, and you see it in the prequels, and the first big whiff of what was going to happen was when he decided to do the special editions. That's when I was like, fuck the prequels. When
those
I went
special
to see,
editions are
I saw the special editions. I was like, get fucked. I have zero faith in you for these prequels. And boy, was that play out all right. But you see the stunning drop in quality. No, by the way, it starts in the 80s. How's that Howard the Duck working out for you, George?
Right.
Yeah.
I love Howard the Duck. I think it has one of the better soundtracks, like scores, that it needs. Like it's
right, but I had top 40 radio. I didn't need Howard the Duck. I could just listen to the radio and save me a lot of money.
The book was better.
Yeah. Comic book.
I'll tell you
The
this,
comics were,
like for example, like I just to bring it down to a lower level, like I run a small Facebook group, right? And I have a team of moderators, and
real quick let's do this real quick. Just cuz. Oh yeah! That still hits hard. It still hits hard, doesn't it? Anyway, sorry.
No, I definitely went from 6 to midnight. If you really want to get me to cream in my jeans, though, do the original HBO feature presentation.
Smile on my face right now.
Thank God. You guys,
which original are you talking about? Which original are you talking about? Because they remade that in like 1980. And with the little streaks of light and all that stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's the one that I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah,
where they flew over the city first.
It was all miniatures
and one of because HBO actually, when they made that, part of the programming that they would do to try to fill between movies is they would run a making of making that new intro shit. And they showed the motion cams.
When that came on Friday night, you knew you were about to see something.
And they would also run independent short films.
Yes. That's where Hardware Wars. Yeah.
Yes. And I don't remember the name of the one that was in the arcade where like people started like squirting blood and stuff like that. Like the arcade machines came to life and whatever. But great independent stuff they would roll in between.
Yeah, they ran like shorts. It wasn't. I don't think it was the full movie, but it was a condensed, an extended trailer for Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
All that good stuff.
The first time I heard Fish Heads was on HBO as a filler. Yeah,
and the original HBO, city sweep pan over and everything, all miniatures,
feature presentation.
Analog.
Are you gonna do it?
I'll pull it up right now. Yeah, but you keep talking.
Yeah,
sure it's the extended one that has the flight through the city with the cars going by.
Get your cocks in your hand right now. It's about to go down.
But here's the thing. Back to what Barbara was saying about how Empire the best one. Not just Empire is the best one, but it's also the idea that it's specifically the Yoda stuff. When Yoda specifically lifts up the X-wing, it's like my favorite part of all the movies, and it's also got the best soundtrack. Let me see. I'm trying to find this Cityscape HBO. I got it right here. Here we go.
Yeah,
here we go. All right. Please tell me this is it, right? Yes. All right, cool. Because there's a few of them, and I don't want to get the wrong one. There's nothing worse than pulling up the video. Here we go. Also, it's not TV. It's HBO. That was one of the best slogans ever.
That's much later.
Oh, no. He's right. No,
then it pulls out. Yeah.
No, he got it. You got it.
Family House.
That is
and this song. This is like the X-Men animated show song. Like, it gets you pumped up, dude.
This is like this. I would give anything in my life to go back to this time.
Next year for Schlocktober, for Dorkside movies, I'll try to come up with a little intro video that's more like this. Maybe in a few years.
Let's dive into this, man.
I want to see the next movie that comes after this, no matter how shit it is. Look at that. That's a right build-up.
It's all like Like a Jackson song. Like I think like the Michael Jacksons are gonna show up. Can you feel it?
Can anybody name the first movie they saw after this opening? I know I can.
Yeah,
I
I've
know.
seen this.
I
I've
had
seen these
HBO
ones
all
already.
HBO all my childhood, so I saw this for all sorts of movies.
I
I'll
saw
say
this
Flash
the
Gordon.
first time I saw this was The Terminator. I saw The Terminator.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, you
Nice.
child.
Oh yeah,
That's a
that's
good one.
no. I would have. It would have been much. Maybe. Ooh, Mr. Mom, maybe.
I
Okay.
just
Because
I used
that
to watch-
that was done. That title screen was done like 82, 83.
82,
Yeah.
I
yeah.
think.
I think
Well,
it aired for like
Terminator
5
was-
years too.
Yeah,
It was a
Terminator
big
was
one.
84.
They kept that thing going into the 90s.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
They
Exactly.
that
milked
was
that
well
one for a
into the
while.
90s. Well into the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, now go
Miniatures.
find the making of video that HBO made for that, where they actually showed how they did the
That
the
ironically
camera
is
effects.
probably
remember that.
copyrighted. No, I'm just kidding. It's probably
I remember that.
yeah, it's fun stuff, man.
But yeah, if
dude.
you're one of those big moguls, like I said, QT is definitely a fucking pervert. I'm not going to defend him personally, but I will say that I've loved everything that he has had a hand in, whether it's something that he wrote like True Romance or Killing Zoe or Natural Born
yeah.
Killers, and then of course the 9 movies that he has written and directed, stuff he had a hand in like From Dusk Till Dawn
Wait.
has all been amazing.
Natural Born Killers is completely forgotten, and I think that movie is just exponentially like a great critique of MTV editing and culture.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it is fantastic.
Yeah, it's very much a commentary on like the Jerry Springer, Geraldo.
Also,
era.
Rodney
Rings really true
Dangerfield's
today
best
with the TikTok
performance
generation.
ever.
Oh no, I mean it's hard to beat Dangerfield in Back to School.
No,
You
this-
could do
no.
a
It's
modern
also hard
remake
to
of
beat
Natural Born
Robert Downey
Killers with the
Jr. in
Instagram
Back to
kids.
School.
No, Rodney Dangerfield in Natural Born Killers is fucking
Yeah.
frightening, dude. He is.
He is
Yeah,
frightening.
where he's
Yeah.
the molester, father thing. Yeah, that's
Yeah, the
that's
white
horrifying.
beater, the
And
sweaty face.
with QT recognizing the fact that directors have a shelf life, with him seeing his counterparts like Ridley Scott and to a lesser degree James Cameron, they're just and Martin Scorsese even. Yeah, Martin Scorsese can pop off on social media and in the news all he wants about how MCU sucks, and I'm not going to disagree with him, but at the same time, you know what, Martin, your shit has sucked the last 10 years.
Martin, what have
Formula.
you done for me lately?
Exactly.
Formula.
I think that Tarantino should absolutely go like the way that John Milius did.
Ew.
Milius-
Milius crazy.
No, Milius wrote Rome and Deadwood. Right, does big parts of that.
Deadwood.
I
What
thought
is
you
it?
meant like just
Banger.
like hardcore right wing, like you could
He always was. He always
Sobchak.
was.
Yeah,
it's
right.
it's why he stopped being able to get movies to direct.
I agree.
But his friends in the entertainment industry who knew how talented he was would be like, John, we'd like. I mean, he's the one that writes Quig's speech in Jaws, because
Nice.
Spielberg called him up and he was like, "Hey, I need you to do that," and
need to
Milius
cure
started
balls.
dictating it over the phone live.
I didn't know
Nice.
that.
Wow.
Yeah,
That speech in Jaws is fucking terrifying.
yeah. The
Dude,
one
I'll
about the
never
Indianapolis and all that. That is all John Milius just extemporaneously putting it out
Well,
on
it's
the
not,
phone.
it's not all John, because the actor is also fucking. He was dead drunk while he did it, and it
No,
was fucking incredible.
Shaw used to call Milius and would talk to him, and he insisted. Shaw insisted on memorizing it completely and doing it in a single take. But he would call Milius and talk about, okay, what's his motivation for this? That he didn't talk to Spielberg for that speech. He
Yeah.
would talk to Milius about it.
No, that speech I would put almost, with the exception of maybe like A Few Good Men and maybe a couple of other films, I would put that speech as one of the best monologues ever put to film ever.
Yeah, Milius was. I mean, he was and the hilarious thing is, so Milius, I mean, he's a big motherfucker. I mean, he's like 6'3", 250.
John Goodman in
right?
Yeah, Big Lebowski's based totally off of Milius.
Right, but
I didn't know
Milius
that.
used to love to surf. His first movie was a surf movie with Jan Michael Vincent
Hell yeah.
that he
Okay.
made.
Hell yeah.
But
Mine
yeah,
too.
but then he goes on. So he's very much involved
Your
in Apocalypse
encyclopedic
Now.
knowledge of Milius is very impressive to me, and I admire it.
I just there are certain guys that I absolutely adore, and Milius is one of them. And
Red
and
Dawn.
the
I remember
reason-
I showed Red Dawn to
Red
my
Dawn,
one of my fr- I showed
first
Red Dawn to one of my
PG-13.
Yeah, this younger girlfriend of mine. I remember showing Red Dawn to her, and like the Avenge Me scene, like the tears coming down her face.
Bro.
Like, oh my god,
Absolutely.
this movie's
That
hardcore.
scene, that
You
scene is so fucking good.
Yeah.
You got
I
lucky that
remember
night, didn't you?
playing that clip
Yeah.
for. I don't remember who I played that
Yeah,
clip
got
for.
laid that very night.
I played that clip for somebody, and I was like, that's my fucking dad. If this shit had gone
Oh, yeah.
down in the 80s like this,
Don't
that would have
cry.
been my dad. He would not have been like,
You don't
protect
have time
yourself,
to cry.
stay safe. He'd have been like, avenge me, boys.
Well,
Avenge
and
me.
he talks about but he also breaks down a bit, right?
You
were
where,
so
where he
damn
talks
little.
about
Kills
why
the
he
guy.
was stuffing his kids,
Remember when
right? Yeah,
it
it was so goddamn little. You know,
Yeah,
he kind of
yeah.
breaks a
So
bit, whatever.
So good.
Yeah, Harry Dean Stanton kills that thing, but
Yeah.
he there's that manly father that look. Yes, I love you, but I'm not here to baby you. I'm here
Right.
to prepare you for the
Right.
real world.
Right.
Right. Your mom is there for the unconditional love stuff.
Right.
I'm here. I still love you.
I made you men.
But
I
I'm
made
here
you
to
fucking
make.
men.
I know that the real world is actually harsh and red in tooth and claw,
Which
and I
is a
need you
lost
to prepare
skill.
you for that and to
Yeah,
be able to stand on your own. Right.
Which
Yeah,
is a
Daddy's
lost
not
skill
here to
in
be
the
your friend,
21st
really.
century.
Daddy's got to,
Yeah, yeah.
teach you to be a man.
Exactly.
I don't have 10-year-old friends because I'm not a creeper that drives in a white van around schools. Right.
Right.
The when you become an adult, when you do adult things, when you take on all of those responsibilities, that's when we can start to have a different relationship.
Right.
Right. But once you're out of my house, your life, now I'm just an advisor at best. Right.
Yeah.
But you do the work and he shows that, and he's telling them, look, there's a reason they are the ones that can go out in the woods and survive better than anybody else.
Yeah,
Right.
they were the two leaders. Why the fuck are you pulling up Rodney Dangerfield?
Speaking of guys in
God,
white
Ladybug.
vans, this is
Why
like the
are-
best part. This is one of the best parts of any Rodney Dangerfield movie. He's like working with a soccer
R.I.P.
team. He's trying to make him.
R.I.P. Jonathan
Yeah.
Brandis. R.I.P.
He's,
Jonathan
yeah,
Brandis.
both of these guys. He's trying to make his
Okay.
all-girls soccer team better. So he's got his girlfriend's son.
Yeah, this is
who's
just
an
bad news
expert
bears
soccer
with
player.
Rodney Dangerfield and
Yeah,
and
Right.
but this
all
scene
girl
is
stuff.
so funny right here specifically. He's like, okay, I need your help. So what's your advice? Oh, I'm not hearing anything. Are you hearing anything either?
Nope.
Weird.
What a perfect movie for Schlocktober.
Oh, I know why. I muted this tab like an idiot. Here we go.
Running your offense will be
He's
more
like, so give me some advice. What do you think these kids need? These girls.
Well, first of all, you have no strategy. Your players need to learn some basic skills. Put your faster runners up front, and your offense will be more effective. Now, if I were playing, what I would do is play center midfield.
I were
so can
playing.
control the flow of the game and help out the
Oh
inexperienced.
yeah, when he gets him to dress
And
up.
he
as
gets
the
the
girl.
idea. He
Look
gets
at
the
his
idea
face,
right
man.
here. If I were playing, look at his face. This is the worst. Imagine. Look how, do you know what I mean?
No way.
Get
Why
the
you
hell
look
out
at
of
me?
the
No,
kid.
no, I'm not doing it. No. It'll never happen.
I'm
And it's a
shocked.
smash cut.
Yeah.
Smash cut to him
I'm
in
shocked.
a dress.
I'm
No.
shocked that he didn't ask him. He's like, did you wash up? Are you
He
clean
didn't
down
even
there? Because
ask
I'm
him.
gonna.
He
I
just,
will-
it
I
was
will
just
tell you
dude.
that the best scene from a Rodney Dangerfield movie is from Back to School, and it's
Oh,
with
yeah.
Robert Downey Jr. when he throws himself on the ground and starts going, "Do me," and Dangerfield comes up and he goes, "Get up! You look like the poster child for birth control."
Hey, well, you guys want to do a Jaws stream next week? I'm fine to, I don't know, or
Yeah,
a week
we
or
can
two.
do that.
yeah.
I read the book actually.
I was thinking about doing the stream next week before Cannoli Sasquatch's show, so like we could start maybe around 5:30.
OG
PM
OG
Central Time.
Jaws is good, but back to Milius and Tarantino. The
Yeah.
reason that their dialogue is so good, they're actual people who had lives outside
Yes.
of I just went to college and then went straight into writing.
Yes.
Right.
I went
It's
to
very
Lowe's
much a
and I,
flashback to the old style of screenwriting and those who, when you were a newspaper and It wasn't. Oh, do you have a degree? What the fuck are you talking about? We work in a
Right.
newspaper.
You know
There's
what
no
that always
degrees here.
reminds me of? It always reminds me of when they bring in for the what was the cartoon they watched on The Simpsons? Itchy and Scratchy?
Itchy and Scratchy.
Yeah, and they bring in because the kids, the Bart and Lisa write a script for Itchy and Scratchy, but because of their kids, they can't get it. So they forge their grandpa's name. And so grandpa has to go pretend that he's the writer for Itchy and Scratchy. And he
Right.
gets in there and the guy that's running the show is like, this guy's got life experience. He's lived a long life. He's been in the war, blah, blah, blah. And then one of the fucking writers is like, I did my college thesis on life experience.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
also,
I'm not-
Grandpa wisely recognizes that Jimmy Carter is history's greatest monster.
Yeah, yeah.
well, yeah, I mean, I am down to talk about Jaws right now. Obviously, I don't care. Jaws is a good one. Jaws.
I mean, I think
Jaws.
that there's so many movies that you have to go back a bit because you have to find actual competent people. But I mean, the Tarantino for Reservoir Dogs, that diner opening scene, that's
Fucking
exactly how guys
Fucking A.
talk.
Fucking A. That's
Exceptional.
exactly. I have sat in those conversations.
Oh hell yes!
I
And people just walk by and go,
diner.
"What the fuck are you talking about?" You had to be there, or you can sit
Yeah.
down and
Why do
we'll
I have
catch
to
you
be
up.
Mr. Pink? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
why?
a
Because
real
you're
Well,
right.
again, I got Madonna's
Because
big
you're
dick
a
coming
faggot,
in this
alright?
year, and I got whatever what he's
you're not Mr. Yellow.
Every conversation in Reservoir Dogs is an actual conversation that I have actually sat in and
Yes.
listened to people
Yeah.
talk. It's like, oh, how come so and so treat their women like shit?
But
Every
it's not
fucking
just that
so-and-so.
scene. It carries over until somebody gets shot in the fucking stomach, and that's a real, actual car ride.
Yeah.
right.
That's
Right.
amazing. It's
Yeah.
it's so real. It's fucking absurd.
Yeah, and Harvey Keitel, you can he's
You're gonna be
trying to
okay.
maintain
You're gonna be
calm.
okay.
You're gonna be okay, right?
the
You know,
fucking
say the
words.
fucking
You're gonna be okay.
words. Oh, are you a doctor? I didn't. Right? That's he's trying to maintain and calm this guy down, but he's busy panicking as well.
Right.
Right,
Because
losing his
there's
shit.
other shit on the table. There is
Yeah.
Quentin
far
Tarantino
bigger
and Robert
problems.
Rodriguez, like the two of them, both were like signifying like the '90s, like these new directors that were hitting the scene. I mean, Quentin Tarantino did Reservoir Dogs, like he did all the warehouse scenes.
God,
He
I
apparently-
miss the real Robert Rodriguez. I miss him
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
much.
I don't know. I don't know what
digital cameras
person
kind of
replaced
spoiled
him,
Robert
but Jesus.
Rodriguez. But
Yeah, he got paid, and he
Yeah,
got
I think he
fucking
again. When the other thing is that in order for creative people to be at their best, they have to have constraints.
it's
serious
really, yeah.
You
limitations.
have to
Yes.
operate within restrictions that make you work twice as hard, right?
El
So
Mariachi was an $800 movie.
Well, I just watched.
I think Monsters was a $500,000 budget.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
just
insane.
watched. I just watched a YouTube video earlier today while I was at work, where it was talking about how there are only two kinds of movies anymore: the super blockbuster and the indie film. There are
And
no
that-
longer any mid-level.
Right. No,
Mid-level,
well, you
like,
you see
films.
you
Right.
have a few things. Well, you don't have the low budget but still intended to make some money, right? Like the stuff that used to go into drive-ins or dollar theaters or things like that, right? Mostly involved. Okay, it needs to be entertaining enough for the guy to get his girlfriend in the back seat. After that, we're all good. You then had the indie stuff was more art house, small limited run stuff, right? You had the kind of the workhorse mid, and they weren't really mid, they were still in like the lower third budget wise. You then had the kind of it's a known director or it's a known genre, we're going to throw more money into it's going to be in like the half kind of budgeting range, right? And that's where
You can
they
pick
tend to
out
make a lot of
1,000
money,
examples.
but there's not a lot of risk done. And then you have the blockbusters, and most of the time those blockbusters weren't actually big budget, right? It's a
No.
later
Chinatown
development.
is not a
No.
big budget movie, and
Right.
it's phenomenal. It is
Yeah,
insane.
and
how good-
and that's why, strangely enough, horror has done so well in the last couple
Right.
of years.
It's always been the
falls-
successful ones have
horror-
always been
horror
low
can
end.
fall-
It's always been profitable.
horror can fall into that weird chasm of like it's not necessarily indie, but it's also not super blockbuster.
And there's
Like-
a huge amount of room for creativity in
Right.
horror.
Right. And well, because for one thing, they don't have to worry about the fucking awards season. They're not worried about getting, grin
Yeah.
fucked on the red carpet or anything like
Or
that.
casting.
They are absolutely profit driven. You
Yeah.
have to make
now,
money.
every now
you
and
can
then-
count the horror films that have been nominated for Best Picture on one hand, and you can count the horror films that have won Best Picture on one finger. Fucking Silence of the Lambs.
Pick the big ones. Rosemary's Baby. Fucking 10 million,
I'm
maybe
still
tops.
dubious of whether or not Silence of the Lambs counts as a horror film.
Well, it's a thriller, but I mean, still, like,
Yeah, I mean thrillers are a different thing, right?
still, but like, it's like the closest thing we have to a horror film winning Best Picture.
The Omen. How much did that cost? 10 million.
Yeah, so there's The Exorcist, The Omen, The Shining didn't get nominated for Best Picture, but what else? What horror movies did? The Sixth Sense got nominated for Best Picture.
Fly.
Not a horror movie.
The Fly, I
No.
love
the
The Fly.
the 86, is that right?
Parasite. Bram
Parasite,
Stoker's
yes.
Dracula. Get Out did well with
Awards.
as awards. But I mean, Get Out. But I mean,
hated
if we're
But the
being
field
honest,
is ripe.
we're being honest, we know why Get Out got nominated.
Yeah.
But the genre is ripe because it doesn't
Yeah.
need a lot of money to get its point.
Right. And the
across.
hilarious thing is that sci-fi used to be in the same slot as
Right.
horror.
Correct.
Right. And
Well, 'cause
and,
when we would go to the whole-
look
we
at
go
the
to
budget
Hollywood
for
Video.
Blade Runner. Blade Runner
Yeah.
is not a big budget movie. It
No.
looks like it.
It's low budget
Yeah.
for what it is.
I think Legend had a bigger budget than Blade Runner.
I love
Absolutely.
Legend. I couldn't tell you how many
Absolutely.
times like you'd go to Hollywood Video and rent like straight to DVD or straight to VHS trash like horror or sci-fi movies just because they had cool.
Yeah,
Cover
same thing
art
with
and
action,
titles.
right? You would have, Enter the Ninja, Revenge of the Ninja, all that stuff, right? It's a Golden Globus production. Oh my
did
god!
well, got Best Actress for Kathy Bates.
Misery is probably my favorite Stephen King, period, because it's all about his cocaine addiction and like the metaphors are nice and
And
thick
it all
on
takes
that one.
place in a bedroom.
It's all about the author.
Also,
Cocaine.
can I just point out, am I the only one who, when Rich Evans starts losing his shit, sounds like Kathy Bates when she's talking about he didn't
Rich
get out of the
Evans
cocky
is
duty
an
car?
angel from God, and you should. Give
Well,
him
watch
a-
out, he'll hobble your ass.
Yeah, he's got his laugh.
Because every time when he starts getting worked up, and I don't know what's going on, I just wait for him to
yeah,
go.
you're
He
right.
didn't get the cocky duty car.
folding table.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
He's an
Cock-a-doodle.
angel from God.
Little Rich Evans.
God
Dick
bless
the
him.
birthday boy.
Dick the birthday boy. Yeah, I think there's a well, so I think Uninspired and I talked about this a couple of streams ago. So it's not that the expense of making movies is higher. It's never been cheaper to make a movie now.
Yeah,
you don't have to buy film stock. Winning,
lighting,
right.
digital cameras.
Yeah,
You get
the
lighting
some
is
digital
cheap.
cameras, all that. Right, post production is so much cheaper now.
Oh, right.
Editing is free.
Yeah, visual effects. You can put together a kit for nothing, right? And shoot a reasonable movie. Certainly better cameras and processing than you would have had on a super low budget movie in the 60s or 70s in early 80s, right? The problem is that you don't have the distribution opportunities for those smaller things because theaters are so stuck in bed with the big studios that they have
They're
to have.
bought out
I have to
months
have the
ahead of time
here
by
to
fucking
eat up
Disney.
4,500 screens because there's only 2 theater owners in the United States anymore,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You don't have the small budget. You don't have drive-ins anymore. You don't have the small independent theaters, right? You don't have the small regional chains anymore. Everything
yeah.
is owned by AMC or was it Royal or whatever the hell the other one is, right?
Regal.
Regal. Yeah, that's it. So distribute, and then everybody talks about, oh, well, there's so many, venues to distribute. Yeah, that's the problem. You don't have
Well, that's why
centralized places where you can put butts in seats, right? You have to then spend that you can do a low budget movie, but you almost have to spend like a mid or big budget to get people to see them if you're putting it on some sort of alternative streaming, platform.
Right. Well, that's why
distributing it
we see
yourself.
so many movies, horror movies especially, going to streaming services because
Right, and why you have Blumhouse and A24 that are they're like,
Right.
no, we have the relationships. We can do at least limited
Thank
releases in
God
certain
for
areas, right?
A24. Man, they are doing the Lord's work. If
you know
like
what
their
else
movies or
was
you
good
don't,
last year was Significant Other
Yeah.
with the new Scream Queen Micah, whatever the fuck her name is.
Maya Angelou?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
No.
She came back from the dead.
Maya
and,
Rudolph?
No.
I'd
But
hate
yeah, Micah Monroe is her name.
Oh.
And she's like she's like the new Scream Queen. She was in It Follows, The Guest.
Oh, yeah, the blonde girl. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Watcher.
Yeah, Watcher was good.
But yeah, she was in Significant Other last year, and it premiered on Paramount Plus back when I still gave a fuck about Paramount Plus. And yeah, man, it's it was pretty good. It's a another alien movie, but it was very well done because you know what they did? They made it look like it was a psychological thriller, like she was the killer and she was a fucking psycho because it was like an unreliable narrator type thing, and then it's like this whole other thing. It was very you know what vibes it gave? It gave very 10 Cloverfield Lane type vibes.
Yeah.
Where you had this one person, you're like, okay, so this is a psycho bitch and she's doing crazy shit and she's killing people. And then it's like, oh no, it's aliens. Oh fuck, this is crazy. Yeah, I dug it, man. And again, it was one of those. I'm 99% sure it did not go into the theater. I'm almost positive it went straight to streaming on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did Rare Exports did it see any theatrical release in the US? Or
Probably
was it
limited release. Probably
Good
limited. If it,
very limited?
I don't know.
I mean, foreign movies usually will make a little round in the art house theaters, especially big ones like that. Because I remember that one having hype before it came out.
That was an excellent one. And then
it was fun.
Troll is great. I love that movie.
Adam and Barb are talking about like comedies. This is not a new one, but like I happened to cross a Dave Foley comedy called The Wrong Guy on YouTube. Okay, so there's a movie called The Wrong Guy from 1997, and it's like a Dave Foley vehicle that he like wrote and stars in. I laughed my ass off so hard. So if you're a Kids in the Hall fan, watch that movie.
Yeah, it's not hard to find good comedies, from previous years. The problem now is that
I never heard of it at all.
Is that hard progressives and hardcore political leftists? They're not funny because everything must be serious and about politics, right? That you can't be funny if, oh my God, you'll offend somebody. Well, I'm sorry, you're going to have a real problem with comedy if you're not going to offend somebody.
On the surface, like I do my show, this podcast, and my We Watch videos because I just want to goof off and have fun, but really, and nerd out about movies. But really, a big part of it is like, yeah, you got to fucking fight back against the culture war. You gotta you gotta be a little raunchy here and there because like we're so lacking on that style.
Well, comedy is the most dangerous thing to people who want to be authoritarian.
Well, you know
right?
Why?
Because comedy is necessarily subversive.
If it's not offensive,
you mock me. I'm terribly serious.
Right. In order to have comedy, you need to tell the truth about something that is an uncomfortable truth to other people. So like they don't want that. Like
Trump's hair, orange man bad.
Orange man bad. Ha ha.
It's like that episode of Family Guy where Brian tells a joke on Twitter and gets canceled. And so Meg and Chris have to go to school and they're like, your dog said something that was offensive. And Meg's like, it was a joke. And the kid goes, there is no such thing as jokes anymore.
Yep. That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Here's where I envision comedy.
I thank God every day that Trey and Matt with South Park still have no fucks to give. right? Does that offend you? Well, you're going to see twice as much of it now.
I
Have some
dread
of
the
that.
day that they go woke if it ever happens. But the idea is like,
Well, or
envision
that
comedy.
that they're no longer carried or something like that.
They're not part
they're
of the
rich
show
without
anymore.
going
They get
woke,
Rick and
so-
Morty'd. They get what's his name? What's Morty's name? Come on, Morty, Rick and Morty.
I can tell you
Justin
that.
Roiland.
Listen, back in 1998, if you would have told me that Howard Stern was one day going to go corporate and go woke, I'd have never fucking believed you. But
I got it.
And again, it's like being raunchy back then. I guess was the mainstream thing. You know, like Beavis and Butthead and Ren and Stimpy and Howard Stern. That was
Stern
what
is
was
an
cool.
opportunist. I can't even start with that.
Right. Exactly.
He's
yeah,
hacking,
I mean, so
man.
the early, so we had kind of these. I mean, they're social panics of one degree or another. So we had the satanic panic in the 80s. In the 90s, we had political correctness round one, where black people suddenly became African American.
Right.
Even though most of them have never been to Africa,
like
and
PCU,
there's a lot of
and
Africans
CB4.
who are white.
And
Right.
most of the
So
African
you have-
Americans
but-
that I
but-
knew didn't like that name.
Right, they absolutely hated it. Right, it's the same thing with
Latinx.
people now go Latinx. What the fuck are you talking about? Right?
Yeah.
It's always busybody, upper middle class, neurotic white women causing a lot of
liberals
problems
that come up with this bullshit. Yeah.
Right, and I'm going to be aggrieved for you. Fuck off. Right, the Florida State Seminoles, bunch of white people were raising ruckus, and the Seminole Nation was like, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah, the fucking
we're
the
good with
last
this. What are you talking
U.S.
about?
Army, the last U.S. Army command that I belonged to, Fort Bragg, 82nd Airborne Division, has been
renamed
changed to Fort Liberty because Fort Bragg is problematic.
Fuck off.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, it's like I don't know, like the God, I forgot exactly what I was gonna say just now.
But the thing is about these things blow up and they run amok for a while, mostly because the vast majority of people are too busy living their real lives, working real jobs, and worrying about real problems with their family and all that.
Yeah.
Right. And so it runs amok amongst all the other people who have too much fucking free time and are busybodies and are closeted Puritans and or Maoists or whatever. Right. You can change the ideology. The behavior always seems to be remarkably similar. It's the dread that somebody somewhere is having fun, and we can't have any of that. And then eventually the normies notice it, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing? Sit down and shut the fuck up. We've had enough of you." Right? And the problem is that tends to overcorrect the other way. So the satanic panic hilarity ended up in the 90s going way the other direction, where it was we're going to allow just about anything, right? So you have a lot of the emo stuff coming up with and Wiccan and devil, because basically we're just rubbing your noses in it, right? Just to piss you off.
It went from
the politically correct stuff
crack to fucking Marilyn Manson, and it's all just the satanic panic. Yeah, it's somebody. It's their fault.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt.
Right. And right. And then you have the political correctness side going from the, oh my God, we have to have special things, to the Wayans brothers doing white chicks. Right. And so you get that big slingshot rebound.
But
right.
The white chicks thing.
I'm not sure what this one is going to look like. Right, but I'm not sure what this rebound is going to look like. I mean, I know it's going to be ugly because this thing has gone on and been so radical for so long.
Orange Man is bad, and all of us, anyone that's adjacent of Orange Man is redneck, hillbilly, Nazi, fascist, istophobe. What's going to pivot is going to be like, hey, Orange Man was probably the greatest thing we've ever had, and you were fucking stupid for trying to convince us otherwise. And that's going to be the humor. Like, remember how stupid you were trying to tell us like all this shit and we didn't believe you? And you try to remove us from our
have a bunch of people go, no, I was never part of that. I don't know what you were talking about.
Actually, the political parties were reversed back then, where it's like, shut the fuck up.
Well, I mean, the most hilarious thing to me now is when the left decided, okay, we've already soiled the term liberal enough that's no longer relevant, even though we had already abducted that term from classically liberal, which is actually economically conservative and all that, which is why you still have in Europe liberal parties are right wing. And And they said, we're going to be progressive. And I was like, do you know anything about the progressive movement? I'm not sure you want to be identified with eugenics because that was their idea. Oh, no, we're all about whatever. And I was like, well, you might want to pick a different label.
I think that there's going to be a huge resurgence of. I think that like here's what I see happening next year. Quentin Tarantino's next movie, which I was really hoping was going to be a Kill Bill Volume 3, but whatever. It's going to come out and he's gonna have a bunch of crazy fucking shit in it because it's going to be his last hurrah, according to him.
Yeah, and it's going to be the middle finger for all y'all.
And then it's going to come out and it's going to be one of the leading, the spearhead leading things that says, fuck a bunch of woke bullshit. We don't care, because there's already been a bunch of pushback against woke PC bullshit. You have Reacher did fucking excellent on streaming services. At the same time that they tried to push that woke agenda, rings of power bullshit on us.
Yeah.
And they did that at the same time. Then you got Tom Cruise reestablishing the fact that he has two of the biggest money making movies in 1 year. As he's still a bona fide, balls to the wall movie star, stuff like that. And I think that's what's going to happen next year. I think next year we're, because I've lived long enough to where, I'm almost 50 and I've seen this stuff come in cycles, like the PC movement in the 90s, it came and went. And I think that this bullshit that's been going on is going to just die out because people are just going to get sick of it.
It's all cycles. Everything goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I'm in my 50s and I've seen it, and that's why I'm so fucking tired of it.
Yeah. The scary situation is people always say, like, we try talking entertainment, movies, TV shows, comics, video games. Nobody wants to get political. But the sad part is that politics is what influences this stuff, in the workforce. Remember, nowadays you can't say certain things at a job. You can't say certain things in a gym locker room. That translates into now you can't say certain things on TV, certain things in movies. But you don't want to get political. But the problem is this shit is political because of politics, or why this is happening to our fucking entertainment for.
Well, it's so politics and everything else is downstream of culture. Culture is first. Okay, that's where everything else derives from. But the thing is that you may not be interested in the politics. Sadly, the politics is interested in you.
Yeah.
Right. Man, I just want to sit back here and tell jokes and be funny. No. Yep. We find that problematic.
There are no such things as jokes anymore. What
are you
talking
talking funny
about?
To you?
Right. These are all microaggressions and okay. I know what
and you know
there's
what's
nothing
funny?
Micro about my aggression. It's all either macro or it's not there.
I had an hour-long conversation with a member of the group the other day, and we're going back and forth, and he's like, well, and he identified, he goes, well, I consider myself to be very liberal. I think this group that you run is very right-wing. And I'm like, all right, well, let me tell you something. First of all, I am very right-wing. That is very true. But I don't allow my fucking politics but there's a whole nother group that's an offshoot of my group, which is basically a hatred of me personally group that calls me, their number one criticism of me is I'm a left-wing snowflake. Whereas the people in this group that have a problem with me, they consider me too hard-edged right-wing. Yeah. So it's basically subjective on whatever. At the end of the day, like you can say you have whatever, affliction you have. Sometimes, guess what? You're just a fucking asshole. You don't have ADHD. You don't have OCD. You're not partially autistic and on the spectrum. You're just a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
That's what it is at the end of the day. And I don't know anybody who doesn't love Step Brothers or Tropic Thunder. I have never, ever, ever met a person who says, I do not like Anchorman, Step Brothers, Tropic Thunder. But I guarantee you that if you tried to make one of those movies today, there'd be no fucking way you could make those movies.
Yeah.
It could not be done.
Well, let's go back to Blazing Saddles.
Well, let's let Chris say something. Blue Card's about to say something.
I'm just gonna say I want to hear that Blazing Saddles.
Oh my god!
Okay,
you're so generous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a follow up for that, but I'm just saying, like the hilarious.
I mean, other than a good chunk of it was written by a black man,
and how well it has held up is amazing. I mean, the climate is just evaporated for that sort of real humor to exist because it's saying something about society.
That is
Well, we
something I
can't-
do. I hate to pat myself on the back, but I do love the We Watches because there's every type of joke you could think of in those movies. I do clean jokes and really dirty jokes, and there's racist jokes, and
Yeah, we
there's
do.
all kinds of jokes. There's all
Yeah,
kinds of
we
jokes.
do.
Every joke is all. There's
Yeah,
dad
but-
jokes, plenty of clean dad jokes.
Wilford Brimley in his sex rope.
I'll
Eddie
do normal
Murphy-
movie nerd
Eddie Murphy
trivia.
said it best. It's only not funny if nobody laughs.
Right.
If
You
you're
gotta try it
laughing,
out.
it's
Yeah.
funny.
Did they laugh
It's
at your
okay.
jokes? Do you get paid? Well, then tell Bill
Yeah.
Cosby to have a Coke and a smile. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, oh, I'm offended. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
But keep pushing me,
grandstanding.
and you'll find out what actually being
Well,
offended
I like
is.
what-
Let me
I like
reset, recalibrate your metrics there.
I like the two things that Ricky Gervais has put out and that he has said. He's like, number one, he's like, how arrogant are you to believe that you get to go through your entire life without anyone ever saying anything that you disagree with or don't like or hurts your feelings? And then number two, he said, we need to remove the thing of this is offensive and switch it to I was personally offended by this. Well, then good. Guess what? Well, what happens if you're offended? Well, you can just be offended and you can just carry on with your life and just fucking move the fuck on. You know?
Yeah, I mean the statement, the old statement is you can take offense, right? If I'm giving it, that's a different thing. But if you take offense, that's on you to take it. But the other thing is that they always couch themselves not in I'm offended. It's what about these people, right? It's the same thing as if you don't wear a mask, grandma will die. Well, I don't know. I'm talking to grandma and she said, get fucked if you're trying to make me wear a mask.
Yeah.
Right. But no, I'm doing it for someone else, right? It gives them that white knight ability and that armor of no, I'm protecting other people.
Hey,
Well,
I'm not Asian, but Asians might find this joke offensive.
right. Again, a bunch of white people going, American Indians are angry about this. They are. I haven't. In fact, I talked to some. They seem to think it's just
Blue
fine.
collar losers, Native American.
I've had so many times the past
So am
decade.
I.
I've talked to family members that want to go to the res because
So
we call it the res, and
Yeah.
and people on the res, I like the whole like I'm white and I'm offended for you, and every Indian I know, every Mohawk Indian's like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're not offended by none of this shit.
No dice.
Yeah, I remember when I banged out a Native American from the res out here one night. I picked her up and we went to the bar and I got her shitty drunk because they love to drink.
Yeah.
And the first thing she said to me was, she goes, "Hey, can I ask you something offensive?" I'm like, "Fucking yes, please do that." And she's like, "Why do you white people all claim that you're part Native American?" I'm like, "I don't know. People don't like vanilla ice cream. They want to put something in it, and they just
that's always the thing. If white privilege is such a thing, why are these so many people claiming that there's some other race that's not actually white?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to ask the entire panel that, it's like what changed with the whole, okay, remember back in the 80s and 90s, you couldn't say certain things, but like Adam was talking about Stern or anybody, at least back then I could almost understand it because if Stern said something, the FCC would fucking fine the radio station millions of dollars and therefore, well, I'm saying but the thing is back then, if you said something on TV or movies or something, like, remember the infamous frankly Scarlet, I don't give a damn.
7 dirty words.
Yeah. But it's like, but if you said something, a studio would actually fucking fine. People would get fined. People would get in trouble.
Yeah, the Hays
Now-
Code.
But it's no different than the fines that pharmaceutical companies get slapped with.
They make so much
is
money, it doesn't matter.
1% of their fucking blood money at this point. Like,
Well,
I
it's also
respect
that joke
Howard
about
Stern
South
for
Park.
pushing boundaries,
Yeah.
but really all he was a button pusher. Honestly,
There was-
I grew up in New York in the 80s, and we were sick of him way before anybody else was. Okay. The guy is just an opportunist, and he's a good showman, and that's fine. But I would never look to him for any kind of like moral compass. or
No.
anything
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
definitely not.
He's not a free speech advocate. He's not fucking Lenny Bruce.
Yeah.
He's a showman.
Well, that's what I'm
Right?
saying. The whole point was just like, okay, he couldn't say, like, say 20 different words on regular radio, right? He goes to Sirius XM. He goes to Sirius XM. Okay, guys, now I can say fuck. Now I can say all these different words. A couple years passed by. Howard's like, well, now I'm not going to say these words anymore. And I'm like, dude, the words you can't say on Sirius XM, a fucking paid service, people are saying on regular radio. But the thing is, like with Dave Chappelle, okay, Dave Chappelle, he says all these whatever trans jokes or something. Now it's like, okay, well, one person wants to walk out of Netflix and they're pissed off. Okay, well, one person walks off and Netflix is getting 50 million fucking viewers for Dave Chappelle. Netflix is like, we're not taking his shit down. So it's like, what are people afraid of? Because
another win against the woke agenda. Yeah.
It's also why I don't like it when Blue Collar's quiet. He's got lots to say.
Well,
no, I'm just saying
so there's
being polite.
He was taking a nap. He was taking a
the
nap
blue-
with his eyes open.
But Blue Collar's pointing out something so the hilarious thing, and I think there's a reason this kicked off early and they went red-assed way too fast, right?
Yeah.
So Orange Man Bad broke them
Yeah.
on the election, right? And so you have people now taking stances and picking fights that they can't win. The problem is that the only way that these small group of radicals win is that they convince everybody else that this is inevitable and whatever. So they when it's more meticulous and well planned, you choose the fights that you're going to get into to ensure that you're going to win and make it look like it's inevitable, right? When instead you have the one screeching blue hair at Netflix that decides to throw a tantrum over Dave Chappelle, and Netflix goes, bitch, what the fuck, bye, right? Or somebody goes, Joe Rogan is terrible, and Spotify goes, would you like $100 million? Yes, I would. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Yes, please.
Right? Those losses make them suddenly look weak, and they flip out. And the ones that aren't actually thinking this through and are just doing it emotionally double down on their stupid, which only accelerates the inevitable death of this movement. And so I was like, oh, please go crazy, go crazier, pick it, whatever the hell you want, pick the most popular thing on the planet to throw your shit up, because it just speeds it all up for me.
I love it. I will engage in TikTok fights with people for no reason at all when I'm bored. And as soon as they like, because my name on TikTok is toxic, and they'll like, oh, look at you. And then my picture is me like in a muscle shirt, like showing my shit off. And they'll be like, oh, look at you, white man. I'm like, did you just assume my gender? I happen to be in a very loving relationship with my husband, Chris. And he and I have lots of gay sex all the time. He lives in New York, but yes, we make it work in a long distance relationship. And how dare you? I'm about to transition into a woman, and they shut it wins every single. I can literally say I got on TikTok and told a bunch of women on TikTok, I said, get your fucking ass back in the kitchen. And they were like, oh my God, how can you talk to us like that? Of course you would. Toxic with your wife beater on and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm actually gay, and I'm actually with my husband, Chris. And but I just happen to say, and it shuts down every single fucking argument.
Right. It's basic rules for radicals. Hold the opposition to the standards that they claim that they have.
I'm self-employed. I work for home. I do like freelance graphic design. But if I ever have to get a corporate job, I'm going to start wearing a dress and makeup and identifying trans, and I'll get a fucking huge paid salary job with benefits and everything easily.
Absolutely.
Shave the beard? No, keep the beard. Keep the beard.
Keep the beard. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's better for the effect.
Yeah, right. I'll truly never understand why these companies, because everyone says comedy is dead, but like you guys said, Rogan, you got Ricky Gervais, South Park, and Dave Chappelle. But overall, everybody, they're so scared. I'm like, okay, but the thing is, what are you afraid of? Okay, like say they make Tropic Thunder 2, right? And okay, like Robert Downey wants to do blackface again. Okay, well it's gonna piss off 1,000 people on Twitter. But when it does $400 million, I mean, I was always brought up thinking that money talks and bullshit walks. So it's like, okay, people on Twitter pissed off Robert Downey and blackface. Okay, well look at the box office revenue.
But we're not there. We're not quite there yet where money talks and bullshit walks. And like, think about like season 2 of The Boys. Think of like Stormfront, and like she had, even though she was a Nazi, she had figured out a way to parlay that, and she tells Homelander, I don't need 20 million people to follow me. I only need like 500 people to get angry and be, like aggressive on Twitter. Like that's all I need is 500 dorks sitting on their computer and crying on Twitter. And that's the same thing as having 50 million followers. You know what I mean? Because it's like when you used to punch your sister, you know, and she would cry the loudest to your parents, and you'd be the one to get your ass kicked, even though she technically started the bullshit. You know, that's how that shit works. But again, like Jay was saying, the shit's dying out. It's eating itself now. You know, when you have like Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg just like totally like melting down on social media, when you have like Jenna Ortega, the Gen Z poster girl, you know, getting canceled, you know, when that shit starts to happen, the shit's eating itself, and it always will. So I say,
and
you go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, so yeah, and the seeds for the destruction were already sown, right? So intersectionality requires that somehow all of these different groups with different interests agree on something. Okay, well, they might agree that Orange Man bad. After that, it starts getting real specific. So go talk to I mean, most of the lesbians that I know have a real problem with the T's and Q's right now. Because they're being told that no, just because you have a dick, I'm a woman and you should be having sex with me or whatever. And they're like, no, bitch, that's not, I'm out.
Filled with men who don't even try to pass, you know, and they're just like, I'm a lesbian, deal with it.
Right, believe all women. The black man would like a word with you, especially Emmett Till. Oh, I'm sorry, he was hung because a white woman lied about him making a comment to her.
Right.
Yeah. That's what
right. So those groups, the destruction is already built.
We really took this Schlocktober thing and like turned it on a fucking political.
Well, I mean, most of our culture is schlock right now, anyway. It just needs
about that Jaws movie.
But I think the other thing is that the economy going to shit is going to flush a lot of this luxury grievance bullshit, right? With movies and everything else, because
that was another thing we were talking about, is how like all these writers are just like you know, all their writing points of view, they haven't lived lives, like you said. It's like they're just like
faced hardship.
Everything's written from like the point of view of going out to eat or going clubbing or going on a dating app. That's like all they have to draw from.
She-Hulk is the worst offender in that department.
We got fucking writers and directors who fought in wars.
You know what really hurts me about She-Hulk is the fact that Tatiana Maslany was one of the best sci-fi shows ever on BBC, Orphan Black. And she's a fucking phenomenal actress.
Are you a Zippo?
Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah.
That's part of
she is a phenomenal actress, and they just like brought her down so low.
I'll go one better. I don't even hate the CGI of She-Hulk. I think it's actually kind of
good for TV. It's good for a TV show.
It's cheap looking.
Shame about the motion tracking, but other than that,
I mean, it's got problems, but you know,
I think it's mostly the character design. Like I remember when I first saw the teaser where you see her like her backside and she's like wearing the purple spandex, and you just kind of see her like get down. I thought, oh, maybe she was gonna look great, but she didn't.
Yeah.
What they should have done is use the girl that they actually had.
They had a real life model.
They had a real life woman that's big. You know, she's unlike a lot of tall women, she's absolutely well proportioned.
It's probably Tatiana didn't want to be upstaged. You know, she wants to play both the Hulk and Barbara or Jennifer.
Yeah.
And
they blew
the idea is like
every department, but
you don't want to do the Lou Ferrigno thing, because like I'd have to say Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno are equally famous, but obviously Lou Ferrigno is the Hulk. But some people, like I said, these actors,
he's
narcissists.
Iconic, as opposed to the crap that we get now, where nothing coming out of any of this sludge is iconic.
Well, I think my point is, like, if you had Jennifer Walters played by, Tatiana, and then the She-Hulk was played by this other huge bitch, that'd be fine. Like it wouldn't matter. I mean,
we could have had Gina Carano.
Gina Carano should have been Wonder Woman.
Gina Carano can do no wrong.
Gina Carano, like here's the thing. Gal Gadot is obviously a babe, but she has more of a Supergirl build with her tiny wrists and her thin waist. Wonder Woman should be physically imposing even without superpowers. Like if you saw her in real clothes,
if she's on Amazon, Homegirl ought to be thick. There better be some thickness up
Gal
there.
Gadot is thick.
I do not believe that Gal Gadot could beat up any man that I know.
No. Gal Gadot is not thick. Gina Carano is thick woman.
I'm not sure that Gal Gadot could beat up many women that I know.
Gal
Supergirl
Gadot
is supposed to be
was
like the
a-
little teenage-looking girl, and she should look like, oh, I can take her, but then she's like way stronger than she looks. Wonder Woman is like, yeah, she's fucking strong, just like she looks like. Yeah, she looks strong.
I mean,
And
Gal
to be
Gadot may
fair,
have gone.
I don't believe that Linda Carter could beat up a lot of men that I know.
No, but
Right.
Linda
Yeah,
Carter
but she
could at
looks
least
strong.
act and
She's
speak.
big. She's physically. She can pull the chest out, straighten the shoulders.
She got more
has
chest
that-
than Gal Gadot too.
She
Yeah, I
fits
mean,
the
and-
bill.
yeah,
Yeah, a lot
and
more
she
chest.
has to be curvy. She has to be
Mhm.
voluptuous. Wonder Woman. She has to
Mhm.
have huge titties and ass and thighs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gina
mean, all
Carano
of the
has
books-
a great rack.
Yeah.
like,
All the
for
books
sure.
are about her getting tied up. Every comic book is her getting
Yeah,
tied up.
it's a,
in,
it's a
like,
bondage
S&M.
spell. It's a
bondage
thinly
shit,
veiled
constantly.
bondage fantasy.
Yeah.
That's
I
that's
mean, why do
the
you think
origin.
she's popular? What are we talking about?
I like
Yeah.
the thought of a Wonder Woman that can go toe to toe with Superman, that could legitimately
Yeah.
fuck Superman and not get like destroyed by his super cock and his super sperm.
As long
Kingdom
as I
Come.
believe that she could tie me up, I'm in.
Yeah, that's
I
why
don't
Kingdom
believe
Come is
Gal
so
Gadot
great.
could tie me
I
up.
mean, to be fair, I would help Linda Carter tie me up, so it's not really a problem. It's
To be
go ahead,
fair, I
yeah.
would let Gina Carano do whatever she wants to me for the rest of her life.
That's
I think
my
she's got a better than
point.
even chance
Gal
of doing
Gadot.
it.
Gal Gadot's
regardless,
a
but-
babe and a half, but she just doesn't look as as Wonder Woman. It's
She's a
just
clothes
like,
hanger.
Yeah.
if they had taken Gal Gadot and like made her like 15% bigger using like Lord of the Rings Gandalf effects,
Yeah,
that could have worked.
'cause that
and
works
about
so
50% smarter and more literate. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Why is,
that-
why
so
is
we
that-
mean
Kal
Linda
El,
Carter.
no.
Kal El,
no.
Kal-El, no. Kal-El, no.
Yeah,
love
why
how
isn't
they
she
just
7
constantly-
feet tall? Dude,
Yeah.
like the giantess fantasy thing for guys is a real fetish. Like, why isn't she 7 feet tall? Like, just do it. Just go all the
Yeah,
way.
I remember
Yeah, for me,
when I was in
I'm into the shorties, those
when I
little, like,
when I was in
big
college.
titties,
So
little feet, perfect smile. That's like dream woman.
I'm 6'5", and I was walking through a mall, and I saw this girl walking up to me with her friends, and I was like, "Oh, this is basketball," because it was JUCO national tournament. And so I was like, "Oh,
Another
this is
tall
pretty good
lady, you're
size."
saying?
She's whatever.
Yeah.
This girl was about 3 inches taller than me, and I was like,
Hell yeah.
Mama, come to me, because she was all perfectly proportioned, built like real woman, only 6'8".
Yikes.
I was
Anyone-
like, I'll
any-
climb Mount Nataka. Let's go.
Any
Yeah.
man that tells you that that's not hot is lying.
Well,
Yeah,
I do
no.
agree. Like a tall
Or he's a
woman would
very
obviously
short
gravitate
person
to a
who
much
has-
taller man.
Issues.
No, I would definitely see a chick like that and just grab her by the back of her hair and be like, "Look here, you little slut.
I would
This
let
is what's about to
her.
happen."
I would let a.
We know we're gonna
6'5"
meet
woman
Lord of
carry me to
Toxicity for
bed.
the first time. We're gonna realize he's like 5'5" this whole time.
Lord, I
we're
got
like,
grabbed her
of
by the hair
course.
after I got my step ladder.
Yes,
He's still
Lord of
super ripped.
Toxicity is actually 5'11", so not too
If
bad.
you look at the original She-Hulk comics and the artwork and stuff, like there's nothing not hot about her.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, I mean that's
Yeah.
absolutely the
Fantastic.
point. And the fourth wall stuff
Well-
is basically, you lewd bastards. I see you looking at me. Really, I have
If
to wear
you
the
look
ripped
at-
shirt again.
If you look at any 80s, 90s comic, I mean, shit, man. I remember getting
Yeah.
my first hard on from
Let's just
watching looking at Avengers versus Fantastic Four when
Joe
Storm
Jusko.
was-
The Joe
Yes.
Jusko stuff was so awesome.
Rogue
'Cause
from
he would do the
X-Men.
paintings.
Well, but remember that a lot of these were made in the 80s when aerobics and the aerobicized stuff was going on, and women were stacked. I mean, watch an 80s movie now. Go try and find those women in any modern movies.
Oh,
Yeah, that's good
I remember
stuff.
this
Yeah.
one. Fucking Ultron. Oh, look at these thighs. Like,
It's even to the point where these guys are actually fucking digitally like downgrading women's chests in certain film roles now, which is
Yes.
Oh, like the Guardians of the Galaxy 3, where they made what's her name?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
man.
Androgynous.
What's her name? Oh shit, Nakamura, the
good.
one.
so good.
We
Oh,
know.
yeah,
what
this
we're-
is reversed.
or
It
the
is
ones
reversed.
that kind of like almost reverse slut shame you, where like now we have Scarlett Johansson going, "Oh,
Yeah.
they sexualized me in a character that shouldn't have been sexualized." Really? The
Okay,
black
so
Fuck
that's
you and your
the
fake
complaint.
tits,
That's the
Scarlett.
complaint of an older
Fuck
woman
you.
whose goods have aged and no longer. Oh, she was happy to use those assets when it got her roles when she was
bought
young.
them, and
But
then she had them
sadly,
removed.
gravity and age is undefeated.
like
And
that.
when it
Look at
starts
this
to sag a
fucking
bit,
lion mane of a hair
Yeah.
style.
Oh,
right
yeah.
here.
Yes, please.
the wall,
That's some
the wall.
volume.
Is it just me? Am I the only one that assumed that the non-Hulk version of Jennifer Walters was a black chick? Am I the only one that thought that, or is that just
No,
No, but you
because
wouldn't be wrong. I mean, if
well,
it
the voice
was like
actor's
it's one of
in the
those.
cartoon. That's why.
That's the
I
other
don't
great thing
care.
is when they talk
That's
about how
the
like
point.
we're istophobes, you know, like racist or homophobic, or it's like, dude, you could make Wolverine gay tomorrow and it wouldn't change anything about him. If you made
I don't-
Spider-Man gay, it would fucking ruin his character. It would ruin him.
I don't care what color she is in real life, but if I can have that,
She-Hulk could
green?
be black, brown,
Okay.
Asian.
Yeah.
It's pink
If
on
you
the
make-
inside. I'm all good. I'm all
Yeah.
good.
Or
Uh,
Yeah.
green
the
maybe.
issue is when you make someone like Daredevil black, who's like a famous Irish Catholic. You know, you'll make someone like
Right.
him black, and it'll be like, oh,
Like,
this
what
isn't
if
right.
what if they made like a famous redhead character comic book
Spider, yeah,
character
the
black?
redhead things. Megan is a
Oh,
redhead,
yeah,
so
yeah.
she's hard under
Imagine
the
if they did that. Imagine
The
if they
ginger
did
side
that.
is real. The
Ginger
ginger
side.
side is real.
Yeah.
Thank God
Um,
Mary Jane never got messed with like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She hasn't really. Wow, shocking.
Oh,
Not yet.
How about those Dark Knight movies where suddenly we got the very ugly, unattractive replacement in
Oh.
the.
Yeah,
boy.
Maggie Gyllenhaal. But the thing is, Maggie Gyllenhaal, she
Gyllenhaal?
won me over with the acting. Katie
Well,
Holmes is obviously a babe. She got naked in that movie, The Gift.
I
But-
wouldn't have minded her, except for they go out of their way in the dialogue to talk about how beautiful she is, and she's not.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
She's-
She's a four.
Yeah, that's like
If
that's
you-
like the
hey,
80s
if you
when they
guys haven't
tried
seen
to convince me that
Secretary-
Molly Ringwald was attractive.
Secretary, though, is like one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, we had a girl in my art school who was like a little tomboy. She looked kind of like Justin Bieber. She had short hair.
I
She was
miss
a
the
little
expression
lesbian.
tomboy.
She
I
was a
miss
little lesbian girl. She had short little hair. She had like pretty little eyes. And you know,
Little
someone
overall
I remember
short.
one time, but I remember sometimes someone, some younger guy, I was an older student in the art schools, you know, I was already been doing graphic design like professionally for years before I decided to go to art school about it. And I remember one of the younger guys like kind of backhandedly making fun of her, like, oh, because she's not attractive. And I was like, dude, if that girl were to like strip into fucking bikini swimsuit and start grinding on your dick, you would be all about it. So, you know, like, don't be
Well, I
acting
think-
like
The funny thing is that so many now it's well you have to have your tits hanging out and your ass hanging out or whatever. And what
Not
the hell
even.
used to happen? Imagination.
Yeah.
The hot librarian was always the one that was getting a rise out of me.
Oh,
so yeah,
absolutely.
back to like a girl like Maggie Gyllenhaal. Yeah, a little bit butterface, but if you've seen her in Secretary, she's hot. She knows how to fuck. That woman is fun. I mean, you know,
She
she's a
doesn't
freak.
look good in the Batman though, and they make
No,
a
no,
point
no,
of
no, I
talking about
agree.
how
I mean,
hot
she's
she
not-
is.
It is a little, you know, because Katie Holmes, yes, classically beautiful woman in the face and the ass and the titties.
Terrible actress. Like,
Yes,
terrible
that
actress.
too. Yeah. It's funny because the Batman movies kind of traded off. You know, you have first one where it's like hot actress, bad kind of actor, and then you trade her
not
off with
that I
a.
don't
Yeah, but the
find
thing
her
is, in Dark Knight,
attractive.
she's not even that good as an actress. It comes
it's
across
not that I don't
stilted.
find her attractive. It's that they make such a point about her being so beautiful.
She's so beautiful. I agree.
Right, and that fails.
There's nothing wrong with being a 5 or a 6. I'm a fucking 5 or 6. You know, hell,
I
shit.
prefer a 5 or a 6 because I want
Right.
to find that little hidden gem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get like the 9s and 10s, and they think that everything about them is perfect, despite
They're psycho.
all evidence to the contrary.
Well, you know, listen,
got that
every-
crazy
every
entitled
chick
stuff.
thinks that she's a 10. I mean, that's a given. You could-
10s are like 10s are a myth.
Lizzo thinks she's a 10. I mean,
Well, they think they're a
on
10
the
or a
Richter
1,
scale, yes.
and that's the problem.
Yeah.
is
Well, when I
there's
say like, oh, this movie's like 3 out of 4 or 3 or 4 out of 5 stars, that means no movie ever gets 5 stars. If I say, oh, it's like 8 or 9 out of 10, that means no movie ever gets 10, and this movie's still pretty good, pretty
do you
damn
remember
close
when?
to
Do
10.
you remember when horror movies would have the hottest fucking actresses that were
Yes.
no-name actresses?
like
that
Yes.
Playboy girl.
Evil
up.
Tunes.
Yeah,
Evil
they'd have
Tunes
Playboy
has like this
centers.
hot
Oh,
bitch
yes.
just getting naked in front of the fucking mirror
Like
for no
the
reason.
Friday
It's
the
just- oh,
13th movies have some of the
yeah.
the baddest of the baddies are in the Friday the 13th movies.
Yeah. Back to
Yeah.
The Shining, it's like I said, like the fact that that movie came out, Friday the 13th came out a few months prior and made way more money. That's why horror kind of gravitated to that direction.
Well, you know, if you read the book The Shining, what's her name? The wife is supposed to be like super hot.
Yeah,
she's an
Rebecca De Mornay
ex-cheerleader.
in the teleplay. She was babylicious in the teleplay, and she was
Sure.
older too. This is like post single white female, you know. This is like late 90s, early
Rebecca De
2000s.
Mornay got them crazy eyes.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it too.
Does she get naked in single white female?
She did. Rebecca De Mornay's not in Single White Female.
Which one is she in?
She's in Black Widow.
Hand That Rocks the Cradle. Does
Hand
she
That
get
Rocks the
naked in the Hand That Rocks the Cradle?
No, she gets naked in And God Created Woman.
Ooh, okay, cool, noted.
Writing this
Yeah, her in Black Widow. It was like, I think that might actually be her. I'm not sure she's acting.
yeah.
She's that kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, the best is like when I'm watching these Dorkside movies, we watches, and there's titties, because it's like, yay, titties, but then it's like, fuck, I gotta edit out the titties if we're gonna keep this joke, you know?
Yeah.
Like if we're joking about anything funny, then I have to put little Dorkside logos over all the titties.
Me and Blue Collar are rewatching Banshee, and man, that is difficult to fucking.
Yes.
But God bless you, Chris, for having to edit that shit, because that's
We were
a
watching,
Cinemax show, and it's just like
Oh,
violent.
when it was Skinemax, yeah, it's just a constant black bar across the entire thing. It's a great movie. I'm enjoying this.
There are
I would
so
love
many
to riff. I would love to riff the Skinemax movies because they're so funny. And in fact, in the first we watched, we ever did. Because you have to understand, we were doing these Dorkside Discord movie watches, and it was only until like the third or fourth one. I think it was Congo was like the fourth one we watched. We watched
Amy, good gorilla.
We watched Step Up Revolution and Congo, and I was like, I got to start recording these. Whatever the fuck we're doing, it's magic and it's funny as hell, and I love it. And I don't care if no one watches this shit. I'm going to record this shit for posterity. And the thing is, we watched this one movie. We watched two movies. I bought a Vampire Motorcycle, which was awesome, and then Vampire Dog, starring Norm Macdonald as the titular vampire dog. But one of the jokes that made the cutting room floor was me and my cousin were joking about how we would watch these old shitty movies, and we were talking about how like my love for like Mystery Science Theater came from like watching Skinemax, because you'd watch Skinemax as a 12-year-old to like jerk off to, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, erotic confessions and Femalien or whatever fucking weird movies on.
Please, dear God, let there be Bush in just one scene. Just one scene. That's all I'm asking.
No, sometimes like the girls,
the wrong angle.
Yeah, they would never show like labia. They'd never show erect penis or any penis really, but it would be like soft core, like thrusting, and they'd be like the plots were so silly. By the time I was a high schooler,
as Bill Hicks said, you just end up with a lot of hairy bobbing man ass.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, by the time I was in
Blocking
high
your
school,
frame.
I wouldn't even jerk off to that stuff because I already had access to hardcore porno, and B, like I was already a huge Mystery Science Theater by that time, fan by that time. So like I would watch like these old, Cinemax, Skinemax movies and just like rip my bong and just laugh at them. And like that was really like the whole like the art of riffing, me and my friends like riffing like erotic confession episodes. It's so stupid.
My friends and I we'd stay up and wait for infomercials to come on and start busting on those, right?
Hell yeah.
And
yeah.
So when Adam and I were talking to him, and he was like, well, I don't know, what the audience is. He was like, dude, you could not stream it. I'll still do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember Djibouti dubs when they would do the Billy Mays commercial dubs. Like those things were like YouTube gold for me.
The
Billy Mays here.
You ever take a dump in a pan? Yeah.
Mighty Putty here. Yeah,
when we do Banshee, there'll be literally like 6-7 minutes where we're just like we can't show anything because it's like it's full frontal and it's just like a full-on hardcore sex scene.
Yeah, that's when you go into dispassionate narrator explaining what's going on.
I mean, it's basically just me and Chris. It's basically just me and Chris going, well, we'd love to show you what we're watching right now, but
you turn into Sniper Wolf where you're like, he's delivering a package.
He is railing this chick. But yeah, no, Enzo, I think I do believe I listened to that one that you were just talking about, the one with your cousin. I remember when he said "Rogger burger."
Oh, right.
That was
You're
hilarious.
making fun of his microphone.
That is hilarious when he said that.
He
Also,
mumbles.
remember that one time when he said
Oh, if you watch, so hey, listen, Terror, Trilogy of Terror aired tonight at midnight. That's me and Blue Collar watch that.
Oh God, I remember that.
But yeah, that's a fun one. And the actress in that movie actually is fantastic. She stars in all 4 stories, and she really does transform into each character pretty well for a
secretly
TV
hot, too.
actress. She's pretty hot too. She goes from like hot to prude and back and forth. But the previous movie that I watched with my cousin, we literally make fun of his mumbling in that movie, and he starts talking super succinctly and clear. Like, it's so funny. Yes, because I was joking about how like back then all these actors used to talk like this, and it's like ha ha ha. And
Yeah,
you know,
that's
I was like,
actually
look,
funny because that's what Northern English Bastard did on his Evil Dead stream today.
yeah,
I was listening to it, and it started. I thought he actually got someone else to come in.
no,
And he was like, "Yes, oh, quite. Yes, it is quite interesting how the Evil Dead series." I'm like, "Who the fuck is this?"
he does
guest
the voice.
hosting on Northern
Look,
English Bastard? But then he slips
hearing
back into that
American-
weird Cockney
He-
bullshit.
yeah.
That, that Northern
No
London
sex,
accent.
please. We're British.
Hearing
Yeah.
an American do a British accent, fun. Hearing a British person doing an American accent, hilarious.
Hilarious.
Every time.
Yeah, but don't his cousin can't speak English at all. Like it's
Yeah, he can. He just he talks like like I said, he talks like Jonah Hill in Superbad with
You know
with
what?
one of those headset microphones.
I hope one day at one of my trials you defend me as much as you defend your cousin because
Hey, well, you'd like for me. Hey, if someone were to tell me, hey, that Lord Toxic, you shouldn't probably have him on your show or whatever for whatever fucking reason. You'd like for me to tell them to fuck off. You would think
I'm
I'd say
sure
the same
that
thing about my
happens.
cousin, right?
I'm sure that happens.
Yes,
so.
Depenzo will show up to defend you, and I'll have to go, what is a ute?
Yeah,
is
what
a
you use?
What is a
A
you?
ute? Oh, a ute. Excuse me. A youth.
Oh, what?
A ute. Yeah, such a good stream, and I was so
What
happy
is
that
a ute?
I thought I was gonna be busting my big
Yes,
stream on another person's channel on this stream today, but last minute
You can blow
Dark
your
Hour.
stream on my channel if you want.
Oh,
No, he said a big stream. A big stream.
Oh, okay.
No, anybody.
No.
I mean, like, hey, I don't care. I just want to stream and talk about bullshit. I've been
that's
asking for.
Enzo's number one go to. He's like, let's go live. You want to argue with me? Let's go live.
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
'cause
We'll
also
go
We'll
even
do
if
it
it's-
live. We'll do it live.
I love.
Okay.
I don't like. I haven't done too many adversarial streams at all, but like, I love these streams. These bro time Mondays are for the bros streams. You know, like
Mondays are for the bros.
Mondays
I
are for the
don't mind
bros.
it. I mean, an adversarial stream would be fine as long as you've
No,
got
yeah,
someone
those
who
are-
is
those are
willing
awesome.
telling you,
to
let's
play
throw
by
the gauntlet.
basic
Let's
reason
throw
rules,
the
right? And we're
gauntlet
gonna
out at
you're
the
gonna make an
Critical
argument
Drinker
and go.
Unbanned group.
If
and
it's
let's-
just yelling or
Yeah, that-
emoting or
once you
trying
go
to do
live,
sophistry,
it's like two
the hell
dogs.
with that.
Two dogs like separated by a fence. They're like, "Rah, rah, rah, rah," then you open the fence and they're
Well, that
like,
would be
"Oh, hey,
Friday Night
hey,
Tights,
hello." Yeah.
and nobody wants that.
No. But I'm saying
Yeah.
once you go live, like you could chat on text, argue on Twitter about the movie, and it seems so like hostile. But if you talk over a live stream, it's like we disagree, but it's like it's a stupid fucking movie. Who cares?
That-
Well,
That's true.
back in the old days, people used to have conversations with differing
Yeah.
opinions and not fucking
Yeah.
punch each other.
Here's
Back
the
in
other
my
thing.
day,
That's the old days.
You guys,
That's a myth. That never happened.
you guys
Stop
have
it.
to understand. Like, I started doing
Back
this
me up,
stupid
Tim.
time to go
Dorkside
lay down,
stuff.
Grandpa.
I started doing the
That-
Dorkside stuff back in
You know
like
what, my
January
day?
2019.
Yep.
December 2019, and it was
Oh, yeah.
because of the Rise of the Skywalker. We decided. I mean, I was a huge Comicsgate fan, listening to all
I was
the
still in prison
yeah.
at that time.
yeah, and it was like, hey, let's do a 6-hour conversation about the Disney Star Wars sequel with my my friends, and it was so fun. And we wanted to do it again, and we did it again a month later, and then we started doing it every Monday, and nobody cared. Then fucking 2 months later, Corona happened. And it was like all of a sudden everyone was coming on my stupid, and we would stream on Facebook too. So it was like all my friends, and I would just be like putting it up live, public links everywhere. Random people would just come in, talk about, oh my God, Tiger King, oh my God, whatever else we were streaming
Oh, Jesus.
during the
No,
time,
Tiger King,
Tiger
Jesus
King.
Yeah,
Christ.
crazy shit.
Wow.
And then
Hated
like
that shit.
as the pandemic lifted off, I started having like solid, group of people that were like come around regularly. And then I don't know, you lose interest. I started moved up here to help my mother out I moved out of Austin out here in small town Texas to help mother out. And this was like 2020, summer 2020. And then eventually, like by October 2020, it's like the pandemic was kind of over. Nobody cared. You'd already done a weekly stream every month, every Monday. I mean, and I don't know, kind of gravitated more to karaoke and doing only streams like sporadically when they were fun, worth of something, like something to talk about. Then I think about a year later, move it to YouTube again. I think I only did like 3 streams. I did a Matrix sequel stream. What was it called? Matrix Resurrections. And I was joking about
whatever.
Dorkside Resurrections. We brought it back on YouTube, and I had a random black transgender person just like come in who was like looking for streams live, and it was funny because it was me and another friend talking about how much we hated that movie, and this woman comes in talking about how they love it, and we had a great 4-hour discussion about how like. I
would love to do a stream sometime where I am the voice of reason and I'm saying how much I love something and everybody else is shitting on me with that. Like, I would love to. I can't imagine what that could.
Well, there's been lots of times
be.
where you had to rein me in, or you try to rein me in.
It's usually I'm the one that you bring in to go, oh, this movie sucks, and everybody else is at least find some kind of redeeming quality in it. But I would love to. The only thing I could think of,
whatever it is. I assure you, I can argue against it.
Really?
Well, the thing is, like,
never mistake the argument I'm making for the position I actually hold.
Well,
I love that.
It'd be fun to do like a lawyer class where it's like, hey, you got to argue against RoboCop.
Yeah, that's
like as a fan of RoboCop, like you got to do, it'd be fun to do that stuff.
No problem.
Yeah, exactly. Like
you tell me the position, and I can argue it hard.
Right. I agree. I like that stuff.
We're gonna after October is over, and when we get into November, we're gonna do a Pitch Perfect stream where I defend Pitch Perfect trilogy against everybody else. How about that?
No, yeah, and Pitch Perfect's great for like holiday seasons, like Thanksgiving and Christmas. That'd be perfect to talk about musicals. In general.
I didn't bring Jay here because he's a wingman. I brought him here because he's the alpha.
Oh, he's definitely the alpha. Yeah, no, yeah, seriously. Like you would do, Jay.
Well, it's funny because he was saying, Adam was like, "Send Jay the link, and I thought he was talking about Jay in the stream with us. Yeah, totally. But Jay Goodwin, I was like, oh yes, I've seen the name. I've seen him in the chat. I've never heard his voice. It's a great voice.
Enzo, I got this for Wes real quick from my Family Guy. For you said your cousin and shit. Hold on, right here.
The state deemed unfit for mainstream society. He is your superior. He said he.
God bless you, Chris. God bless you.
He's funny, man.
That is. Yeah, it's like, here's the best part. No, here's the best part, really. It's because, like, say you like Silver Bullet stream. Like, Enzo is sitting there, like, discussing it rationally.
No, Hard Target.
Yes.
No. Well, I didn't
Hard Target, he literally eats, like, weed brownies, like, before the movie starts. So, like, he's falling asleep while, like, explosions are happening. And he's, like, kicking barrels of gas into people's faces and blowing them up with shotguns. And my cousin's literally snoring. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He's like,
I can do that.
I did listen to the Silver Bullet one. And he's like, yeah, I can't believe Gary Busey in this scene, like right before this happened, blah 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 blah, and it's all the whole Enzo, knowing cousin. Like personal knowledge, and then his cousin pops up. He's like, Gary Busey, buttered biscuits, and then Enzo, without missing a beat, Enzo comes back. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I did think the same.
Yeah,
exact
if
thing.
if you watch enough episodes, you'll learn to understand Queef. He's like, he talks like Butthead, and I talk like Beavis. Because I'm like, hey, dude, here's the thing, and he's like,
no, you talk like fucking Helen Keller's fucking instructor, and he talks like Helen Keller. Like that's what that sounds like. You're like water, and he's like, whoa.
Well, I've said this before. Like, what's funny is we talked about this on on the movie we watched yesterday. First of all, definitely watch the Beast of Haunted Cave for the spider sex orgy joke. I mean, that shit was funny. I was cracking up. It's funny because I don't remember making these jokes, and I watched these videos like months later after I recorded them. And
Hang on.
I don't
back
know if
up
I'm a
second.
narcissist, but I'm laughing at my own jokes, man. It's funny, but
Spider sex orgy cave. What?
so like
Love it.
there's a joke where like the
Love it.
spider's eating this guy, and I'm like joking about how like, oh my god, the spider, it's sucking my dick. Oh my god, it feels so good. And it's just like I just keep riding with it. And I don't know. It's one of those things where it's
Does
so
Sentient
obscene.
Donuts show up at some point?
no.
I was wondering if this is a Chuck Tingle production or something.
No, it's
Chuck
it's
Tingle.
beast. It's some Roger Corman
Chuck
movie about a
Tingle.
bunch of
Roger
heists.
Corman.
Yeah, people
Nice.
trying to do a gold heist in a cave, and there's like giant fucking Shibolba spider or whatever. What's the Lord of the Rings spider name?
Sheila.
Shelob.
Shelob. Yeah, Shelob.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know, but I'd
Um,
like to hear more for about 120 seconds. I'm
Well,
gonna mute myself.
Yeah, I'm almost
yeah.
done. I'm almost done.
Well, what's funny is like my cousin, like, we were talking about off air, is how like he mumbles, because everyone, all the people I stream with, the we watches, like everyone's got their pros and cons, and my cousin, he's got his criticism about his Jonah Hillness, his mumbling, his like buttheadness. He sounds like, but like it's funny because he said his dad gives him the same shit all the time. His dad used to tell him about how he talks, and it's like. He's joking about how he's like, well, bro, dude, you think it's like I choose to talk like this, bro. Like I just want to talk like this. Like if
It's
I
a
want to talk
lifestyle
like
thing.
this, he just like clicks it off like that and starts talking like radio guy, like no problem.
Yeah.
If I wanted to
imagine-
talk like this.
Imagine if Sloth from the Goonies got high.
I'm
That's
gonna
what's
tell
kinda
Queef
what-
to do an episode with like I'm gonna tell Queef to do an episode with me speaking completely succinctly just for you, Toxic.
Thank you. Thank you.
And,
Hey, so what are we doing? Are we doing fog or Firestarter? Because I got to sign off here in a minute.
Oh yeah, I'm down to do the fog because
Okay.
I don't want to
Yeah.
talk about Stephen King, his weird chomo.
That's cool.
Anymore.
That's cool. I'm excited because I've literally, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go into this completely blind and just
That'd be
'cause you
dope.
guys. Yeah, and like I'm just gonna be watching it for the first time
I'll do
and
the
let
same
you
thing.
guys just like school me on all things the fog tomorrow night.
Sweet. Well, yeah, and you guys, Adam, Goodwin, Jay Goodwin, thanks for coming. As far as like next week, I'm thinking maybe do this stream earlier before Cannoli stream,
Yes, please.
like around 4 p.m.
Yes, please.
If you are into that, and maybe
I mean, are you gonna? Well, presuming that BSUP ever has another stream, you'd probably run into that one. Which
oh
you might
yeah,
know.
I never get invited on that one or anything, or that's another. I have to step on everyone's toes, don't I? Shit.
There's
Well, I
so
mean, it's not
many
that.
of us.
I have no sense to give one way or the other than
There's so
it
many of
may
us,
it may
it's
cost
hard.
you audience because
Oh, I
he
don't
doesn't
really care.
care.
I'm
He
used.
doesn't
I'm used to
care.
having nobody
doesn't
watching
care.
these streams
Well, there's
ever.
that.
So all the time, yeah.
There's going to be an overlap no matter what. It's just a
I'm
matter of-
I'm here for the
we're
hangs,
better.
you guys.
We are better for sure.
If
We're
you guys want
certainly
to
been
hang,
better the last couple of weeks.
if you want to hang Monday, you guys just let me know what time works for you. I tend to do it earlier. I might think about doing it earlier just to switch it up. But if we want to do another after party stream, that works too. Luke was
this
able to
time
make
is-
it either way.
This time is fine with me.
I'm
Like,
self-employed. I can pick my hours.
Okay.
self-employed meaning
I mean,
homeless.
I'm 9 to 5 now, but I don't mind coming home and doing what I did today and taking a nap so that I can do this. I'm fine with
Okay.
it. I'm not going to miss the Monday stream. That's bottom line. So
No, I know. We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling. I'm leaning towards maybe just to switch it up. We'll do early. Have some media, like 20-30 minute break time before the Exorcist stream. But that's
I
gonna
would-
be fun.
I would say just pick whatever time is comfortable for you because
Yeah.
we're all going to overlap with each other. I mean, there's so many of us. I got to
Yeah.
make my wife, my lovely wife, a nice dinner, and
Of course. And tell her thanks for watching and hanging out in the chat. And I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
wait to stream with y'all.
she's a
together.
trooper.
So yeah, it's been great hanging with you guys, and I hope to see you guys next Monday, and also maybe before the next Monday on some other streams in the chats.
Super
on
pleasure,
Twitters.
man. Just let me know when you're going live, and I'll do my best to be
Usually,
here.
every Monday we'll figure out a time that works. Because the idea of us, like, my stream is real loosey goosey for the most part.
Big
Sometimes
time.
we have a topic,
yeah.
but for the most part, it's just like open stream. If you guys want to come party,
we
come
did
hang.
6 hours on the Ninja Turtles a few months ago. So I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I gotta say though, that,
that was a fun stream though.
the focus streams about certain topics, they get views. The ones like these where we're goofing it off, like they
Right.
get about 100 views. Sometimes these like Ninja Turtle stream, yeah, it got a good like 900 views, 600 views, something like that. I can't remember.
Which is crazy considering it was like 6 hours. But
well, I
People
think
like their Ninja Turtles.
there's a lot of opportunity, especially
I
depending on
had a
movies that are
Facebook
coming
friend
out
of
to
mine.
do theme streams like topics of AI, topics of vampires or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
Pick a thing and focus not only on whatever the movie is, but the core interesting part of it, and cover that, because it's focused and it's also evergreen content, right? It's not just here's that movie. Okay, that'll be dead in like 3 weeks.
Oh yeah, that's exactly why I try to do the Dorkside we watches is just like whatever, not movie of the month type stuff, like movies from
that's
back
the
then.
thing. That's the thing that stimulates me is the topical stuff doesn't last.
No.
We could all bitch about Ahsoka and whatever, blah blah.
That's why I'm sucked. I made this creator video as a joke to advertise Schlocktober, and like I said, Chris and my girlfriend and many other people were like, "Make more of these videos." My guitar player, I love this video. This is way better than your We Watch stuff.
Well, no, I mean, let's talk about the creator. That's cool, but let's relate
your
it to
creator
something
video was
that's gonna last
really good. Actually,
I will try to do a monthly review video, but the We Watches.
I don't think people liked it because it was topical. I think they liked it because it was just really well edited and really well narrated.
I disagree with the American segment, but still, I talked to Wes about that.
No, yeah. I knew Blue Collar. I was surprised.
Well, I agreed with you.
You're very
Benzo,
polite
if
this
that
stream.
helps anything.
Well, I mean, sometimes we're not like Wes said, though. We're not always the good guys, and we have this. I know because we live here. We live here and shit. People think that soldiers are like perfect, and
we're not.
They're beyond corruption, and soldiers do a lot of horrible shit in war.
Yes, we do.
I'm just gonna say the movie was funded by nose people, okay, and it's just very anti-American.
It's one thing to say that you're humans, and in bad situations people sometimes revert to more animalistic behavior, or with incomplete information you do stupid shit, right?
China
it's another
good,
thing to
America
just be
bad.
monolithically, this is very clearly good, this is very clearly bad. I'd really love to run into those situations. It's pretty thin on the ground in my experience.
See, I can enjoy a review of a movie even if I don't like The Drinker did an amazing review of The Lighthouse. I'm never watching that movie. I don't give a fuck about it. It means
I don't
nothing
need
to me.
to.
But that's and he did
it's a pretty good movie. I liked it.
I liked it a lot.
He did another really good
mostly
review
the acting
of the Creed movies, and I love the Creed movies, and he hates them, but the reviews are still good. You know what I mean? So it's just like I watched Enzo's review of The Creator, and I mostly agree, but I didn't like it because I agreed with it. I liked it because it was just like it was well edited, it was well narrated, and it was just well done.
I think I'm going to take the same approach with the Renfield video, because what I did with the Creator video is like I kind of got the idea in the middle of the video, like, shit, I should do a review for the Creator so I can advertise Schlocktober. Like, it's kind of one of those things where like in the middle of the movie, I suddenly realized like I need to work now because I need to think of what to say. But like the thing is, I realized like when I made the video, I made it really quickly. I made the whole video in a few hours because like first all I did was I downloaded the trailers that were all available on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then I laid those out, and then I put them up at double speed. So I had like 5 minutes to work with. And then I put like some music, because all my music is from Home, by the way. I've always said that. Home, the discography from Home, the DJ. It's great. It's allowed on YouTube. The guy is very generous with his music. It's very new agey, new wavy stuff. Have you heard it before? Some of his songs, maybe. But he's got like 9 hours of songs, just free on YouTube. So like, I'll just take a couple songs that I like that I haven't used, and I'll place them under the trailer. And then I have the 5-minute video, and I'll kind of base the dialogue around what I have. Because I think what takes too much time is when you write a script and you try to edit video around what you're recording audio wise. That might take forever, I think. That could take a long time
for everybody. I mean, it's
whatever. I'm doing like the Marvel Comics method. The Marvel Comics method is where you draw the art and then you put in all the fucking words and bubbles later. You don't deal with any of that shit until the last step,
Oddly, that's how they make the movies too.
Yeah.
And how's that working out for Marvel?
Yeah, well, there's that.
It might work for a fucking 5-minute YouTube review video. I don't think it'll work for a 90-minute plus feature film.
Hey man, just keep doing your thing and just keep being authentic. That's all.
Thanks. Yeah. That's the other thing is like we were talking about that on another stream. I think Dark Hours, my cousin Vinny's stream is like, we might have been talking about behind the scenes, but just like, yeah, being authentic, you know, not being like
that's
a
all there is to it.
persona, not being like this character when I come on, like not being like Doomcock. Nothing against Doomcock.
Yeah.
But like, you know, the idea is like, I am me. I am the guy. I am the same guy you're going to meet. If you met me in person, you're not going to get anything different, you know?
Yeah, just do your thing, man, and we're all here for it.
Oh, you guys too, man. I'm here for y'all, man.
People
and
have always said that. Listen to today, like the Drinkers Open Bar, The Last Orders, and Mueller was even telling Drinker that there's plenty of films that I like that are stupid, and I know they're stupid, but I think they're fun. Drinker said
Love
that he Drinker's got his own guilty pleasure movies. We all do, and that's I always said as a kid is Roger Ebert. Roger Ebert, plenty of films I disagree with him on, but the way he would write these reviews and present himself, like, you know what, I may love Transformers, you may hate Transformers, but I respect the way you're saying you don't like Transformers because of these reasons. I'm still gonna fucking watch Optimus Prime kill Megatron. I don't give a fuck how dumb it is. I go to the theater to see Optimus Prime kill Megatron. Like I'm not going to see Godzilla versus Kong because I'm expecting the Lighthouse or Citizen Kane. I know.
But if Roger Ebert says like, hey, the special effects are a little cluttery and they don't really make sense, it's like it's one of those things where you can contest and be like, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
on technical matters, you know, the things that are objective, I can you know, look down, or you can say, you know, there's obvious plot holes or whatever. That's fine. That doesn't mean that I don't enjoy the movie.
You guys are big Riff Tracks Mystery Science Theater fans, I assume, right? You heard the
huge, yeah.
Riff Tracks of Transformers. One of my favorite jokes in all the Riff Tracks is when Shia LaBeouf is giving his little parrot, his dog on the leg cast, a little pill.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm only gonna give you a half a pill because last time I gave you a full one, you pissed my bed.
Yeah.
And then Kevin Murphy's joke, or I think it's Bill Corbett, he's like, Whitney and Bobby have similar conversations. And it's just like, dude, there's so many like of these like, the Riff Tracks, just like these these like rewatches.
You know, Mahler has been saying this for years, really, and I've studied his stuff really carefully. It's fine if you like a movie, but don't argue to me that it's a good movie objectively if it's not. It's fine to like a bad movie. There's nothing wrong with that.
I love Mystery Men. I do not pretend like it's a good movie.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing to say, you know, don't confuse taste with actual critique and
right. Like I know that the Pitch Perfect trilogy is a piece of shit, but I like it anyway, you know, like for whatever reason. So
yeah,
and that's fine. That's totally cool. Like there's room for everybody's fucking taste, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I was saying today on the Shining stream, it was like when we first started the stream, it was like Uninspired was like, I did not like this movie. And then by the end, he's like, I gave it 6 out of 7. I was like, if I had anything to do with putting that 1 or half a star up, then hell yeah.
I think a lot of what Uninspired was saying that given, I mean, if you listen to the hype, this thing, it blows you while you're watching it. It's the absolute, you know, pinnacle of whatever. No, it's not.
It's just like Big Lebowski, though. You hear it's the funniest movie ever, and you watch it
and then you're like,
what is this?
Oh my fucking god!
But if you watch it 10 times,
so overrated.
You understand
that movie is so overrated.
It gets funnier every time you watch it. It does.
I mean, it's an amusing movie, but
it is amusing.
It is not nearly as amusing.
It is not. Man,
people
make that movie. Millennials make that movie out to be like it's the fucking holy grail.
You benefit from rewatching it to a certain point, and then it falls off. You know, you can watch it 5 times.
I mean, I just think it's just because I identify with the dude and Walter so much, like the dichotomy of those two. Like I am both of those guys, like in one.
I'm Donnie.
You know?
I mean, I'm such a Cohen. I am such a Cohen, bro. That's funny.
I love Raising Arizona. I think Raising Arizona is my favorite Coen Brothers movie.
Raising Arizona. Now that's something that you could hype up to infinity and be like, "Yep,
dude." By the time the opening title rolls, like everyone is on board. Like, okay, that was a 16-minute intro for a fucking movie.
I mean, hilarious. Like, I saw it when it came out in the theaters, and then watched it on video quite a bit.
Yeah.
Raising Arizona, while a good movie and while hilarious in places. It doesn't deserve the mountaintop that it's been stuck on as well.
I think it's just because it has this the heart, it's all about wanting to be a mommy, wanting to be a dad, wanting to chase that American dream.
I think
you know?
a big part of its attraction is in its time. It's pretty transgressive and avant-garde in the way that it's doing things, and people are like, "Oh my god, it was so different." Yeah, it was.
Modern
At the
westerns.
time, hasn't really stood up quite so well because that got beaten to death over the next couple of decades.
Well, there was something about those the late 80s, early 90s.
Mhm.
So many movies taking place in that Mojave Desert. So many movies were taking place in that Mojave Desert.
Listen,
it was crazy.
People quote Big Lebowski so hard, but I'm just like, that shit falls flat when I hear it. But if I quote Raising Arizona, like that shit just rolls off the. This is like, my fiance left me. You tell him. You tell him I said I will meet him right here at the Tempe, Arizona Maximum Correctional Facility for Men. I'll be waiting.
I think my favorite Coen Brothers actually is, or at least favorite Coen Brothers comedy is actually Hudsucker Proxy.
Shut the fuck up! What
because that movie is like Christmassy and like it's got that.
Why don't you just say your favorite movie is Citizen Kane? Why don't you just say? Why don't you just be pretentious and say that? Just say.
But I love the Hudsucker Proxy. Like Jennifer Jason Leigh,
Chow Yun Fat did all the greatest kung fu gun fu movies. Just say that. Just say the safe course and say that fucking pretentious.
Yeah, you guys make sure you follow B-Roll Stage, Blue Collar Toxic. Make sure you guys follow Blue Roll Stage. I'll subscribe to the YouTube.
I mean that's the best possible way.
Like I said, I just discovered you guys 2 weeks ago, and I'm all about it. We are like basically like doing the same thing, like congruently. It's like hell yes.
Because
I love movies,
and
because Blue Collar and Dark Hour, and they're doing, my friends Tyler Wolf, these guys. I feel like I'm kind of an outsider because like everyone's doing the critical drinker style review stuff, and
I refuse.
I want to do riffs,
personality based thing. I don't want to be a YouTuber. I want to just entertain myself and entertain anybody else that likes it.
Well,
I don't want to be fucking the next Mr. Beast. I don't care about that shit.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah. I'm definitely not trying to get monetized on YouTube.
The first video that I'm planning to put out on my channel has fuck all to do with cinema or anything else. It's an examination of LLMs and how everybody's huffing their own parts way too much.
If you want to hear the real deal on anything AI or computer stuff, Jay Goodwin is the man. He absolutely knows his shit backwards and forwards. And
that's because I cheat. I've been programming for 40 years, so I was able to.
If that's cheating, then
on people.
Welcome to being authentic.
Yeah.
I'm
an authentic cheater. God damn it!
I've been in several bands, and my only original band, Toast. We had our keyboard player, Russell. He was a organ player, horn player. He was a software designer, and he was like, OCD, idiot savant, like crazy. Asperger syndrome. Love the dude.
Yeah,
he was amazing. He was the kind of guy. We would play really hard music. We're doing like progressive stuff. We tried to do. We did Tank from Cowboy Bebop theme, and that was one of the hardest songs I ever had to learn as a drummer because I was doing the auxiliary bongo stuff with my left hand.
Yoko
had like all the drum stuff.
Joke, dude. That's real jazz.
It was hard. It was hard. And my fucking keyboard player Russell. He bought a soprano sax just for that lick at the end of the song. He bought a sax just for that one lick or that one song. So it was fun stuff back in like 2008, 2009.
You ever heard of Tommy Coster?
No, maybe.
So his dad was in Santana. Tommy helped write Real Slim Shady.
Okay.
So I worked with him. It was like 6 years ago now.
Are you talking about like the Labrie Safri song that it samples that he wrote, or he wrote the Slim Shady song? Okay.
The Real Slim Shady, him and Dre and Eminem were all in the studio.
Because I love Labrie Safri. How do you say his name? But anyway, whatever that sample is.
But yeah, his dad is an original member of Santana. And,
hell yeah.
So working with him, and I was like, so I know a lot of musicians did some stuff early on or whatever, and I was like, thank God I never went to LA because you people are all insane.
Fuck.
Well, yeah, I currently am playing. I play only right now in 2 bands. I was playing in 6 bands a while ago, not like back in 2012, 13. But now it's like I play with Cream Cheese Accident, which is a string cheese incident tribute band. And it's so funny because like
Holy shit, I haven't heard that name in so long.
That's
so listen to this. This is why
I
it's so
think I just
funny.
felt a neuron wake up.
Whoa.
We're in this like hippie jam
I'm
band
having a
tribute
moment.
band. We're the only like string cheese tribute band in the nation. We actually know the guys from the band. But what's funny is you know, we're in like all these other original bands, and except for our keyboard player who plays with wedding bands, I think like this stupid
Burp and Murph tones. He's got the shag carpet
this
on
string
the
cheese tribute band is like one of the most profitable bands we've ever been. These super group jam tribute bands, like god damn, people just love this stuff. You try to be an original band, and it's like people only really like what they know, you know.
No, they just want to hear Journey at the end of the night.
Sure
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
or Air Supply, depending on
I
the,
did
on the
lighting.
group. Yeah.
You want to hear a funny story?
I love when strangers sing Journey. I love hearing it in karaoke, but I hate baseball cards.
Silly boy.
So here's a funny story. What's his name from Smash Mouth died? I went to karaoke and do All-Star Smash Mouth karaoke. Hey, now you're an all-star, right? Okay, cool. Next song, Under Pressure. Dun, 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 dun. And then it's like, somebody once told me the word. It mashes up perfectly. You just sing All-Star over Under Pressure, okay? And everyone's like, okay, that was weird. Third song, Don't Stop Believing. It's like somebody once told me the world is gonna run, and it's just like you do the whole song with the fucking even with the whistle part, you know, like it's amazing how well it mashes up. And then you share.
I love Wax Audio.
Life on Earth is hell.
Yeah.
Wax Audio on YouTube has got some
go.
absolutely killer mashups.
Thank you.
That one that he did with Prince, Sign of the Times, and Kate Bush, Running Up That Hill.
Yeah, or from Frozen. You know, do you want to build a snowman and Fiddler on a Roof? Father, could you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
I love the one that Ethan Van Sciver's been playing, where it's like Metallica and Leo Sayer. I can't help. You make me feel like dancing. It's like,
yeah, and they did one
hey, right over. It's like
they did Superstition and what was the Metallica song? Damn it! Oh, I'm trying to remember what the hell it was. Yeah, but it's Superstition mixed with that, and then the Bee Gees.
That's Interlight Sandman, right?
No, it's not Enter Sandman. It's
Interlight Exit Night. Take my hand.
No, that's Enter Sandman. No, it's a different one that they do on the mashup. But the other one that's great from Wax Audio is Another Brick in the Wall and Staying Alive as a mashup.
Yeah.
Nice.
It absolutely works. It is killer.
You guys, here's something I wanted to show earlier because of the Shining stuff, but this Pogo.
Boy, that's creepy. That is some creepy shit.
The first like half of it is a little creepy. Then it starts jamming around like second half of it.
Tony, I'm scared.
I like that the typewriter keyboard sound is actually a computer keyboard.
Oh, if the stream gets stricken, it was nice talking to y'all.
Yeah. I mean, hey,
copyright.
Not to start a whole nother conversation piece, but I will tell you this. There's a pretty awesome video on YouTube about how the wife, Wendy, is actually the villain in the thing. And
yeah,
that,
I've heard that.
Have you seen it?
I don't buy it.
I don't know, man. It's pretty intriguing.
I like it, but I don't buy it.
It's pretty
yeah,
intriguing.
I'm open to it, but no.
I actually from earlier of that scene where Danny's sitting on Jack's lap, I think that Danny's actually a ventriloquist doll.
Oh wow!
Go back and look at it. It absolutely looks like Jack is talking to a ventriloquist doll. The way that Danny is so disconnected from him.
Danny
Yeah,
McCarthy.
And also, like, I mean, I don't want to play the actual part because we were talking about the Mickey Mousing, but like in that scene specifically, what's so crazy is the fact that the music was pre-written, but like it'll be like, "Daddy B, yes, son, do." Like the
gotta
music will like
say-
call and respond like with their dialogue, you know.
I
and
gotta
it'll
say, I'm really impressed that you know the term Mickey Mousing because
Oh,
I feel like
thank
not
you.
enough people understand what that is.
It's
So,
even weirder because he's wearing a fucking Mickey Mouse sweater in that scene.
right.
Super weird, man. But yeah, animation, graphic design, illustration, all that stuff. I love it, man.
No,
So
you
good.
know your shit, dude. That's why I'm here. Because
Thanks.
Yeah, he made
He
my
does.
business cards for me.
And
Yeah.
thank you, Adam Gray, for bringing up Charlie McCarthy, because I got that fucking thing as a Christmas present the same year that the movie Magic came out. And so those
Damn, you
previews
old fucker.
on TV scared the living shit out of me.
I got
And
some weird.
I never
dollar
used
store
that
version
ventriloquist
of-
doll for anything.
Yeah, I got some
Yeah.
weird dollar store version of that, and it wasn't really Charlie McCarthy. It looked more like Where's Waldo. And one year as a Christmas present, but
All right, at 4 hours, I'm gonna go ahead and call it because I do have to be up at work at 9
yeah,
a.m.
yeah.
So-
It has been a great
Balls.
night, guys.
Yep.
I guess let's just close us out with the rest of this music, and
I guess.
I guess
Let's-
we'll
let's
see you
cut it.
maybe Monday at 4-ish, or maybe Monday at the same time as tonight. Who
The
knows?
fog
We'll-
tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's
Okay.
the
Oh
fog.
yeah, I'm down for that. Yeah, Fog tomorrow night on Blue Collar Losers channel.
Yeah.
Adam, Gray, Emperor, Goodwin. You guys are doing the B-roll stuff.
Yeah.
Fridays.
Friday.
And
every Friday.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
What do you guys
watch
got- what do you guys got
give
planned next
Stepenzo
Friday?
my email so he can
Absolutely.
send out the link.
I never make
Yeah.
plans that far ahead, man. We'll have a good movie.
Yeah, I'm not sure
That's
what
all
I'm
you
doing in
need
the
to
next
know.
15,
That's good
20
to
minutes.
know. That's good to know, man. I love the spontaneity. I love that stuff.
I bet
All
you
right,
do.
guys.
Yeah, I'll bet you do.
Well, I guess let me just play us out. Shit, here we go.
Yeah, it's been a
See you guys
pleasure.
later.
Thanks.
It's been a great pleasure, man, and you know it's fun. It's fun hanging with y'all, and hope to see y'all much more in the future.
Cheers. Great to meet everybody.
Cheers, you guys.
Yeah, guys. B-roll. Yard. Okay. Talking about The Shining. Okay. I'm gonna go YouTube. Oh, Sasquatch. There we go. Gotcha. Okay, so.